Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally here, the NFL Draft 2020 style and virtual style. We're going to be out here on Zooms, Google Hangouts, whatever the NFL draft world's using. I'm probably pretty sure they're not using Zoom because that's probably the biggest hacking target in the world at this point. But we're going to do things a little bit different over here on the social channels of myself, John Garcia Jr., who I'll be patching on here in just a bit, and our Facebook page over there on Facebook at SI Bulldog Maven. So, going to be doing things a little bit different than most live streams on here. We're going to be doing some highlights that we're going to cut in and out. If you've ever seen any of the interviews I've been doing lately with high-profile recruits, we bring them in, get them to watch their own film. We're going to do something kind of similar, but with John and I about these prospects films, or these draft picks films. So as they're announced, as the TV networks are going to commercial break, you can stick right here with John and I, and we will update you with everything. We'll do a little bit of talking about some Joe Burrow highlights, some Isaiah Simmons highlights, whoever it happens to be, we will be doing highlights for you. So, highly anticipated, right? We were waiting on this forever. It seemed like, because it seems to be, as of right now, the only guaranteed sporting event we've got in the near future. So you know what, guys? We're going to enjoy it like crazy tonight, and we're going to enjoy it together. I invite all of you guys to hop into the comment section. If you've got a favorite team and they're on the clock, tell us what you want them to be, after, what prospect you want them to be after. So with that being said, I'm going to bring in my boy, John Garcia, who is a friend of, the show or the live streams that we do all the time. John, how we doing down there in Florida, my brother?
I'm doing well as we can be at this point. I'm just excited. Like you said, it's something like live sports. It's really all we have right now at this point. The NFL draft has always been a special day. Obviously, guys like you and me, Brooks, we cover these kids at the high school level. So years later, we get to see which one of them hit the apex of really their football life, getting that call to walk the stage, I guess virtually this time, into the NFL. There's really nothing like it from a high school football coverage standpoint, because honestly, you see how bad some of these kids live. You see how rough it is for some of these kids growing up. So there's always sort of a proudness pride that goes along with the NFL draft for me. In addition to just being a football fanatic and COVID and all of that right now, it's like, we need this. This is live drama. Like, what is going on with Tua? What is the pecking order of these O tackles and wide receivers? All of that drama is really, like, I'm here for it. I'm usually not here for that, but tonight and the next couple of days, I'm here for the drama. I'm here for some trades. The Miami Dolphins, there's something going on there. There's a lot of rumors in the last day or two with what they want to do with all that Patriot coaching staff that they have. So I think it's going to be just fascinating all around, not to mention a bunch of, billionaire old guys trying to make picks virtually. That alone, I think, could provide some drama. The amount of potential 30 for 30s coming out of these next 3 days is really staggering, beyond, another great class going into the NFL. So really, I think there's not much drama at number one, but at every spot after that, there is cause to pay a little bit closer attention. So I could not be more excited to hang out with you and really just kind of raw react live here on the air and on social media, just like the rest of the world. We're just fans tonight, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a billionaire, the multi-billionaires that are going to be doing tonight's NFL draft. One thing I'm really interested to see happen. Now, there was a report today that came out that Jerry Jones has asked his scouting department, John, I don't know if you know about this, has asked his scouting department to leave him alone. He wants to hear nothing from them tonight with in regards to that 17th overall selection that those Dallas Cowboys have. So I think that's one thing I'm most, intrigued for. You mentioned Tua Tagovailoa. I think that's I've never seen as many smoke screens when it comes to a prospect as I have this year's NFL draft with Tua Tagovailoa. We've heard tank for Tua start in the Miami Dolphins fan base for what seems to be 36 months at this point. So are you going to tell me all the way up until tonight, they're going to listen to their fan base, beg and plead for this left-handed miracle of a quarterback out of Hawaii by the way of Alabama, and then all of a sudden they're just going to pass up because of this, prototypical quarterback prospect at 6'6", 230 pounds that is Justin Herbert. So I think that's, for me, I was telling somebody today, I don't know how you feel about this, John. The draft tonight starts at the 3rd overall pick with the Detroit Lions, in my opinion, because we pretty much know, like you said, we do know Joe Burrow's going number 1 of the Cincinnati Bengals. It's all but written. They said they sent out 32 different hats to all the different prospects. They didn't send 32 hats to the Burrow household up there in Ohio.
No.
So they only sent one, I would likely assume, and it's those Cincinnati Bengals. We know, or at least we think we know, that the Washington Redskins are going to take Chase Young. So what happens at that number 3 spot? John, I'll open the floor to you. I know they're trying to search it out for trades, but when everyone and their mother knows you want to trade out of a position, doesn't that kind of take all of your leverage away from you?
It does. And unfortunately, Detroit is used to being in that position. But, right now, at least until anything becomes official, they do have quite the leverage. When you talk about the Miami Dolphins, the Dolphins are the focal point of this first round. They've got 3 picks. They've got potentially multiple picks very early on tonight, and they could move around, forward or backwards, which I really think is something that more Miami Dolphins fans need to consider the process of moving back. Remember, these are New England Patriot folks in that front office, and moving back is like Patriots draft 101. So I would keep an eye out for that. But really, like you said, number 3 is that first like pressure point of this NFL draft. Can Jacksonville move up? Can San Diego move up? Or Los Angeles? I'm going to call them San Diego 17 more times tonight.
The rest of eternity, John. The rest of eternity.
Right. Just let it happen. Can they move up and vault over, Miami, who we think is going to be the first true quarterback spot? We know New York, Washington, and certainly, Cincinnati are going to pick non-Burrow type prospects. So I think that's really the contention point at 3. Do you vault over Miami, or do you sit tight and really see what the Dolphins do? Because, most people expect some kind of, quarterback from that 5 and 6 slot if the Dolphins and Chargers both stay put. Theoretically, Herbert to the Dolphins and then Tua to the Chargers, or vice versa. And depending on who you ask in that Miami fan base, you probably get a different answer. But like you said, not a lot of Tua to Miami buzz like right now, and that's surprising. And I think that was such an expectation, like you said, for such a long time, that it's one or the other. It's either the biggest smokescreen we've seen and a true Patriots style approach, or they really did move on for whatever reason. And obviously the elephant in the room there with Tua is the injury history. And it's not so much what happened last year and years prior. It's the recent injury history and the fact that the one guy who needed a true pre-draft process from a mental and especially physical standpoint, he didn't get it. Teams could not bring him in. They couldn't eyeball him on a workout that was there in person, which is always so different than anything you could do virtually, despite amazing strides in technology. So the one guy who needed it most was Tua, and he's really, him and the Dolphins picking at 5 is really that pressure point in the entire draft. So it's sort of the perfect storm, for draft night and what could be in a night that we should expect, frankly, the unexpected.
Absolutely. And one thing, John, I want to let the audience know, this is their live stream as well. So we're going to do things like this. We're going to take Chad Beckham 4462's question right here, which is a Falcons prediction. But before we answer this question, I do want to tell the audience, look, we're juggling a ton of hats over here tonight. John's going to be writing stories. I'm going to be writing stories. I've got SI hits, video hits whenever Georgia prospects are drafted. But, we're doing a lot of tech stuff here. You're going to see when these drafts start flying off. Yeah, well, he's texting. I'm talking about the technology that we're going to be having here. We're going to be sharing screens, doing a little bit of highlights for you guys tonight as well. So if at any point the audio feed goes bad, if anything goes bad, I need you guys to hop in that comment section, chew our butt out, and let us get it addressed and get it fixed. That way we can have a perfect, seamless broadcast for you guys as much as possible. You try to get a first-rate experience for you guys tonight. Again, not trying to dominate the television. We're not trying to beat what ESPN's got going on because, good Lord, they've got a superstar showdown over there. They even got Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network on their broadcast. So to address my boy Chad Beckham's question, obviously the Falcons sit at 16. A lot of our audience, especially a lot of my audience, is that, inbred of Georgia fans and Falcons fans. So a lot of Falcons fans going to be tuning in tonight, wondering what they're going to do at 16. And one thing I think is pretty consistent with Dimitrov's drafting personality and who he is, his MO, if you will, if we're going to take this to a Criminal Minds aspect. His MO as a drafter is to take best player available. And I know that's kind of a cop-out answer for you, but if Javon Kinlaw's there at 16, if one of the three wide receivers is there at 16, hell, if for some reason all hell breaks loose and Derek Brown is available there at 16, I think your two target areas outside of best player available, which will be one of those three wide receivers if they are available at 16. I think your areas of need are obviously a defensive tackle to get alongside Grady Jarrett, and you need another corner out there in that system. And then in the later rounds, if I'm the Atlanta Falcons, I find a depth piece for Keanu Neal. Okay. So, has had problems staying on the field since he got there to Atlanta. Now, when he's played lights out. He's been one of the most feared safeties in the NFL. Guys just don't want to go across the middle. So I think that's what they do. Dimitrov's, again, his MO as a drafter, like we were saying, is to go after best player available. So I think, at that point, he's going to sit back, play it safe, and take who he thinks is the best player available. Now, will they pan out? Obviously, still yet to be determined. His track record, as most NFL GMs' track record, is about 50-50. I think he hit on Calvin Ridley a couple years ago in that first round out of Alabama. Did he hit on Chris Lindstrom or Caleb McGarry last year? The jury's still out. McGarry played in every single game last year despite that heart condition. Lindstrom played well, but had some injury concerns. So that is one thing we will see. John, do you have any comments, questions, or concerns about the Atlanta Falcons heading into tonight's draft?
It's a quarterback kind of night. It's a quarterback theme, really always when you're talking about football projections. I mean, I'm focused on the future, right? If you're a Falcons fan, you mentioned some great pieces, especially offensively. We know you need to score in that NFC South, and that division probably just got harder over the last several months. How do you take the next step? How long is Matt Ryan going to do this? When do you start thinking about that next guy? And between this quarterback draft and the next quarterback draft, it's quarterback heaven, right? You can basically pick a tailored to style of quarterback, whether you have your gunslinger style with Tua, your big, strong, efficient, athletic guy in Herbert, your cerebral, game manager. I'm not allowed to say that in Jake Fromm. You have so many different options this year, and then next year you might have better options at the top, whether it's Georgia native Trevor Lawrence or other Georgia native Justin Fields. So I'm worried if I'm a Falcons fan about these next two drafts where there's so many quarterbacks available. When do you jump? We've seen a lot of organizations wait a little bit too long, right? Something happens, a young guy steps in, what have you, an injury, and you're just sort of not ready to take that next step. How is Atlanta going to address that? Because they've seemed like they've been so close. And this is not talking about that Super Bowl year, but every other year, they're just like something away. And at some point, quarterback has to become a part of that conversation. And I know it's hard when there's a guy entrenched like Matt Ryan is. So I think that's really what's interesting. Detroit's in that same boat with Matt Stafford. A lot of people are wondering what they're going to do there. So I'm always sort of on the side of pushing it forward, taking the next step. Sometimes it's just time to move on. And I wonder if it's this year or next where Atlanta really looks to the future of that position.
For sure. And we got another comment in here about my comment about the 50-50 thing. Lee J, I don't know what article you read from Bleacher Report. That's probably all 7 rounds. What I'm telling you is the stats are in the first round about 50-50. And it's all about what you determine a hit, what you determine a miss in terms of draft picks. But odds are 50-50 shot there in that first round is what it's been over the last handful of years in terms of whether or not guys are going to be, 3 or 4 year starters. Are they going to be a starter at the next level? Are they going to be an all-pro type of football player? Or are they not? Are they going to be out of the league in 3 or 4 years? So that's the hit or miss that I judge off of. And the stats show over the last handful of years, like I said, the stats are about 50-50. I mean, you're going to miss just about as many times as you're going to hit. Hopefully, you're in a situation like the Miami Dolphins are tonight and like the Oakland Raiders were last year with 3 draft picks in that first round, right? Miami tonight has 5, 18, and 26. I can't remember exactly the numbers the Raiders had last year, but they were almost identical to that of this year. Last year, obviously, they took Cleveland Farrell way up inside the top 5. I think that shocked a lot of people in the drafting world. And that seems to be, as of right now, a miss. But he's still very, very young. Carl Nassib actually outplayed him last year, in my personal opinion. And then they took the safety out of Mississippi State, John Abram, there in the back end of the first round. And, of course, Josh Jacobs, the quarterback or the tailback out of Alabama. I think you could say that Abrams and Jacobs appear to be hits right now. They look to be solid draft picks, and that's a 66% hit percentage. So that's nice. I know Lee J is going to be an absolute menace in the comment section tonight, so we're probably not going to pay him too much mind. But John, just your initial thoughts. I know I already got them, but we know what Burrow's going to happen. We know what Chase is going to, Chase Young's going to go there too, or we think so. I guess it's a tackles draft. Maybe we get into those. It's a really tackle heavy draft, and a corner back, the value at corner this year is extremely high because there's only about 3 or 4 of them that are really, elite lockdown day one corners. So pick and choose. Which one do you want to hit first?
Well, I'm going corner first.
Former DB for all people out there. Right. It's a former DB.
So, typically in the draft, like I said at the top, this is a quarterback draft, right? That's where all of this is really centered. But quarterback isn't the only position where I think people will show a little bit of desperation and be willing to climb back into round one to jump in and make a selection. I think cornerback, you get into the Trevon Diggses of the world. Now it's an expanded field. And if a few come off the board right on schedule or maybe sooner than scheduled, beyond Jeff Okudah, who we all probably agree on is the top guy, CJ Henderson, how soon after that does he come off the board? Because it could turn into a run on corners, and that could cause programs to want to jump back into that first round and take one of the elite guys. Because after you get past 4 or 5, there is a bit of a drop off at that position. So I think it's not like wide receiver or running back where it's sort of plentiful. Quarterback and corner are 2 desperation positions, I think, that you could see a lot of movement from, particularly in the back half of that first round. So, I think Okudah's the guy, but I think CJ Henderson, could really contend with him down the line for the top guy in this draft. I've seen CJ since he was in about 10th grade. Just the most effortless corner I've scouted in a very long time. He never looks like he's working hard, never looks like he's sweating, but you look up and he's locking down great receivers at every stage of his development. He tests off the charts. He's got a frame that can still carry a little bit more weight. He's got true cover corner skills. And yeah, he's not the most physical guy, but look, man, it's 2020. We're getting less physical by the day in our football world. So that style can fit in really any defense. And Henderson has all of the measurables that you could possibly look for. Again, the only difference, I think, is physicality where Okudah is clearly better.
Yeah, and I mean, I think another separation point between the two, though CJ Henderson's ball skills are above average, they're not quite what Jeff Okudah's are. But yeah, the physicality too. I mean, it's not as important in the NFL today, but it's still, they catch you in a boundary corner, John. You know this as well as I do. They know you can't tackle. They're going to be running outside zone your way. I mean, it's just going to happen. I mean, when NFL teams sit down and scout their opponent, the first thing they do is find weaknesses, find what you don't like to do, and then force you to do that early and see if you can, adjust. So though it's not as important, like you said, it still plays a value. And I think that's definitely the separation between the two as of right now, apart from all the stuff. I think if you take CJ Henderson, put him at an A- across the board, I think you're going to find a couple of places or maybe more where Jeff Okudah's an A++. You know what I mean?
I do. And you're absolutely right about that. The run support from a corner is extremely important. Everything is wide right now, right? It's using the entire 50+ yards that you have sideline to sideline. And when you talk about zone coverage, which is what most people are playing because there's so many pass catchers on the field and you're spread out so thin, playing that cover 2 as the corner, you have to be a physical run supporter. You have to be the aggressor. And I don't know how much CJ has improved on that here in the last couple of years. Dealt with some injuries as well. So those things are sort of bigger factors than we realized at the time. But the good news with that is that he knows that. So I'm wondering how much he's worked on that here in this pre-draft process, virtual or otherwise. But like you said, they're both in that A category. And then I think it's a bit of a drop off after that. But there are a lot of measurable guys that fit thereafter, like a Trevon Diggs, who might not have the overall tape or volume,
Mhm.
but he's flashed. He's got the great length. His older brother, obviously Stephon Diggs, he's got the NFL pedigree. A lot of things that teams will provide the benefit of the doubt for.
All right, so let's get into we can rank the quarterbacks. We can get into the tackles. I'd rather get into the tackle conversation. We talked about your guys. We talked about the DBs. Let's talk
Yeah,
about
go
some
ahead.
offensive
Get in there
tackle.
with the big uglies, baby. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
let's get in. Let's get in with some big guy love. Now, obviously, I'm going to give them how I see them fit. Okay, and this isn't how they're going to go tonight. And in fact, it's probably backwards from what they're going to go tonight. But if you've read anything I put out in the last 4 months, you know how big of a fan of Andrew Thomas I am. I can't get enough of Andrew Thomas's tape. And John, one thing I think this process, if it's helped anybody, it's helped the players who look better on tape than they may in shorts and a t-shirt. And after all, what's more
100.
important than how a guy looks on the field against premier and elite competition like we saw from Andrew Thomas this year? And you want to watch what he does against a first rounder, a guy that we think is going to go in the top 32 picks tonight in Clavon Chason. Go back and look at that SEC championship game. I put it out on my Twitter feed this week. Man, I mean, Clavon Chason was on his hands and knees almost all game because he couldn't quite, he definitely wasn't going through him, and he couldn't even get around him either. So at that point, he was almost second guessing himself off the line of scrimmage. So if I will, GMs are paid and they keep their job, they keep job security based off hits. And if you're going to go into a draft and worry about whether or not a guy's going to make it in the NFL, I would probably stay away from him. And I understand the ceiling versus floor arguments that we see all the dang time. And I know that Jedrick Wills and Mekhi Becton especially, and possibly even Tristan Wirfs, I know their ceilings are probably slightly higher than what Andrew Thomas is going to do or can do at the NFL level. But I also know that if you told me 10 years from now that Andrew Thomas flopped and he was a miss, I would be absolutely floored. And honestly, you guys can record this and hold me to it. If Andrew Thomas flops, I don't know what I'm doing in this evaluation business. I'm going to tell you that right now because I haven't seen a guy as technically clean as him. So after that, I would probably take Jedrick Wills, then Wirfs, then Becton. Look, if you've got, and I'm not saying he's got weight issues, but there is some things to clean up. It's just one more thing, man. And he's probably not going to be able to play left tackle in the league anyways. John, I don't know how you feel about this, but he's probably set up for a position change at the next level anyways, because he's probably not going to be set to take those speed rushers. So what's kind of your opinion on these tackles? And how do you feel about my boy Andrew Thomas?
No, you're right about Becton Brooks. We talked about it with the DBs, right? It's a space game. You have to be able to redirect. You have to be able to run and move. And when you're blocking a Clavon Chason or Terrell Lewis, whatever his name is at this point, you have to be able to get down. And when you're 6'8", it just takes that much longer. First of all, it's science.
Yeah.
At the outset, it's science. But like you said, is there a weight problem? The fact that it's even a question on draft night,
Yeah.
I think, is a bit of a red flag. Again, when you're talking about a draft that is loaded at that offensive tackle position, I agree with you with Andrew Thomas being the safest, highest floor guy in this draft, maybe at any position not named Chase Young, because I think that's talking about best available, it's him. Then there's maybe a big drop off, and then everyone else. He's that good, but when you're talking about technique and being sound, I've been talking about that with Andrew Thomas since he was like 16. I mean, he at Pace Academy, he was that at the high school level, and it created this same conversation when you talk about recruiting rankings. I was scout.com at the time. It was like, how high do we put this guy when we kind of know what he is? The problem with that is if you know what he is and it's damn good, go with it. With Dylan Moses, it came up the following year. Oh, maybe he's hit his peak. Well, if his peak is the best in America, you got to go with that and not worry about people who could potentially pass him up. Roll with the tangible and go from there. And I think with Andrew Thomas, there is so much positivity tangibly for him to be a true blindside guy for a dozen years without even really thinking too hard about it. I think over scouting is a big issue. And like you said, I think it helps Andrew that you really can't over scout him. It's about the tape, and his is as good as anybody's. I think Wills has more of that mauler in him. He played right tackle at Alabama, which is some people look at as a knock, but when your quarterback's left-handed, you're the blindside protector. So
Yeah.
obviously, he was the guy called upon, by Nick Saban and everybody. So I think Wills is more of a mauler, but he's got an excellent punch. I think less polished as a pass protector in terms of fluidity and length compared to Thomas. I think Worse is maybe the closest to Andrew in terms of just that great tech size, just a classic offensive lineman. I think he's the conversation for me. If I'm, let's say I'm Detroit or Jacksonville at 4, and I'm like, which of these, New York at 4. If I'm like, which of these O linemen am I going to take? That's when I get into these guys feel very similar in Worse or the Georgia Bulldogs. So I think that's where the conversation really begins for me. And then I probably go Wills, Becton thereafter. But I think Worse is really the only competition at the top of the draft at that position.
Yeah, you talk about 2 freshman offensive tackles that started. Jedrick or Tristan Wirfs out there at Iowa, the first person under Kirk Ferentz ever to start as a true freshman at tackle. And then, of course, Andrew Thomas. I mean, we saw it this year with Wanye Morris. I don't know how high you were on Wanye coming out of Grayson High School here in Georgia, but when you see a 5-star tackle, I don't care how good you are. And I had a chance to meet Wanye and interview him. I don't care how good you are. You go out there as a true freshman and get thrown out to the left side, you're probably going to get turned like a turnstile every once in a while. And you saw that for the first 5 or 6 games, him catching up to game speed. And then he played not really well, but he played much better in that back half of the season last year. But for a guy like Wirfs and a guy like Andrew Thomas to go out there as a rookie or as a true freshman and not only play well, but play to an all-conference caliber like both of them did, I think that goes to show you what we're talking about, the technique that both of them have. They're both almost as flawless as you can be. I think Wirfs struggles a little bit with a heavy bull rush. You can run down the center line of him. I believe that. Thomas, I think there's, he might be a leaner every once in a while. Technique might get a little sloppy because he thinks, he can dominate with his athleticism, which he can. So I think, both of those guys, even though I got Wills up there, I like Wills because of that nasty demeanor he plays with. That dude in the run game, man, he's trying to take your soul. So that's a guy I would, that's how I would rank the 3. And then, of course, Becton there at number 3. We got the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock as of right now, John. And boy, if you took the over on when that first pick was coming in, like I did, you won that sucker because they still got 8 minutes and 20 seconds. And here we are, almost 8:20. Let's just go ahead and talk as if we know who this pick is going to be, because we do, John. What did you see from Joey Burrow this year? I mean, obviously, quite literally the best season that's ever been had at a quarterback. Broke the completions record, shattered the yards and touchdowns record in the SEC. What did you see from Burrow?
I just saw him take the next step when it came to those critical moments, 3rd down, red zone, moments where 2 years ago at LSU, he sort of crumbled, right? Throwing interceptions, taking sacks, really not trusting his great athleticism. And let me emphasize that, great athleticism. This was a Mr. Basketball kid in Ohio. I mean, this is a legitimate athlete. And I think this year the confidence was always there, the swagger, all those things, the intangibles were always there. But just that ability to make the play when all eyes are on you, he just hit another level. I don't know if it was just the coaching staff or he, realized, dang, I got some pretty good receivers, but he just had an extra gear to go to this year in those critical moments. You're showing the Texas game right now. Everybody remembers when it was a 1-score game and we're like, man, this is going to be an amazing football season. Look at this game. And what does Joe Burrow do? Boom, he extends it to 2 touchdowns in the blink of an eye with a pinpoint pass down the sideline. Joe, in those moments when LSU could have got, as we like to say casually in the barbershop, he never folded. Not once against Alabama or Clemson or anybody. He never, ever folded in those moments. In fact, he usually kicked the door open when it was slightly cracked. And that killer instinct that he showed this past year was the biggest difference. And he did it with his arm and his legs, which I think is obviously essential right now.
To me, this is, when I think of Joe Burrow, I think of the athleticism, right? The ability to create with his legs. But to me, it's the pocket awareness and just that. It's a gamer instinct, right? Here we are. We take a look at this clip. It's 3rd and 7. And watch what he knows. He has to extend the play. He knows he's got a deep over from Justin Jefferson at some point down here on the bottom. So what's he do? He feels the pressure breaking down, gets up in the pocket, deliberate. I mean, this ball is a wobbler. Don't get me wrong, but he finds his crosser on 3rd and 7, and boom. Next thing you know, it's a touchdown. Now, the after the catch, obviously, that's all Justin Jefferson, and that's why we're going to see him, in this top 45 picks. But John, to me, man, and I think we just lost my boy Johnny. But to me, man, that is what I see from Joe Burrow, the ability to create the spatial awareness inside the pocket. I think it's why a lot of people are, kind of comparing him to Tom Brady. That slight movement in the pocket is so vital for a quarterback like that. Is that kind of what you've seen from Burrow? Is that where you base, your grade on him, if you will?
Yeah, he has that feel, right? It's a feel,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe he needed that experience. Remember, he had all the pedigree in the world coming into Ohio State, but just couldn't beat out some really really great quarterbacks. I mean, people forget about the kind of year that Haskins had when Burrow transferred to LSU. So maybe it was purely experience that he needed to gain, but that feel he had in 2019, really throughout the season, was at a different level. And again, it was like this trust to go along with that feel. That third down conversion you showed, the fundamentals are out the door at
Yeah.
that point. He's throwing off of his back foot. He's sliding left. He's taking a hit. He's kind of jumping in the air, throwing the football. But he trusted his arm to get it there, and he got it to a reliable target in Justin Jefferson. So that feel, again, that third down, red zone feel for making the big play, Joe was that dude all season long, and that was literally the beginning of it, and it never really slowed down. So all kudos to him for putting in that work, the coaching staff for putting him in that position. I mean, it was the Joe Burrow year, and he earned it every step of the way.
So, I mean, if I'm being negative Nancy here, if you had to, give credit to one over the other, I mean, the difference between his junior year and his senior year there at LSU, it goes without saying, it doesn't quite make sense. I mean, it was okay, mediocre, 2,800 yards, 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio to boom, best quarterback season in the history of college football. So a lot of that has to do with Joe Brady, right? And a lot of that has to do with that offensive line playing a lot better. There were some leaky holes in that offensive line in 2018 that they cleared up. I think we got, Fins up. I mean, we're not behind. Oh, he said Fins up to Miami. It's a good pick there, YG. We'll talk about that as it comes up. Sorry. I thought he was saying Fins traded up. See, that's why we got to pay attention to his comment section.
Possible. It's possible.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Zoom in on Twitter.
But back to the Burrow conversation, we're only going to talk about him for, a little bit longer as the Washington Redskins come up onto the clock. But, the question of that jump from year one to year two at LSU would kind of, I wouldn't say scare me as an evaluator, but it would certainly make me question, right? Is he going to, the elite talent? And you can make the same arguments about Tua in terms of talent at the wide receiver position, but we'll see. Jamar Chase is going to be a first-round pick next year, top 15 pick, top 10 pick. Justin Jefferson's going to go in the top 40 picks this year. Thaddeus Moss likely to get drafted in the NFL draft this year. So to me, that would be my only primary concern with a guy like Joe Burrow is just whether or not, how much of that Heisman Trophy season was due to the fact that he's a stud, which is probably 80% of it. But the other 20%, where you've got the best offensive coordinator, supposedly, in college football, calling your plays and designing your plays. You've got unlimited resources in terms of talent at the wide receiver and tight end position. You've got an elite defense that can turn the ball over whenever they need to get you the ball back in tight games like we saw there against Texas. And, a running back that we're going to see go in the top, 60, 65 picks. So the talent was all over the field last year at LSU, and you can't, hate on a guy for having talent around him. But it does make you wonder when he goes from a situation at LSU to a situation where he's likely to be here as the pick is in Cincinnati. That would be my question is you can make the argument, John, and I think you would. Well, maybe not with AJ Green, and I'm blanking on the other kid's name that plays wide receiver for him. They got a pretty good wide receiving core, but you can make he's going to get hit a lot more in Cincinnati than he ever did at LSU. And those growing pains, how does he get through those?
Yeah, remember, the big step forward LSU took offensively was really about simplifying the game. It wasn't this complex, like we're running levels every play and there's 4 reads. Like it was about simplifying it and
Mhm.
allowing Joe and these other playmakers to go, which is something that obviously at the NFL level is something you could do less and less, if
Roger
anything. So
Goodell is on the screen live from his basement with a bag of M&Ms, and it is Joe Burrow, the quarterback out of LSU, obviously the first round draft pick, as we all assumed. Let's talk about the scheme fit now, right? He's going to golly, Zach Taylor's offense
Zach
up there
Taylor, yep.
at Cincinnati, obviously a protege of the pretty boy down there in LA. A back to the defense kind of offense. Do you think they changed that? Do you think he plays a lot more in shotgun to accommodate for his player?
Yeah, I think everybody would accommodate a little bit more towards you got to build around the guys you have. The scheme should be more flexible than the player, at least when you're talking about a rookie, right? So I do
Mhm.
think you see a little bit more comfort there from Joe in the shotgun. But Joe's a tough guy, confident guy. He's from Ohio. He can handle that division and the defenses that division presents. And I think that went a lot into this pick because when you're talking about the Ravens and the Steelers and even the Browns every once in a blue moon, it's cold, it's hard hitting, as hard hitting as we can get in 2020 in this era. So I think when you talk about comparing Burrow to some other guys where there's no injury history versus Herbert, who missed a lot of games in high school, Tua, who missed a lot of games in college, for them, the no-brainerness of this pick only was improved with Joe Burrow's 2019 season. But yeah, you have to tweak the offense a little bit more in his direction. And again, even against these great defenses in the NFC North, in the AFC North, I should say, you still got to score points, man. College is ahead of the NFL in that category. We've seen the great defensive universities adjust. Heck, LSU just won the national title, scoring 1,000 points a game. That's what has to happen at the NFL level. You still have to score points. So this position is as paramount as it's ever been. Playmakers at that position are as paramount as they've ever been, and they got the best one in the draft at that position in Joe Burrow.
The questions for me is his coaching staff at the next level. Are they going to try to clean up some of the stuff that make him him? Some of this stuff that we see where, like you're saying, man, this play right here is absolute dynamite first pick stuff. He is taking a freaking shot, and now he's throwing it up to one of the best wide receivers and the guy who's won the Bolitnikoff this year in Jamar Chase. But taking that shot, willing to stay in there. But to me, again, it's about ball placement, right? If you're drafting Joe Burrow, it's not because he's got the strongest arm in the world. It's because he can put the ball where he wants. I mean, he led the NCAA last year in tight window throws, according to PFF.com. For my Georgia fans, you know who number 2 was. It was Jamie Newman, the new transfer quarterback. Now, the difference between the two is Jamie Newman was being forced to throw those tight window throws, whereas Joe Burrow was selectively throwing those tight window throws. And they go 5 wide a ton at LSU. It was almost their base formation at that point. You're probably not going to see that in Cincinnati next year. So he's got a bit of adjustment, but all these guys do, right, John? So obviously a can't miss pick. They had to take him. I mean, they had no other choice at this point with the way the fan base was. How successful do you think, how reasonable are the expectations for year one, John?
I think you have to contend for that 500 record. I mean, the playoffs in that division. Look, Baltimore is going to be all sorts of favorites. You name it, they're going to be listed right there. Power rankings, any of those things, right at the top, and rightfully so. With reigning MVP Lamar Jackson, Pittsburgh will bounce back. Big Ben seemingly healthy, beard as grizzly as ever.
Oh
They're
my
going to bounce
God.
back in a very strong way. The grislier the better for Big Ben and Pittsburgh. So they're going to be just fine. And they proved even without Ben and Antonio Brown last year that they could still contend. And that was a huge surprise. And I'm sure the morale is as high as it could be over there. They always draft well, by the way. So they'll make some moves here in the next couple of days. So the top of the division is kind of set. So it's really between you and Cleveland for bottom dweller. But there's been years where strong divisions can each of the 4 programs can challenge for that 500 record, and I don't think that it's unreasonable to consider Cincinnati as one of those, or even to pick Cincinnati ahead of Cleveland right now. I'd take Joe Burrow over Baker Mayfield today. I would do it yesterday as well, and I think the weapons around the two are comparable, especially considering the dysfunction in Cleveland at seemingly every level. So there are reasonable expectations to think you will take a strong step forward. I mean, look at what they did with Andy Dalton early in his career. And there's no debating the talent between Dalton and Burrow. So with
Mm-mm.
similar pieces still there, the division's still in somewhat of a similar light. There's no reason to think they can't contend right there in the middle and look to take a step forward each year.
So at what point does it become Joey Exotic Burrow, the
He is
Bengal
a
King?
Bengal tiger now.
Yeah, he is a Bengal Tiger now. So, and he's about to do an interview with ESPN right now. One thing, I mean, is it overblown, John? We're both, let's brag for a little bit. We're both former football players ourselves. Something about when a quarterback comes into that huddle and he's just got that swag, man. He's just got that moxie, and you have no other choice but to be confident in him because he's so confident in himself. How much of that do you think plays a role in, what his success is going to be at the next level?
Any leader, man, belief and morale is so much of a high percentage of the battle, right? When you get to the NFL level, I would imagine, look, man, everybody's elite, the best of the best in the world at what they do, right? So the difference becomes the guys who work the hardest and the guys who sort of have that belief that they could just figure it out. And Burrow has that to a T. It's on 11. That's another category where compared to the other quarterbacks, really not much of a conversation. I
Yeah.
think his I got this, nature is just stronger and more alpha inspiring than the other guys on the list. It is what it is. There's multiple ways to win. Pat Mahomes isn't always that rah guy, but when he is, they listen. So you could use the subtlety to your advantage at that same light. But Burrow's not going to be subtle about it. You've seen stories leading up to this draft about him talking trash before games to defensive players. I mean, the guys who do that successfully are guys we wonder how in the hell they continue to play. Like Phillip Rivers, obviously Tom Brady, guys who can do the Aaron Rodgers. They're still doing it at this crazy high level. So it could backfire on you in a big way if it's too much or if it doesn't kind of work right. But if that's who you are, and I think that's who Joe Burrow is, it's absolutely a huge factor, all things even. And in the NFL, there's a lot of parity. There's a lot of, worst to first for a reason. So those little things can make a big difference.
All right, the Joey Burrow talk is over. Chase Young is on the phone currently, presumably with a general manager or somebody in the upper office there at Washington. Maybe Riverboat Ron Rivera over there on the phone. So we presume Chase Young is going to go number 2 overall this year. And I got to wonder if that NCAA suspension for flying his girlfriend out to the Rose Bowl you shake your head on that one. I do too. Cost him, the NCAA sack record. This guy was on pace to shatter it, misses 3 games, and still breaks the Big Ten and Ohio State record for sacks as well. So how good of a prospect is Chase Young? But before you answer that, I'll go ahead and let the folks know I had the opportunity of meeting Chase at the College Football Awards here in Atlanta. And I know he's 6'6", and I know I've met people who are 6'6" before. This is the biggest human being I've ever stood next to or been around. 268 pounds does not sell it, what it needs to be. The dude is freakishly large. He's got quick bursts. The only question as an evaluator that you could possibly have is possibly the bend, right? But it's pretty damn hard to bend at 6'6", 265 pounds. My player comparison, John, and I think you might like this one, is Julius Peppers. To me, when I watch this guy, that's what it looks like, except it looks like Julius Peppers year 4 in the NFL, not Julius Peppers coming out of North Carolina. So what did you see from Chase Young before we get into the highlights during his time at Ohio State?
Yeah, we talked about effortlessness earlier. And when it comes to rushing the passer, there's nobody who does it more effortlessly than Chase Young. Like you said, does he bend like, Khalil Mack, who's 6'1"? Probably not. But at 6'6", there is enough bend there to challenge speed rushers, pass blockers to really dig into that kick slide and try to get back there because he can absolutely win off of the football. Just some of the best anticipation that really I've ever seen at any level. He was doing that in high school at 220 pounds. And we said, man, imagine if this guy was over 250 and maintained that. Well, guess what he did? And he was a one-man wrecking crew. When you are the beginning, middle, and end of an offensive game plan and you still wreck games at a major level and at a major school like Ohio State, and look, they had some other good pass rushers, but the focal point, beginning, middle, and end, was always Chase Young, and even still, chips, double teams, cutting underneath, power moves, playing on balance. His body control is like an elite tight end. You shouldn't be able to dip and rip and then redirect without losing some kind of stability, and he
Yeah.
can do so. I was thinking more Myles Garrett, honestly, in
Ooh.
terms of a comparison. Look, you'll take either guy, right? You'll take either
Garrett
guy
Garrett just
if you're
seemed
Ron Rivera.
twitchier to me, John, coming out of college. He just seemed a little bit twitchier to me and a slightly bit more athletic. But the thing I think Chase does better is what we just saw right there. The guy gets rid of blockers almost immediately. Watch the hand fight. Boom. The hand fight from this guy is fourth, fifth year in the NFL type stuff. A lot of that has to do with that defensive line coach they got out there at Ohio State. Both Bosa brothers, and now Chase going in the top 5. I think all guys went in the top 5 picks. So it goes to show you. I don't know Ryan Day's I know Ryan Day's an offensive guy, but I'm sure he's telling guys and I don't think he's got a shot at Corey Foreman in the 2021 class, but I think he's telling guys,
don't rule him out.
Yeah, I know. Don't rule him out. Don't rule out don't rule out Ohio State when it comes to recruiting players. But just the track record is insane. They just compared him to Jadeveon Clowney on the NFL broadcast. I think that's a little too easy. I think they're just, maybe going big, fast, strong.
Nah, he's got better tech than Clowney by far.
I think so too. But he's also, again, to me, and I don't mean to say this like I'm downgrading the kid, because he was the best player in this year's draft. To me, I don't, and maybe it's because he's so massive, I don't see that kind of twitch. When I saw Clowney, you saw that first 3 yards is nuts. To me, the finishing ability for Chase Young is what makes him so damn good. The ability to rip underneath and the ability to swipe hands down and the ability to club and rip, for me, is much more, it's almost more important too at the NFL level, John. NFL tackles can get in their pass set now. They're going to get their hands on you. It's about what you do after that
against
point.
The run too.
Yes.
Against it makes you a better run defender when you can play at the point and disengage, just simply, right? Don't overthink the room sometimes. This, like you said, he can get off blocks with relative ease against. And again, this is Big Ten, man. They've got O-line for days out there, tackles for days. We're going to see a Big Ten tackle go probably in the top 10 in Tristan Wirfs. So, that it's not like he was doing it against scrubs. That ability to disengage when you're the focal point of the offensive game plan, and just how he doesn't lose momentum while making his moves. You could almost see elite guys, and Clowney a couple times early in his career, he was almost calculated, right? He was going to dip, slap, and then club underneath. With Chase, it's like all in one motion, and he's still pushing forward all at the same time with a low center of gravity, without losing momentum, playing efficiently. I mean, it's just advanced stuff, and so the technique is there. The athleticism might not be there. I don't mean to cut level, you off.
Here we go. The Lions pick is in, and this is what we talked about earlier. This is where the draft starts, and it's Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudah. They didn't trade out. They took the cornerback out of Ohio State. So we see back-to-back Ohio State football players. John, you're the DB. Tell me a little bit about Jeff Okudah while I load up his highlight tapes.
He just has everything. I mean, even back to his high school days, a big, strong, physical presence coming out of Texas. The first time I ever saw him, I was like, that guy's not a corner. Come on, man. Like, that guy's not going to be able to sit in the back pedal and transition, come out of his breaks with power, velocity, and quickness. That twitch we were talking about that might be missing in Chase Young, not missing in Jeff Okudah. Just a big physical specimen who could play at on the island by himself, run, pass, man, zone, challenge you at the line of scrimmage. You mentioned the ball skills earlier, as good as it gets. When you pair it with the length he has and that aggression and physical nature, it just, the PBUs, the interceptions, the turnovers, they sort of mount up. So you remember Peanut Tillman from the Chicago Bears, 10 years ago, turnover specialist. Imagine if Peanut Tillman had twitch and great athleticism, because Peanut will tell you he was not the greatest athlete playing corner in the NFL. Jeff Okudah can be that with elite athleticism on top of it. The clear top corner in the draft for me, again, man zone, on or off, at the line of scrimmage with the ball in the air, getting to the high point, the apex, transitioning, smooth, fluid, consistent, and noticeable, which is hard to do at corner, again, especially when teams are trying to shy away from you.
I mean, here we see him, first clip on his highlight, we see him playing in the slot, guarding the number 3 wide receiver, the closing space, the ability to tackle once he's out there. How much of this do you think, I mean, obviously they have Darius Slay out there on one end, how much of the slot corner playing do you see him doing out there in Detroit? And before you answer that, the audience should know that Matt Patricia, obviously a New England guy. Now, one thing you should know about New England systems and what Belichick's been doing for years is playing defensive backs everywhere. Just because you're a corner in college does not mean when you show up, you're not going to be playing dime. You're not going to be playing nickel. You're not going to be playing, your traditional corner like you were. You're going to be playing all over the field. So how much of that do you think he does at the next level? Or is he, lock him down, traditional, leave him on the edge?
I think he can do both, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Playing in that slot, playing nickel when the receiver has a two-way go, especially in this day and age where everything's a penalty. Illegal contact is called whenever it's third down and there's an incompletion. It feels like when you're dealing with an NFL receiver who has a two-way go, it is a nightmare. So anybody who could potentially combat that with length and physicality, you throw there and you don't look back. So with how offenses move guys around, moving wide receiver one inside is extremely common. It's a trait that's not going to go away anytime soon. Now you could just move Okudah down there with him. And you mentioned the Patriot scheme, what they did so well. Remember when they had Revis and they had these great corners to lead? What they would do was double the number one guy and let him take away number two. Now with Okudah, you can take away number two, even if number two is in the slot. And that, when you talk about the receivers getting either bigger, and longer 50-50 ball on the outside, on the inside, they're becoming more dynamic. Your T.Y. Hiltons, Antonio Browns of the world, Hollywood Browns of the world. Those inside guys are nightmares with the quickness. So if you can affect that as well as you can affect those outside guys on those timing routes and 50-50 balls, you got a chance to be a special player. And that's what I think everybody at this point sees in Okudah.
Now, we know Detroit probably wanted to trade out of this spot. But is there any reason why they didn't? Obviously, I mean, Okudah is a great player. But it's probably based off the fact that everyone, like we talked about at the beginning of the show, everyone and their mama knew they wanted to get out of number 3 to trade back and let one of those quarterback hungry teams get up. Does this say more about the quarterback market that's left, or does it say more about how much they liked Jeff Okudah?
I think best available was Jeff Okudah. They made the right choice, but I think it tells you that the Dolphins, this smoke about Herbert might be real, and teams are not willing to vault over them if they don't think the Dolphins are going to pick Tua. It really becomes sort of a simple scenario at that point. So if the Chargers are not worried about jumping up to 3 or don't sell enough to jump up to 3, and the Chargers have assets both in the draft and certainly on their roster, that tells you a lot about the quarterback position. Like you said, Detroit could have probably moved to 5 or 6 and still snagged Okudah, but people were not willing to jump up for that. The only reason that would make sense is quarterback, because we think the Giants are going to go offensive tackle right here, and they have their pick of all these great OT options. And then Miami and San Diego / Los Angeles will go from there with the quarterback position, we think. So that just tells me that the quarterback desperation era of the draft has not yet arrived. It could start at 4 or 5 here in the next couple of picks, but definitely not as crazy as we could have thought with Miami jumping up to solidify Tua if that is what they wanted, and it appears that's not the case.
Yeah, so one thing I know about Anthony Lynn, if they are going to take a quarterback out there with the Chargers, he's on the record preferring a mobile quarterback. He likes guys that can move, guys like he's got on his roster right now with Tyrod Taylor. So if he's got an option at 6 between the two quarterbacks left, Herbert and Tua, he would prefer Tua. And like you're saying, if he's not out here pulling the trigger to get up to 3 or 4, it's probably because of the fact that this smoke about the Miami Dolphins taking Justin Herbert is probably true. So, sorry to, and random shout out here, sorry to my boy Zach Noble, because I told him to lay the wood on Tua to be the second overall drafted quarterback. Because, not only do I see him as that, I just thought that was the way it was going to break out. I thought all these stories and all these smoke screens were just that, to distract people from moving up into 3 into taking Tua. And you know what? It still may have worked. Maybe it worked. Maybe they wanted Tua the entire time. They laid all this smoke so no one would trade up to 3 or 4, and I'm still right, and my boy still hits his pay stub. But I just don't think at this point that it's going to happen. So, obviously here at 4 with the New York Giants, got a minute and a half left on the clock. You seem to think they're going tackle, John. If they do, who's the tackle they take? Now, you got to know they just paid, you know this, they just gave and made Nate Solder the highest paid tackle in professional football. So what do you think about, where they go here at 4?
Well, we talked about it with Mekhi Becton, and Nate Solder's in that group where he's just so big that true blindside left tackle, leave him there, don't worry about it, isn't always the case. And we saw some up and downness in New England because of that. So I think you go with a true left tackle. You stay finesse. You're building around Daniel Jones. So that's got to be, to me, it's got to be Thomas here, maybe Wharfs. I'd be surprised if it was Wills or Becton, but I do think it's O-tackle, and I do think it's either Thomas or Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. I think those are the safest high floor guys, and all the Dave Gettleman jokes aside, that's what he needs right now as he builds that offense.
For sure. So I'm gonna let you go on there right now. I'm gonna give a spoiler alert to all the people. I'm prepping the Andrew Thomas here to 4 because there was a story, and again, it could have been smoke. There was stories by Ian Rappaport reporting that if they go tackle at 4, being the New York Giants, Dave Gettleman preferred Andrew Thomas. That was the rumor. That was the smoke screen. Now, again, you can't really believe anything that you hear at this time of the year, but it's something to pay attention to. And I think one thing that is known about, yes, the pick is in. I think one thing that is known about Dave Gettleman, John, he doesn't care what other people thinks. I mean, he doesn't.
For damn sure.
We saw that last year. I mean, he had multiple opportunities to trade out of that 6th overall pick and still take Daniel Jones later in the first round. And he stuck right there because he just thought, this was my guy. I know it. I'm not going to miss. And he took him there. So one thing I got to wonder is, what is that tech room right now looking like for Dave Gettleman? I put a tweet out the other day.
Motorola flip phone.
Yeah, for real. Like all these coaches out here everywhere have here it is. They're showing it right now. He's got one big screen and one laptop. You gotta love it, man.
Yeah, and I think with Gettleman and the Giants, obviously they revamped, their coaching staff. A lot of Alabama and Iowa connects in that group. So all things even, you could maybe this is a Will surprise, but I think Wharfs, all things even, would probably get the benefit of the doubt because of some of those connections that Joe Judge has on his staff.
Pick is
but
in.
Again, if it was me, this is Thomas for me. But you can't get mad at Wharfs either if you're in the New York area.
One thing I also know about the New York fan base, they're gonna get mad. It don't matter what it is, they're gonna get mad. So let's see. Roger Goodell announcing right now the New York Giants select.
Get ready to hit publish, my guy.
Come on. Andrew Thomas. Knew it.
That's just so reasonable for New York. And
it really is.
Last year,
it really is.
Be like just easing on down. It's been a rough go for that area. It should just be a relief if you're a New York Giants fan. This is a safe pick. It emphasizes what you gambled on and built upon, not only in Daniel Jones last year, but revamping the coaching staff under Joe Judge and company. They've got a great offensive line group assembling here all of a sudden. You now have your bookend tackles, which has really been, the end of the Eli Manning era was really terrible. O-line play was such a big factor in that, and they gambled on first-round picks that just didn't pan out. So now reversing course and jumping in on maybe the safest O-line prospect in this NFL draft just makes so much sense for the Giants. And remember, same division as the Redskins. Who did they just take, Mr. Austin?
Ooh, Chase Young. That's gonna be fun, man.
All things even, you say, damn, they just took Chase Young. Like if we were thinking any other position, let's double back, at offensive line. And Thomas he's just such a safe bet. He can get to the second level. He can reach block. We know about his punch and pass setting ability. Yeah, he can get a little loose at times, but all things even, just a safe pick and a guy who's going to play well into his 30s. I'd be shocked if he didn't. And frankly, I think he'll be able to do so with the Giants. I think he's one of those type of guys that you just hold on to for a very long time. And again, the track record this past year against other guys who are going to hear their names called today and into the weekend is just so strong, so consistent. And it's over a 3-year span. It's not like he had this great 1-year run where everything clicked. Like this is over a very long period of time. So I think sometimes we overthink the room. We want to go with the hot new guy, which is Becton, or maybe Wills to some degree. But the safest pick isn't always the worst one. So if I'm a Giants fan, I'm pretty happy now. And the NFC East just got a whole lot better in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, and one thing people question is whether or not, or they shouldn't question, they might wonder. They say, hey, what the heck? You had two right tackles available right here at number 4, two guys that at least played right tackle over the last couple of years in Wharfs and in Wills. Why not take the guys that have played it, at number 4 when you need a right tackle, because Nate Solder's still going to play out there. I mean, he's going to play out that contract. Trust me. Breaking news: Nate Solder's picking up those options. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So, the question about whether or not he's going to transition, I mean, he transitions as seamlessly as humanly possible from right to left in between his freshman and sophomore years. I mentioned my boy Zach Noble the other day. I told him that minus 800 as Andrew Thomas to be the number 1 overall tackle was dynamite value. And guess what? That sucker just hit, so he better be sending me a Venmo immediately, my man. Immediately. I need that cash now. So, yeah, man, I think it's great for Thomas. I think, it goes back to what we talked about at the very beginning of the show. The guys that have vaulted up draft boards this year have been dudes that are dynamite on tape. The guys that didn't look like they were ever going to be a miss on tape. So, now we see Miami here at 5 as we stop talking about my boy.
Here we go.
What do you think the Dolphins do? Do you think they take Tua? Do you think they take Herbert? Woo! Boy, I love watching them numbers jump, Johnny. I know you do too, baby.
This is that time. This is that pressure point. No trade so far. Shout out to Alabaster, Alabama on the NFL draft. That's probably never happened. Just outside of Birmingham, for those who don't know. This is the pressure point. And gosh, Tua's going to have some kind of documentary coming out, right?
Yeah.
So what an amazing moment this is going to be, one way or the other, in this documentary. The family's made it very clear they want to be in Miami. They picked up all their things and moved to freaking Alabama, for goodness sakes. They want to take a little bit of that back coming from Hawaii, so they could split their time between Tuscaloosa and South Florida. So they've been public about it from day one. Tua has basically been public about it without saying as much. But again, the more you look into it, the more you can make an argument for the opposite. Not only with the lack of trades up to number 3, but you start thinking of, again, the guys making these decisions. Where did they come from? What do those people value? They value ball control. They value efficiency. They value taking what the defense gives you. Not a lot of Tua traits in those phrases that I just rolled out.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, Tua's a gunslinger, man. He's going to turn the ball over. He just is. He trusts his arm. He trusts his guys. It's an endearing quality about him that absolutely resonates in the locker room, in the huddle, and it projects on the field. But is that enough to overcome sort of, the set in your ways argument that has won these guys literal Super Bowl rings? Is that enough to vault, him over Justin Herbert, which feels like the Andrew Thomas of quarterbacks going forward, the safer, conventional bet. And if this is the New England, South group that a lot of people claim the Dolphins are and want to be and aspire to be, then the pick is Justin Herbert. But if it's a group that takes what they learned but also wants to push it forward and put their own twist on it, then it should be Tua Tagovailoa. And if I'm the GM, I'm going Tua. I'm going ceiling on this pick. I think quarterback's one of those that, when you talk about floor, it's great, but when you talk about the NFL, it's about Super Bowl wins. And the safe picks don't win many Super Bowls in this era. The Trent Dilfers of the world will not win a Super Bowl in this era of NFL football. I'm not saying Justin Herbert is, of course, Trent Dilfer type, but you understand where I'm going with it compared to Tua, who is much more of a high-risk, high-reward guy. So, again, how much does the injury stuff play into this? He had zero opportunity to correct any perception in person throughout the pre-draft process. That's just, again, he's the one guy that needed it most, didn't get it, So we even saw reports that the Dolphins were trying to get Tua to Miami, just couldn't get it done between, COVID-19 and everything else that was going on. So this is really the biggest pressure point in the draft. It's going to set the table for the Dolphins, for the Chargers, and really everybody thereafter. So even the Patriots, I think this is
Tua
fascinating because if
Tagovailoa.
Tua slides, if he
Tua
slides, like
Tagovailoa is the
okay,
pick.
there you go. Smoke
Oh,
screens win the day.
man,
How
I
about
am
that?
making my boys some money, baby. I'm gonna tell you
Cash
what,
out,
cash out, bro. Get out of here. Good
cash out.
Lord. So what
Good for
I'm gonna
Tua.
pull up for you, if I can find the tweet, is the clips of Andrew Thomas playing against Clavon Chason. If I can find it on my Twitter feed somewhere, I'm going to show the audience this because I think it's important to take a look at. You know, I, I bang the table as hard as a human being can bang a table for a prospect on Andrew Thomas. And you know what? I'm gonna walk around like the cock of the walk on this one for quite a while because there was so many Twitter draft scouts telling me that Mekhi Becton or Jedrick Wills was going to be the best tackle available, and they might still be. But what I'm telling you is this is a bona fide can't miss prospect. I don't think there's any way we look back in 12 years and say, you know, in 12 years, we're going to look back and say, oh, look, Andrew Thomas made 7 Pro Bowls and he started and he's still starting. You know, that guy's pretty damn good. Here's the clip. I found it finally. Let's pull it over here on my share screen and make this sucker big so I can gloat right quick.
Have your time. We got plenty of time to talk to her. So I'm
Heck yeah, we
waiting on
do.
that.
If this will ever show up. Yep, here we go. All right, folks. This is Clavon Chason. And I'm going to tell you what, he spent half his day on the turf, John. It just didn't look good for him, okay? It was not a good day. And I'm going to tell you what, he was probably sore the following Saturday. Now, it was a great day for LSU. They smoked the Georgia Bulldogs in this football game. But this dude locked it down. What are you seeing right now as an evaluator? To me, I see lightning in the feet, Johnny. Look how quick the quick set is. It's pop up, pop up, pop up, pop up everywhere he goes.
The quick set is so great, but man, when Clavon tries to just say, you know what, I'm pinning my ears back, I'm going to beat you around the edge. Thomas's second step, so not the step that opens the gate a little bit, but that recovery step thereafter. In that angle, it's his right foot. When he opens the gate and then closes it again, redirects enough to sort of adjust his angle with
This
the
rep
kick
right
slide
here, this one
is insane to do against Clavon Chason. Not a
This
lot
one
of
coming
people
right
are
here. This Chason tries to give him a shimmy inside. Watch this big 315-pounder. Woo. Watch him move with him. It's incredible to watch a guy this twitchy just get manhandled by a guy 315 pounds. So, you know, back to Tua a little bit. I got to say, John, I don't question the prospect, but I do question the playing style and the ability to stay healthy. I mean, you have to, right? You have what, a 32 game sample size at this point with Tua out of Alabama. And in those 32 games, along with the practices that he had during those, we're talking a broken wrist, 2 microfracture surgeries in both ankles, a fractured hip, and, you know, all kinds of other stuff that we got to worry about. So, and, you know, Nick Saban said it had a lot to do with his playing style, said he holds on to the ball too long. Well, I'm also here to tell you that that's also part of what makes him Tua Tagovailoa. It's the ability to be a full field reader. It's the ability to go from 1's closed, 2's closed, 3's closed, check down. It's the ability to stand in there and take a shot. So, but he's not 6'5". He's not 230 pounds. He's 6 foot even, maybe. Now,
maybe.
Maybe. I mean, 6 foot, 210 pounds, and now it's lightning quick. The dude's got twitch. We talk about twitch all the time. The dude is really, really explosive. He puts power to the turf really quickly. But I think if you're someone that sat through this process and said, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd invest my next 10 years on that guy because I don't know if he's going to be around. I don't fault you for that. But what I'll also tell you is, and this is what I told some people, if you pass on Tua Tagovailoa, and he is the next Steve Young, or he is the left-handed iteration of Pat Mahomes on the next level, your ass is fired. Pardon my language, but you're gone. You know what I mean, John?
And there's so many strengths that are just elite, and you start to say some of the greatest you've seen. His anticipation, his ability to know where his man needs to be when the ball releases is just different. Like you said, some of that improvisation gets him hurt, but man, it's what makes him great. And we're not even getting into his athleticism as a runner, right? So he can escape the throw and get to that third and fourth read, which is very hard to do. But he can run. He can take off and run and do a little damage there, which is so necessary in the NFL. Again, if the Dolphins are going to change this entire perception, and look, marketability, there's not even a question in taking Tua, his family, Alabama, all those things, no question there in terms of the decision making. But if they're going to take the next step as an organization, they have to put the right pieces around Tua. They've got some nice young wide receivers. They've got a couple running backs who can catch the ball out of the backfield. Now you build upon it. So we saw the Giants do it last year with Daniel Jones, and now they're hitting the O-line and free agency in the draft. Now we expect the Dolphins, now that they have their quarterback, build around Tua and his health. Aid him. Get him Jedrick Wills. Get him Wirfs. Get him Becton. Get him a receiver. Maybe one he's familiar with and has already thrown to 1,000 times. Get him help on the offensive side of the ball to minimize that big window that everybody's going to be waiting for to say, I told you so, the first time Tua is shaken up after one play. Maximize what he can do, even though you know there's a lot of risk going into it. Build around him. Don't put him in a situation where he's a one-man show down in Miami, because that division still has New England in it. I don't care who they lost. Those guys, the organizational footprint remains, and we know something's going to happen at the quarterback position with the Patriots here soon. So there's still a lot to be contested for in that AFC East. But with Tom Brady out of there, the door is still somewhat open. But Tua is absolutely electric. Some of the best anticipation I've ever seen, and absolute elite arm talent right behind it. A lethal combination.
All right, so let's get to the question here. Not really a question, but more of a demand from my boy Michael McKinney. Compare him to Steve Young. Now, if you can't tell, I'm a little too young to know what Steve Young looked like. So, John, did you have a chance to watch Steve Young? And if you could, please compare the styles. I know athletically they're almost identical, correct?
Yeah, similar size, both lefties. So that's a lot of the comparison comes from there. Both really athletic. I think Steve was much more comfortable taking what the defense gave him. And that's what we talked about earlier with Tua. I think when it comes to decision making, all of his positive traits lead more towards that gunslinger mentality compared to Steve Young. Steve Young will take the dump off. Steve Young will take the tight end Y option route, as to where Tua, we just don't see that as much. Maybe mentally he's starting to move in that direction because of all the injury history, but I think he's just needs to dial it back a little bit at the NFL level. Get 4 yards on first down.
Justin Herbert at 6 to the Chargers. So Anthony Lynn gets his quote-unquote quarterback of the future. Now, I've got to ask, John, how much of this do you think was about a brand and an image thing for the Chargers? Do you think it was guaranteed, we're taking a quarterback, we've got to sell something to our 2,000 fans we have here in the Los Angeles area?
Don't sell them short. It's probably 2,500. When you have really an institution, and he's not my favorite quarterback ever, but when you look at production and you look at winning, Phillip Rivers did the job for the most part. Great late in the game. You wanted the ball in his hands. When you are okay with that walking away, you have to address it in multiple ways. And obviously Tyrod Taylor was the first way, but this is really the second way. This is really the one that makes so much more sense long-term for San Diego. If you need a guy to go in and throw for 350 yards today, Justin Herbert's probably not your guy. But if you want to cultivate him into something else and build up to something, I think that Herbert, Tyrod Taylor scenario is a lot less dramatic than Tyrod Taylor and Tua Tagovailoa, where people are like, okay, he's ready today. Like, let him go in there. So I think culturally it makes sense. And I certainly think marketability-wise, it does make sense. Because now you can say we have a tangible plan for tomorrow with Justin Herbert. And he's a good player. Big, strong, athletic, efficient, smart, not a gunslinger, safe, a lot of traits that can win you football games. So there's a lot of yin and yang with Herbert and Tua. So it's sort of fitting that they go back to back.
A lot of yin and yang minus 6 inches, right? I mean, when I look at Herbert, I see a lot of wow throws, and then a lot of what I call, oh, no, yes type of throws, where coach is sitting on the sideline just going, oh, no. And then it's like, oh, 65-yard touchdown. What the hell just happened? Well, those windows get a lot tighter in the NFL than they were there in the Pac-12. And the other thing you really got to wonder, John, when we saw him against actual defenses, actual elite defenses, not Pac, and I don't mean to just dump on the Pac-12, but I think it's an undeniable fact that the SEC has better defenses than the Pac-12. And when he saw an NFL defensive line like he did at Auburn, now Oregon's got one of the best, or had one of the best offensive lines in the country last year playing in front of him. So he was really, really well protected. Probably not going to be the case there at LA next year. But when you saw him play against the Auburns of the world, it just didn't look like top 10 pick, man. And I think a lot of that is going to be the question moving forward. But hey, the dude's going to look tight in them brand new unis. Am I right?
I think you and I could as well. Look,
Justin
Herbert, like you said, I mean, it's exactly what we're talking about floor and ceiling, right? That's the projection business. And with his floor, it's so good. But the ceiling is about those SEC games, those NFL opponents. That's when you talk about him not hitting the mark to a certain degree. And like you said, against Auburn, you saw it. I think sometimes against Washington over the years, you saw it with Justin
Some
Herbert.
good corners out there watching. I will say that.
Absolutely. So, not as consistent as Tua, and again, not as sort of I got this as Tua has been over the years, and like you said, against much better defenses along the way. But again, prototypical size, great athleticism. Like all of these quarterbacks that are going can absolutely move. That's at least until we get to Jake Fromm, your guy. All these guys can move pretty well. Herbert's got a good arm, probably pure arm talent. He's right there with Burrow, if not one step ahead.
Shit, there it was right there. That's what he's drafted off of right here.
Right.
This is why this live stream right here. Yeah, this right here though is why this live stream is just far superior than others. I mean, you're not going to see this on Twitter anywhere else other than right here with
inside the numbers on the left, beyond the hash to the right, into the end zone against an SEC defense. That's insanity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one thing that shocked me when I watched him was, he can take off and move. Now, it's a lot like that straight line speed we saw from Trevor Lawrence last year. But, hey, man, this is a 4.7 runner. This is a guy that can, get after it. And he's damn near 6'7". So, and here he is in the Rose Bowl getting it done with his legs. A lot of what he did in the Rose Bowl was with his legs. So, I think this might translate. It's probably not going to translate great. You're not going to have any design runs. But who's to say this isn't the next Josh Allen? John?
Yeah, I mean, there's a case for it. Again, I think there's a little more dog in a Josh Allen compared to Justin Herbert, but his college numbers wouldn't have shown you that, right? That was something you had to hit the tape for. So, like you said, with Herbert, you get the flashes, man. You get the holy crap, but then you get so much space in between those. The valleys are so much more widespread than
that's a holy crap, peaks. Bro, right there.
Yeah,
watch
but
this one.
How often are we seeing that? Once every month,
Yeah, that's true.
But he's got the arm. I love the arm angle. He doesn't minimize his height, if that makes sense. His arm angle is incredibly high. The motion is fairly fluid. The release is quick. He's got power and touch, but the consistency there down the field, up and down at Oregon. And like you said, in the biggest game, the biggest moments, all the stuff that we just lauded for Joe Burrow, we didn't see as much from Justin Herbert. And again, in a much weaker conference comparatively.
Yeah, and another thing we've seen from the first two quarterbacks and my guy Jake Fromm, or at least Georgia's guy Jake Fromm, is the fact that when their teammates talk about him, the first thing that comes to mind is leader or, vocal presence or that's my guy type of conversation. We don't hear that much about Justin Herbert. And I'm not one to question somebody's leadership or, personal integrity, but, struggle with some injuries in high school and in college, has had some pretty bad concussions. I know that's a flash term in a bad term to be throwing out here and saying, but, 2 or 3 of them in college, one really, really bad one in high school that his quarterback coach said was the worst concussion he's ever seen. So is it going to be a problem at the next level? You don't bank on that. You don't draft on that, but it is something you consider and think about moving towards the next level. But questions about the leadership. What do you think about that, John? Before the Panthers pick is in right now, but they're kind of, slow playing it. So what do you got on Herbert a little bit more before we close the show on him?
Yeah, I think like you said, I think leadership is there's no one formula for it. You can be the quiet guy and then sort of emerge, when the time is right. And maybe that's something that Herbert is ascending towards. So I don't think you have to be a certain way when it comes to how you lead. But I do think that Herbert has room to grow with sort of his almost like a marketability. I can't recall in my brain exactly what Justin Herbert sounds like, which is pretty rare for a guy going top 10 in the NFL at quarterback. So those things I think he can work on and sort of expand with not only widespread to people like you and me, but internally in his leadership skills. How do you take the next step? That self-awareness is a really important trait for any quarterback. Tom Brady didn't used to play it as safe as he does now, right?
Yeah.
He used to be out there, wanting to get hit, wanting to throw that 50-50 ball, and maybe he'll do that in Tampa. Who knows? He's been wild on Twitter, but
Derek
you can
Brown
ascend to
to the
something.
Panthers. Derek Brown to the Panthers. And you know what? And
Call the shot, man.
we'll get to your question here in a second, Jonathan Taylor. The real Jonathan Taylor
The real one.
asking us
Just waiting
about
on day 2.
asking us about Hurts versus Fromm. I think Fromm will go ahead of him. Just to be quick with you, it's because of what the NFL believes in terms of Fromm in between the ears. A lot of quarterback coaches love him. Not to say that Hurts isn't going to be that, but I think you've got to alter your offense just a bit for Jalen Hurts whenever he does end up getting there. So back to Derek Brown, man. If Andrew Thomas wasn't my favorite player in this NFL draft, Derek Brown was a pretty damn close second. This dude, when you watch him on tape, and we're going to just in a second, man, he flat out physically dominates dudes that should not be physically dominated. I watched him throw Cade Mays from backside A gap into play side A gap and then run down Brian Harrion behind the line of scrimmage. This dude is the definition of freaky. John, tell me a little bit something about Derek Brown.
That's what I was going to say. You shouldn't be that athletic at that size. Scientifically, tangibly, you should not be able to play like you're 270 pounds when you're more like 325. And I'll tell you what, this kid just checks every single box. And he's done so at every single stage. By the way, on a flight from the opening finals in 2015, when we had Rashawn Gary ranked number 1 in America, he told me, I will get drafted higher than Rashawn. And he is officially right. Rashawn Gary was 12th overall. Here's Derek Brown at 7. So I will give him his public apology and kudos for that. Both obviously great players, but you see it on tape. He is so nimble at his size, but it doesn't mean he's sacrificing power to get to that point. Absolute. You hear of a 2-gapper, right? That's a really high compliment, big praise. This is a 3-gapper. This is a guy that can control one entire side of the line of scrimmage, and he's not lacking in pass rushing ability from that defensive interior, a trait that's becoming more and more important as you have these long, light, lean guys flying in off the edge. You need people who can collapse the pocket to counter that and make it that much worse for the quarterback. Derek Brown can do all of those things. 3-down guy, even at his size, which is just maybe the biggest compliment I can give him.
Yeah, you talked about that 2-gap ability. The only football team this year to hold LSU below 34 points, the Auburn Tigers. And here's why. They lost that football game 24-20. A little bit of it had to do with turnovers forced. They finally got to Joe Burrow. But a lot of it had to do with the fact that Auburn said, all right, what are we good at? And what do we need to do? We need to play 8 in pass coverage, and we got 3 donkeys that can play defensive line. One of those which being Derek Brown. They left Derek Brown at the nose tackle position by himself, and they didn't ask him to 2-gap, John. They asked him to 3-gap. They asked him to take the center, take both 8 gaps, and then go make a play. And there were literally plays where he's taking Lloyd Cushenberry, and he's just throwing Lloyd Cushenberry, a guy who's going to get drafted day 2 this year as a guard, into Joe Burrow for a sack. So I think the ceiling's only going higher for Derek Brown. There's some idiots in the draft world that are questioning this dude's ability to rush the passer. Well, I'm telling you right now, he's going to be able to, at least at the bare minimum, push the pocket, which is good enough from the interior defense line position, especially when you take into account what this dude does in the run game. He can single-handedly shut down one side of your run game. You talk about teams having to scheme away from a football player, that's what they're going to have to do for years to come with Derek Brown. The Arizona Cardinals draft pick is in right now. So we will see what this is. I think we see our wide receiver come off the board right now. And I think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb, he's my wide receiver one. I think he's just got more elite traits than all the others. When you talk about speed, route running,
Isaiah Simmons.
yak. Wow. Okay.
You know what?
Hey, best available,
I'm here.
man.
I am here for this right here, and here's why. You know what? They need some help on that defensive side, and I think he's best player available. I don't think there is, if I were to rank him, what is in the order we just talked about, I don't think Andrew Thomas is, going to be a better player than Isaiah Simmons and Derek Brown, but it was a better fit there at 4. They didn't exactly need either of those two players, but Isaiah Simmons, man, what is this guy is the question, right? I mean, everybody
he's not of this earth.
No, he's not. I mean, 6'3", 220 pounds. They're showing on ESPN right now him running a 40, neck and neck with Travis Etienne, one of the fastest football players in the world right now. What do you do with Isaiah Simmons if you're the Arizona Cardinals, John?
That depends on the down, the distance, the personnel you're facing. You look, man, this guy can do everything. And I think there's just not 5 human beings that play football that can do what Isaiah Simmons can do. He can man up a wide receiver potentially at the NFL level, and he can man up a tight end or support the run as a true inside linebacker, playing in the muck with fullbacks and guards and centers. I mean, he can just do so many things. He could flat out rush the passer. He can set the edge for you. He could literally go out and man the slot. We talked about that with Okudah, how hard that is. Imagine doing that at 225 pounds. He can do that on occasion. And he was in a great system at Clemson that maximized that. And he's really the sort of Cinderella story of this draft. The guy from Kansas, middle of nowhere, was not highly thought of, highly recruited compared to some of these other guys in the top 10. And he really maximized that versatility on defense. It's a space game. You have to be able to do more than one thing. And Isaiah Simmons can do about 12.
Yeah, I think you hit on it right there. For me, if I'm an NFL scout and NFL GM, watching what the tight end position has done to the NFL over the years, I think you hit on it right there. Everybody wants to know, how am I going to stop a guy that's 6'5" and moves like Evan Ingram? Well, it's doing this kind of stuff right here, and we're going to take a look at it. Here's the All-22 tape from Isaiah Simmons, courtesy of my boy Brad Kelly. You're not going to have a cursor on him where he is, but trust me, you're going to find him pretty damn quickly. You don't. He's an avatar. Look at him right here. Where's he at? Find him. He's off the edge, coming out here rushing off the edge. What's he do? Shrink space, and then boom, close on. Who is that? That's not Lamar Jackson, but he sure as shit looked like him right quick. Here he is right here coming off the edge again. What Clemson did a lot with him, John, is they used him as a spy. They just said, hang out, whatever breaks, go get it. And, he did it really well. Here he is playing down on the line of scrimmage. Flea flicker, doesn't matter. I'm going to get the sack. On to the next clip.
That redirection against the Louisville quarterback, it's stupid coming off the edge like that. You're not – it's not in the book. It's not in your responsibility. If you're pinching and the quarterback is an athlete and breaks contain, nobody's going to blow you up in film about that, on Monday. But if you redirect and make the sack, like, the coaching staff is going to throw their principles out the door. And that's what Isaiah Simmons brings to your defense. He allows you to be in better position to make plays every single time he's on the field, no matter where he lines up. I mean, he's in the slot against, I believe, Chase Claypool, who's another guy who's going to get drafted here pretty early. And Chase gives him a nice 1-2 sputter, outside stem, break inside to flip his leverage. And any linebacker on planet Earth is going to open his hips, be slow, and trail. Isaiah Simmons' speed turns like a corner.
This is what you're talking about. This is what you're talking about with coaches. You can't coach this guy. You just kind of, you can, but you kind of just got to let him play. Right here, we'll start from the top of this play, but this dude does everything you're not taught to do as an outside linebacker and inside linebacker. Look, guards coming up onto a second level block. What are you taught as a linebacker? You taught to shuck them, hand shock them, and then get rid of them, right? What does Isaiah Simmons do? He says, nah, I'm going to get skinny. I'm going to fill that hole, and now I'm in all this mess, and I've allowed the running back to bounce outwards. An absolute no-no for linebackers. But guess what? This dude is a freak. So what's he do? He runs the dude down for a -2 with a little bit of help from his guy. But here he is playing off ball again. And I love how he can slow play, John. He don't have to over pursue. He never over pursues because he knows, good Lord, look at him coming off the edge, chasing down Jamie Newman. He's out of the screen right now. And then boom, you find him real damn quick. That's what we were talking about earlier. You don't need a cursor to find this dude on the football field. Here he is playing in the slot. Good God. That's an athlete from South Carolina playing quarterback, too.
I mean, it's unreal. It's unreal all the things you can do with him. I think Brent Venables and Clemson did a great job, but I think there's still more he can do. I just think he was so good at or near the line of scrimmage.
Look at him bend. Look at him bend the edge. Look at that. He's dipping and ripping like a veteran defensive end. I mean, I can see here.
Is Chandler Jones still on the Cardinals?
Yes, he is. But I mean, he's waning, right? He's going towards the, I wouldn't say the back end of his career, but he hasn't,
he's
still
still got
good.
Double-digit sack potential.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So think of pairing that with Simmons on the same side now. And now all of a sudden you don't know if both are coming, one is dropping because they can both, play a little bit in space. So, it's just the possibilities even pre-snap are just expanded when you have an Isaiah Simmons on your feet on the roster, and he's a guy, you talk about instant impact. My gosh, this guy's gonna, of all the rookies drafted so far, write my pick in for most snaps in 2020 for Isaiah Simmons. He'll play special teams. He can run. Like, we haven't even talked about his just pure speed and his ability to run. We talked about his short area ability, his bend, things like that, his savvy, even his patience. The guy can run on top of all these other things. I mean, it's just something we just really haven't seen before.
If I'm Arizona, I'm playing Tampa 2 90% of snaps. I'm sticking him in
Will backer.
Yeah, I'm sticking him in the middle of the field, wherever that is.
Do that. Yeah, it's the will.
Yeah, I'm letting him play that bubble in the middle of the field and saying, all right, look, this 35-yard radius, y'all ain't even got to worry about it because number 11's got it, okay? And I don't know if he's going to be able to – I don't think he's going to be able to wear 11 in the league, which I think is the stupidest thing in the world. Let these guys wear whatever the hell number they want. That's the dumbest thing. Don't even get me started. I know we're an hour and a half into this.
Hey, we can have live sports, man. Let's,
Yeah, you're right. We have live sports.
Let's
save the rant, but I don't think whatever he wears and whatever he does wear, I think kind of gives us a determination of what he might be playing a little bit more than others because don't they have in part of the dumb rule that linebackers have to be within like 35 and 55 or something like that?
Right. Yeah, I think DBs it's got to be up to 39, linebackers up to 59. So. Yeah, so I guess his actual position will be determined, in some ways by the number he wears.
Silly a world we're living in right there. Yeah, I would say weird is an understatement. So we got the Jags pick in right here at 9. Just a guess. Do you think they take C.J. Henderson? They need a corner to replace Jalen Ramsey, and he fell to him right here at 9. What do you think they do?
In-state kid. I mean, right down the road at the University of Florida. AFC South's got some passers, right? And they've imported more since the season ended last year. So yeah, I think I'd go corner here.
They went C.J. Henderson.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple pick. Again, don't overthink it. You're in a strong passing division, multiple domes. Get some guys who can play in coverage.
John, we've kind of gone chalk at this point. If you really, outside of the Thomas pick, if you were listening to anyone in the NFL draft world except for Brooks Austin, you didn't know that Andrew Thomas was going for, but he ended up going for. And after that, it's kind of been just best player available. So, Cleveland's on the clock here at 10. You've got to think they're ecstatic to have, their pick of the remaining 3 tackles, correct?
They've got the remaining 3 tackles. They've got the safeties if they want to jump in on defense. They've got pass rushers available. They've got pretty much the whole board at this point. There's not one position that's exhausted other than corner. I do think there is a drop-off after Okudah, Henderson fall off the board, and they obviously now have. But really any other position on the board is available to Cleveland. And like you said, all the perception is negative offensively. Aid where it matters most there in the trenches. I'd probably go Jedrick Wills. AFC North, physical. You want to run the football with your guy, Nick Chubb and company. Like, let's play physical, and that's the best run blocking tackle I think still available. So I'd probably go Wills, but you can make the case for Wharfs as well, or even Becton. They're going to throw the ball a lot in Cleveland as well, and you can't teach his true size.
See, I think this is the question that everyone's wondering here in this area, John. All of the smoke in the world was about how the Atlanta Falcons interviewed nothing but top 10 prospects, spent almost all of their time and draft investment on interviewing guys like Derek Brown and Javon Kinlaw and guys that are expecting CJ Henderson and guys that are expected to go prior to their pick at 16. What are they doing? Are they just waiting around? Are they comfortable with what's going on right now? I know you're not in the war room, obviously, but you got to question what's happening right now with the Atlanta Falcons, I guess.
A little bit. Like we said,
Except for
with
the fact that
Browns,
none of the wide receivers are off the board. I think that's great news for an Atlanta Falcons fan. Not that they
but
need
how
another
many times
wideout.
are we going to
Yeah,
go wide
exactly.
receiver first round with the
Not that they need another wideout. Yeah.
Right. I think you shore up, either line before you do that. I think Atlanta has room to improve in the secondary. And oh, by the way, there's another pretty good quarterback now in the division, in the NFC South. So,
Who's
I
that?
could see the secondary being addressed as well. What you got?
No, I said, who is that? Like, oh shit, there goes my
Oh,
phone.
the quarterback?
Yeah. Who's the quarterback in Tampa?
NFC South is pretty juiced, man. So
Yeah.
I would never, bet against going into secondary. We saw when Brady was in New England, everyone went DB and pass rusher to try to slow and affect that alpha in the division. And you already dealt with Drew Brees. Now you've got Brady. So theoretically, you're going to play, Brady and Brees back to back. The two most gaudy, number folks at the quarterback position, in the history of the game. So, yeah, I think you could address the secondary and really not look twice. Maybe a coverage linebacker. There's a couple sideline to sideline types out there as well. They've addressed that in recent years, but maybe you double down there. I think there's a lot of different directions this thing could go. I do think corner is a little dried up, though. So I think
Jedrick Wills for the Browns. Jedrick Wills, the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. It does.
Cultural fit, all of that.
And the fact that they just now, a lot of it had to do with a little bit of an offensive scheme change. Whatever Freddie Kitchens was doing, whatever Todd Monken was, trying to do, a lot of it was Baker Mayfield holding on to the football last year. Now, you can say what you want about that offensive line and how porous it might have been, but your quarterback at some point has got to get the damn football out of his hands. So I think maybe getting hit a little too much last year might force Baker to be a little bit more, more decisive. What did you see, from Baker last year, and what Wills might be able to remedy that with?
You're right on it. Baker carries this massive mountain of a chip on his shoulder, and it causes you to press when things aren't great. And a lot of last year, things were not great for Cleveland. So what do? You hold the ball longer. You wait an extra tick. And in this league, you can't do that. It's the same concern with Tua. If you're holding the ball, what are you doing? But at least he's got this great anticipation and, frankly, a better arm than Baker Mayfield. But when you press, it changes a lot of things, and pressure was a big part of that for Baker. So this makes sense from a run and pass standpoint. But I think if you're Cleveland, you want to take the ball out of his hands a little bit more. You don't need to throw it 50 times a game.
You damn near had the NFL's leading rusher last year.
Right. Lean on that. Maximize that. Again, like everyone thinks of, just purely need. We have this, we need this. Sometimes we have this. Let's bolster that. Let's push that even further in this certain direction. And I think you're going to start seeing teams do that now that we're outside of the top 10. You can never be too strong at any one point in the NFL. So if you can run the football and you're in a cold, gritty division, get better at it if available. And Jedrick Wills was that gate, towards being available as a run blocker. And he's not a bad pass protector either. So
thoughts on a Canadian tuxedo, the style of choice from Jedrick Wills there, Johnny?
Well, hey, he's from Lexington, Kentucky.
Enough said. Don't have to go any further.
He's going to do him. Jedrick's a good kid, man. A good, funny kid. It's funny. All these Alabama and Georgia guys are going, guys that we're most familiar with. And, man, couldn't be happier for a kid like that. Always humble, very respectful. But you could tell, like, when it's time to turn up, he's first one in there. He's an alley guy. He's one of those guys you want, at 2 a.m. when last call is here and something might go down. He's the guy you want. If you have Baker Mayfield, like, this is the guy you want to go out with him.
Yeah.
Within reason, of course.
Not extremely quick feet or lightning feet like we saw with Andrew Thomas. It's more of a brooding playing style. But you know what? They might play a few games every year with snow on the ground and a tough outdoor environment, things like that, where speed rushes might be cut down just a hair, just a tenth of a percentage, and that kind of stuff will keep a guy like Jedrick Wills in front of a guy like Bud Dupree out there with Pittsburgh, who's and TJ Watt, guys that can really get after it on the edge in that AFC North. And I think you hit on it, man. That is a tough division. Now I know there's some quarterbacks leaving and whatnot, some questions about what's going on with Cincinnati, how much longer does Big Ben have on, and things like that. But those football games, when you turn them on Sundays, they're thumping out there in the AFC North.
No doubt. And like you said, Wills fits that cold weather profile, wide base. Those things help when the weather gets a little murky. And, at the end of the day, the culture of Cleveland is sort of a blue collar, backs against the wall culture. So I think culturally it's a great fit. Geographically, it's a great fit. For Baker Mayfield, it's a great fit. I haven't said this a lot in my life, but a smart, safe sort of selection for Cleveland. This is not Johnny football. This is not out of left field. This is sort of a conventional pick for the Browns, which is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's no Trent Richardson, which I don't know how many people were out on Trent Richardson when he was coming out, but I think I would have been out on him at 3 overall, and then to turn around and draft a 27-year-old. Yeah, and to draft a 27-year-old Brandon Weeden at 22 in that same draft. Needless to say, they whiffed on that draft entirely. So, I'd like to pick for all intents and purposes. It sounds like they're going to get a not only a scheme fit, but a personality fit, which is a lot. You got to sell that to your fan base. You know what I mean? I mean, the Cleveland Browns fan base is one of the more passionate in the NFL because, well, if you've ever been to Cleveland, they ain't got much up there, to cheer about and to root on, especially now.
Like you said about me in Lexington, I'm gonna let you have that in Cleveland.
Gone. Yeah, an hour and 41 minutes for those of you who had the the over for mentioning the name LeBron James from Brooks Austin. That sucker hit, and it only took to number 10 with the Cleveland Browns. So I had to talk a little bit about that. Still questions flooding in about the Atlanta Falcons. It's still yet to be determined. We'll see. Got a minute and 10 seconds, John, left on the New York Giants selection. I think we're back to what we kind of talked about earlier. You're at either a tackle or a wide receiver right now, I believe, for the New York Giants. So if you were the New York Giants, if you were sitting there with your pick of the litter, the New York Jets, see?
Sorry, it's live TV, man. It's man. I'm gonna say San Diego. I'm gonna say Oakland here in a little bit. Trust me, it's coming.
Well, that's brand new. That's fresh. I mean, the Las Vegas switch is literally brand new. So I'm definitely gonna. I didn't even think about it. I was 100% gonna say Oakland, and even now that you've reminded me, I'll still say Oakland most likely.
Yes, we will. We will. This will be the Oakland conversation, no doubt.
Yeah, for that stadium's not built yet, right? Or is it? I don't know. Who knows? We might not even be playing in stadiums this year. No one knows. No one knows what's going on. Don't say it. Don't be that guy.
Don't do it.
So obviously, all 3 wide receivers still readily available at this point. If I'm, both of us, CeeDee Lamb, right? Wide receiver number 1.
Yeah, I'm CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver 1. I'm either.
I go Lamb, Judy, Ruggs. What do you do?
I'd probably flip Ruggs and Judy just for
ceiling
that one step. Like what kind of play? I just think that possibility can really flip anything on its head. But I really think you can make a true argument for all these guys. I actually think Ruggs and Judy are more elite in certain categories than Lamb, but Lamb is like number 2 in all the categories.
Yeah,
speed, polish, route running ability, hands, catch radius, frame, 50, all those things. He's right there, 50-50. And after the catch, I mean, Ruggs is the most explosive, but, man, CeeDee is crafty. Judy's kind of one cut, and that got that dead leg that makes him viral, and that's great. I wrote about that earlier tonight. But, CeeDee's got that running back after the catch ability. So I love all 3 guys. They're all, they're not classic wide receiver ones in terms of height, weight, and all that, but I think they've got insane production. They all are 4.4 or better, and they all can flip the field on any given play, and that's really all you could ask for. So if you're the Jets and you talk about excitement and selling something, it's hard to not go in that direction with either of these guys. I think that the fans would be, even those fans would be happy with any of those wide receivers at the top. Now you throw in a wrench and we'll see. They could go
Just
O-line
yeah.
here.
I
Yeah.
mean, I think, they keep showing wide receivers. They showed Judy, Ruggs, and Lamb just now on the television broadcast. The pick is in. So if ESPN's got the drop like you think they do, they're probably taking a wide receiver here. And I hope it's CeeDee Lamb so I can go 3 for 3 on my gambling bets that I gave a friend for all. Oh, Mekhi Becton. That is
Hey, how
that is
about
New
that?
York Jets to a T.
Oh
Look at
boy.
look at Becton's daddy. Whoa. I see where you get the size, my guy.
Yeah, Becton about broke my hand in a hotel in San Antonio checking in for the Under Armour game or for the All American Bowl. And I'm like, who is this young guy? Yeah, he was Mekhi Becton, future first rounder. Okay, we're in the ceiling conversation, right? So if we're in the ceiling conversation, you start to understand this pick a little bit. But honestly, I'm a little surprised. I think the safety net of Tristan Wirfs, again, talk about in the cold and those things that he's already proven. I'm surprised he is sliding beyond the top, 11, 12 picks. I'm pretty surprised at that. A lot of people thought he was the best tackle in the draft, and now he's fourth at best, and I think that's pretty surprising.
John, would you think it's fair to say that the shape Mekhi Becton is in right now, just the physical, body fat percentage, all that good stuff that you want to pay attention to, do you think the shape he's in right now, or at least was at the combine, is the best physical shape he might ever be in?
No, I don't think so.
You
I
don't
don't
think
think
so?
so.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard, right? Because this is
Yeah.
your ultimate job interview, so you should be
Hmm.
in the best shape that you could humanly ascend towards. But I think there's some guys that it's just going to take a long term, detailed, almost babysitting kind of plan. And Becton just has some of those. First of all, he's 6'7".
Yeah.
It's just a lot. It's just a lot to get that in motion. But there's no lack of upper body strength. There's no lack of length. I mean, he can grab as wide a base and wingspan as anybody in the class, and that's what's going to get you drafted at that position. He's pretty nimble. He's not. I'd say
Yeah.
Wills is
I
more
mean,
heavy footed than Becton, but there's just when anytime you're at your ultimate job interview and red flags come after that or during,
honestly,
it's a big deal.
I say that he honestly looks almost thinner now, and I know he's in a baggy shirt as opposed to a tight shirt, but he looks a lot thinner now than he
He
even
looks better
did.
than he did at the combine.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
Yeah.
good to see. I mean, I don't you don't ever want to see a kid flop. I had questions about. I mean, it's hard to question the athleticism when you saw what he did at the combine, but when you look at the tape, I had questions about the kick slide. But then again, it goes back to that conversation we just had. He's 6'7". How much of a kick slide do you freaking need? You can stand at the line of scrimmage and you still got a corner you got to run, or a loop you got to run as a defensive end. So I think if you try to roll this guy out week one and play him at starting left tackle in the NFL, I think you're asking for trouble. I think that's the case. But if you were to slide him over to the right tackle, maybe give him a little bit of help every once in a while. Don't ask him to play immediately like the number 11 overall selection, or compare him to what Wirfs is going to do or Thomas or Wills is going to do their first season. I think you're setting him up for success. But if you walk him out there and say, look, you got to compare up to these guys, and you've got to protect our franchise quarterback on the left side in Sam Darnold, I think you're setting the kid up not necessarily to fail, but not exactly to live up to his full potential.
Yeah, and I think the Jets have thrown out some really sort of quick and easy West Coast concepts. So in that light, you can see where Becton is a bit of a fit. If there's a lot of quick game, a lot of getting out to the edge quickly, that stuff can aid a bigger, longer guy, especially if he's backside, which obviously you would be able to design and entrench into
Mm-hmm.
your own game plan. So I do think there are some built-in advantages for what the Jets have recently shown. But like you said, man, it's first of all, it's New York.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, they've been dying for offense since, gosh, Curtis Martin,
Yeah.
Lavernius Coles and those guys, Vinny Testaverde at quarterback. They haven't had a strong offense in a very long time. So, you technically address that with an offensive selection, but definitely not as sexy for a place like New York as grabbing three top 10 wide receiver talents that were available. So that's going to be a big point of debate for years to come, especially as these receivers who all feel like instant impact guys get going really quickly at the NFL, no matter where they land. That's going to be hard perceptionally to deal with, but you're not in management in the NFL if you're not, sort of prepared for that. So I guess we'll see how that one rolls on. But
All right,
the Raiders are on the clock.
That's
So,
what I'm saying. The pick is in right now, and if they don't go wide receiver with their wide receiver room, I'm going to be floored. But you never know with Mike Mayock and John Gruden. You honestly never know. So
I think
we'll see.
This is gonna be polished. This is gonna be Lamb or Judy, I would think, with Mayock.
I gotta say, Henry Ruggs. Oof.
Wow,
dang.
They went.
So
They went.
you know what?
They went with the conventional Raiders.
2 for 3. Yeah, they did. I was about to say 2 for 3 on the prop bets for my boy Zach Noble. For that, I apologize, my guy. But hey, you freaking hit on that Andrew Thomas bet, and that'll pay your bills for a couple of weeks now. So that's good to know. Yeah, but I mean, this is the most conventional Raiders pick in the history of Raiders pick. How does Henry Ruggs, John, not end up like Darius Hayward-Bay? Please tell me that.
Because he's physical, and
Yeah.
I think he's so fast that it's so easy to gravitate towards, right? It's like, oh, Tyreek Hill, all this stuff. Like, yes, he can absolutely fly. There's no debate about that. Fastest guy at the combine, 4.2, all that stuff. But Ruggs is like 180 pounds, but wants to hit you. He wants to play physical. He plays with an attitude and an edge, and ESPN showing a big reason why with Rod Scott. I was actually around Ruggs around the time that Rod unfortunately passed, and this was a different dude. This is a guy who every time he's doing anything athletically, he looks like he is playing with a bleeding heart. Watch his basketball stuff. It is freaky. There is an explosiveness that creates speed to power and physicality in his frame that to me is more impressive than his speed. This guy will lower his shoulder and gain 7 extra yards more than guys 20, 30 pounds heavier. He is a freak explosive athlete who really hasn't played receiver for very long. So as he polishes up more and more, he's going to be that much better. He's a special teams guy. He can cover kicks for you, obviously return them, all of those things. Henry Ruggs, great kid, physical, tough kid. That sort of classic Raiders mentality fits in that way, in addition to that great 40 time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit on it, right? The difference between all those other burners in the past of the Oakland Raiders. I did it. The Las Vegas Raiders.
There was.
Yeah, I told you I'd do it. I almost did it on purpose. But
how's
yeah,
this for a comp? Percy Harvin?
See, I think
Raiders fans take that?
I think he's even bigger, right?
He's longer for sure.
To me, Percy was a guy always that you had to get in space. And he had to be wide open to complete a catch. I don't see that with Ruggs. And honestly, you hit on it, or maybe you didn't. This is a guy who's only played 5 years of competitive football, right? Started playing football his junior year. Yeah, his junior year of high school, started playing organized football. So, and he's got an Old Spice robe on right now, which is kind of dope. So good for him. But yeah, this is a receiver and a player that's only going to get better, right? I mean, in the next coming years. I was telling somebody the other day that if you looked back in 5 years from now and said, yeah, of course, Henry Ruggs went number 1. I mean, look what he's doing. He's setting the league on fire. I wouldn't be shocked. But then again, I think the boom and bust potential is no higher at the wide receiver ranking this year than with Henry Ruggs. Would you agree?
I see. That's the thing.
You don't think there's a bust at all? You don't think there's a chance?
Because all of the things in between the big plays are all coachable things: effort, physicality, toughness, willingness to block, things that can help you contribute at the right level. But obviously, look, in terms of bust rate with a receiver, it's going to be about production. Is Henry Ruggs going to be 100 catch a year guy? No, I don't think he's going to develop into that. So in the production and volume standpoint, yeah, there's certainly some bust risks. But in terms of in between the whistles, game planning, using him to do so many different things, I think his floor is much better than people have given him credit for. He was a running back as a young cat. There's still like legendary stories told about him playing little league ball just on a whim. He was a basketball guy always, but played a couple years of little league. there are a ton of stories on Henry Ruggs if you go to the Montgomery area. And then in high school, didn't even really play receiver. He's the best player on the team. They put him at quarterback, running back, DB. Just really doesn't know what he's doing at receiver just yet from a technical standpoint, developing routes, things like that. So still productive nonetheless. So he makes contested catches, like you said. He's not just Darius Hayward Bay. He's not even just Tyreek Hill, if there is such a thing.
I hear you. I hear you. So, if you were playing the Brooks Austin drinking game tonight on tonight's broadcast, ascending player is a word that I like to use a lot with guys like Henry Ruggs. He's a guy that's only going to get better, right? At the next level, he's
100%.
only going to get better. So what he is now is just going to be a shell of what he could potentially be in 5 or 6 years. So, I'm comfortable with the pick. I would have rather, like we both talked about, I would have rather seen him go with a guy like CeeDee Lamb. But here's maybe a part of the thing that played into it, John, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but Oakland's offense, at least with Derek Carr at the helm, has been about getting the ball out quickly and getting it to guys in space and allowing them to do things after the catch. And I know CeeDee Lamb can do those things, but I don't think there's any argument. The most explosive, the most likely to take a ball 85 yards and score is Henry Ruggs in this draft. Would you agree?
100%. He's an angle breaker. We talk about ankle breakers in basketball or even as a route runner. And he is an angle breaker when the defensive back
first
has
trade.
the proper angle. Here we go.
First trade.
I saw
49ers
Schefter on the
trade
phone.
to
Here we go.
Bucks.
This is gonna be a
49ers
receiver.
trade to the Buccaneers. Do you think there's going to be another receiver?
Unless they're coming to get Wirfs.
Yeah, unless they're coming to get Wirfs.
Because they just can't believe he's available.
This is it doesn't matter what they do, John, because they got 13 and 14 now. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be taking back-to-back picks right here, unless they have forgotten to change their tag over here on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. So
that could be it. So did the 49ers trade up?
49ers traded back.
Or trade back.
The Bucks traded up. I don't know the compensation. I'll get it for you via the Twitter feed in just a second. But
this has got to be Wirfs then. If you're
they go wide receiver and then go Wirfs, or they're showing Wirfs right now on the screen. So that's a big looking dude right there. I mean, what?
Hey, protect your new investments, huh? How about that?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I know they've got a solid interior offensive line, so they don't really need much help there. But you can never take too many tackles. So
right, and he's got and Wirfs has right tackle ability. He could probably push into guard if he had to. So got an offensive lineman who could play 3 positions when you acquire Tom Brady.
Why are they showing? Never mind. Dumb question. I was like, why are they showing Bruce Arians? My brain just slipped and forgot that Bruce Arians was their head coach.
So San Fran has the next pick, by the way, right?
No, now it does. Now they just flip their ticker, so they flip flop
just making
picks,
sure. Yep,
which is solid for San Francisco as well. I'm sure they got an additional second. I'm sure they got an additional second there, but that's good. How about Jason Light, the Buccaneers GM, with a professional studio microphone right there next to the camera? You noticing that one, John?
Legit.
I think it was legit. I didn't know Jason. I didn't know Jason Light was out here hosting podcasts on the weekdays. That was pretty cool.
It might be. Hey, that's the GM of the year already, right? I mean, my gosh, talk about upgrading your roster.
I mean, unless it all flops.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but he's gonna make a couple dollars if it does. The floor is more money, so hey,
yeah, no doubt,
not too bad. But I think, the NFC South is ridiculous, and this is another one. If it's worse, like we assume, this is strengthening a strength. Don't just we got Tom Brady, so let's just focus on defense. Like no, re-emphasize that strength and invest in what you just acquired. That's the smartest way to do it. And Tristan Wirfs literally could have gone at 4 and nobody would have blinked besides you. So get value-wise, what you're going to give up to go up and get another guy who could be a 10-year starter without surprising many people. Because that's the O-line cutoff, right? With corner, it was after Okudah and Henderson. On the offensive line, it's after Wirfs. There's a bit of a drop-off until you get to the kid from Boise and et cetera. So I think this is really smart for Tampa, and they're obviously all in right now. This and Worfs and Thomas are the most day one ready guys on top of that. So this is a guy you slide
Thought
right
so.
in and roll with. Yeah.
Day one ready, he says. I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Here's the
Day
pick
one
right
ready.
here. I'm assuming it is Wharfs. So I'm gonna get the B-roll of the clips prepared. Pick is in, and it is DeAndre Swift. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
They
It's
do
a
need a
joke.
back, just not yet.
Oh, you don't believe in Josh Jones? Come on, man. Tristan Wirfs, offensive tackle at Iowa.
They need a complimentary back. Is what I meant. I like Worfs, man. That's just again, it's like Thomas, man. It's safe. It's just safe. It's a guy who's
Yeah.
ready to play today. And there's so much to be said for that. You don't have to always go ceiling. We see a lot of teams do it, but going floor there's nothing wrong with that. Because like you said, 10 years from now you'll say, "Dang, how in the world did Tristan Wirfs go 13th in this draft?" You
Yeah.
know,
I
that's
just,
the biggest surprise.
I don't really I don't think I'll ever be an NFL GM because I'll never pick I don't think I'll ever pick the ceiling player because my job, and as we take a look here at Wharfs playing right tackle, my job is never guaranteed past 5 years. So if the guy turns into the best thing walking at tackle, and my guy that I took at a safe floor turns out to just be okay, I probably still survive my job. What gets me fired is if I take a guy in the top 5, top 4, or with that 4th overall pick that flat out flops, that's what gets your butt sent home. Am I right, John?
100%, man. It's high risk, high reward. But I just think when the floor is so strong, you have to address it, man. And looking at these Worfs cuts, I mean, gosh, what's there not to like? Is he the most fluid guy? Probably not.
Mm-mm.
But he's going to maul for you on running plays, and his quick set's pretty nice. I'm actually, just comparatively, since we've gone through these guys all one by one, I think his quick set is one of the best with this group. The feet are extremely active there, so he can redirect fairly well. On top of that,
God knows he
and
can backside cut off. I mean, that's all we've seen for
yes,
the last like 6 or 7 clips. We know he
well,
can
that's
dig
that's
out.
Iowa football, baby.
Yeah,
that's
we know.
that is Iowa football. I formations. I mean, look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it looks like I'm watching 90s football. Also, looks like I'm watching 8-4 Big Ten football. But hey, no
I love
hating here.
his lean and leverage
Yeah,
is just textbook. I mean, just flat board,
for
man.
sure. I mean, I don't think it's a miss, right? I don't think it's going to be a miss of a pick.
Nope, nope.
So
Especially the value wise, outside of the top 10, that's sort of a no brainer. You know,
for sure.
yeah, that's
Nate
him again.
Stanley, smartest quarterback in the NFL draft. We get to see some him right here. A 40 on the Wonderlic score. How about that, John? What do you think you'd get on the Wonderlic? Just side.
I mean, I wore 22 my whole life, so I'll just roll there. I'll take 22. I'm good with it.
Take
I'm
a
comfortable
22.
with. I mean, I standardized testing, man. Come on.
I am or was a beast at standardized testing. Don't ask me what my GPA was. But yeah, I was pretty good. I will let the audience know that John and I are going to take a break after pick 16. We're 2 hours and 2 minutes into this live stream. And honestly, you might have to pay me to come back because my butt is hurting right now, but we might do it just for you guys. So John, I do have to tell you this. Even when Andrew Thomas got drafted, you know what the number one story on my website is?
As in, like right now.
Right now, has been the entire night. You know what my number one story on our site is?
It's probably related to a certain other position that George is going to be replacing this year.
Yes, it is. It is related to will Jake Fromm go in the first round? Quick note for you guys that might be getting into the published game, or maybe some of my publishers watching now. You might want to write a story on something people are going to be Googling during an event. And the number one thing people are Googling right now in the Georgia fan base is, will Jake Fromm be a first-round draft pick? So I will pose the question to you, John. What has to happen for Jake Fromm to be the 4th quarterback taken tonight?
I think we'll need people to start trading up and
Mhm.
and looking for that final, again, high floor piece that can put them over the top. That means it's got to be a good team. That means New England's
Mhm.
got to come up. That means great teams have to move up and either solidify the depth of their quarterback room or challenge for the top of that quarterback room. So I think it'd have to be a New England type of situation, or maybe a team that's got a quarterback expiring in a year. Maybe the Dallas Cowboys. Just it'd have to be a scenario on a team with pieces and assets that's looking for that final sort of linchpin or even safety net to move forward. So I think it has to be a pretty well established club like New England or maybe Dallas.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. I don't, and to Josh Sanders' point right here from YouTube, guys, get you some YouTube profile pictures so we can show you some love when we throw you up here on the comment section. I don't really see it either, but the thing I do see, and John kind of mentioned it, is a good team saying, "Look, we may have a 2-year option or a 2-year solution right now at quarterback, like the Tennessee Titans there at 29. We might have a 2-year." Band-aid on our position at quarterback right now with Ryan Tannehill. But we're going to need that 5th-year option on a guy like Jake Fromm, who we know we're not going to be ready to play in year 1. So
Right.
if you're going to burn up that first year of him sitting on the bench, getting acclimated to an NFL system, which isn't going to take long, at least mentally, it's not. He's going to pick it up like that. I mean, he is the X's and O's wise. It doesn't get much smarter than Jake Fromm. So I don't think he's going to be drafted tonight. I don't think that's going to happen. But that's not to rule it out. I mean, like you said, that 29 to 32 range, that Kansas City Chiefs pick right there, they don't have very many holes to fill out there at Kansas City, especially not offensively. So maybe they get an additional 2nd and 3rd round draft pick by trading out from,
Right.
pick 32 to down to pick 40 or whoever, chooses to move up. So, I think that is the only situation where we see him go tonight. But we are going to see one more guy go tonight, and it's going to be Bryce Love. It's just who's going to take him. Would you agree, John?
Yeah, I think there's just too many teams.
Jordan
Jordan
Love,
Love.
excuse me.
Yeah,
Good
too
Lord.
many teams. Too many teams that are sort of fitting into this narrative that we're talking about. That either are a quarterback away or a projected quarterback away. Just in you talking, I thought of New Orleans. I thought of Pittsburgh. We talked about that earlier. How long is Ben going to keep rolling along? Indianapolis, are they set with an aging Philip Rivers? When do you address that? There's a good group of organizations that could use that 2 to 3 year guy. And Fromm and Love are certainly in that sort of time projection, mold. And now that we're beyond getting towards the halfway point of the first round, that's when you can start making those phone calls. So, New England, Dallas, New Orleans, Pittsburgh, those are the kind of teams that could be involved for something. And if the thing is, if one of them jumps up, what to say that those other in that group don't say, oh crap, we might need to move up a little bit as well. So go up and get your guy. Jake Fromm, I'm sure, increased his stock since the season ended. Like you said, Wonderlic, in-person interviews. I'm sure he's great over Skype. He's gonna win the room. So that's the scenario where he goes in the first round is when people say, holy crap, and that quarterback desperation hits like it does, seemingly every year. So I wouldn't rule it completely out at this point.
One thing, John, I got to say, man, I am so glad this thing's gone off without a hitch. Not only our live stream, but the NFL draft in particular, man. It's so good to see that they finally got something to us that we can cover and put out some great content for, man. And not only that, obviously you're extremely happy for these kids, some of which
No
you've
doubt.
known since they were 16, 17 years old. So I can't wait for that moment, man, when the Micah Morrises of the world and the Brock Vandergriffs of the world and the Amarius Mims of the world get drafted, man. That's going to be an interesting experience. So here's the pick from San Francisco, Javon Kinlaw.
There
That
we
is a
go.
bit of a shocker to me. They just
Holy
traded away.
defensive line.
I'm saying though, but they just got rid of what's his name from Stanford. They sent him for this 14th overall pick to Indianapolis. So yeah, it's a great defensive line, but you just, I guess, made it younger by drafting
Yeah.
Kinlaw here. So thoughts on Kinlaw while I pull up some highlights of him.
Phew, again, this is a ceiling selection for the 49ers. Look, they've got a strong, strong defensive front. And in terms of interior guys, this is the biggest freak show in the draft in terms of just one play flash, like what just happened. He's the Henry Ruggs of D linemen in this draft. I think Derek Brown, absolutely the safest, the best, the strongest, the most consistent. But after that, it moves into this Javon Kinlaw category. Extreme length. He's got the great story. He's going to bring the attitude and effort, because of his humble beginning. So you root for that, and you've put him in a position to where he could. Let me look at that, tracking down to who's a foot shorter than him.
Come here, Cade Mays. Come here, Cade Mays.
Walking back, good anchoring offensive lineman.
Woo.
You put him in a situation now at San Fran where he doesn't have to be that guy that he was at South Carolina. Nobody's doubling Javon Kinlaw game one this year, so he's going to potentially, he's got defensive rookie of the year kind of stuff in my opinion. He could be the interior guy with 9 sacks. I think he's that good. He's that long, athletic. And frankly, powerful. He is a finisher at the point of attack. I'm a huge fan of Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, one thing I love about him too, man, he plays with high energy. He is an effort football player. For a guy who, you know as well as I do, there's not a lot of 6'6", 315-pound physical dominant people that play at 110% all the time. A lot of them take plays off. The level can get a little high.
Sure.
As you would expect from his looks like 330 pounds. So, this is a dynamite pick. I thought they were going wide receiver just because of what we talked about. That defensive line is already stacked as can be. That's why they got rid of Solomon Thomas. Is the reason they traded him to Indianapolis to even get up into this 14th overall selection, or 13 at one point, and now 14 because they traded with Tampa. So, John Lynch, continuing to, buck the trend, if you will. But also one thing, Javon's got some, there's some not necessarily questions, but there's some history of some knee issues and a labrum issue. But I'm gonna tell you right now, John Lynch don't care. Look what he's done in his free agency signings. He signed Richard Sherman fresh off an Achilles tear. That turned out well. He signed the linebacker out of Tampa, forgot his name, right after an ACL injury just a couple of years ago. So doesn't really care. The MO is he's going to take best available player and highest ceiling in terms of player too. So I thought they were going offense. They go defense. The runner up in the Super Bowl this year. Some good chances here to repeat as NFC champions. Assuming Jimmy Garoppolo plays a little better next year. I don't know what your thoughts are on Jimmy G, but yeah, he's got to play better in 2019.
Yeah. Kinlaw could be Calais Campbell, that.
Yeah. He's that big.
They'd love that. That's just a guy who, again, if you're a defensive interior guy in 2020, impacting 3 downs, you're special. There's just not a lot of those guys out there. And Kinlaw, maybe in this draft, is sort of the last of that bunch to truly impact all 3 downs. And that's the Calais Campbell style. He is one of the best, and this is to go old school, he's one of the best people movers in this draft. And usually we go to O-line with that. We go to Jedrick Wills, Thomas, Wirfs. Javon Kinlaw is like top 5 in that group, and that is such a special trait along the defensive line against the run or the pass. You're talking about disrupting timing at this point. So he is a guy who can really, just sort of wreck your game on the defensive front. And like I said, in that fit, you talk about the fit is excellent because he will never be double teamed on that roster. He'll be singled up for 16 games this year, and he could potentially run free. That's what I'm saying. He is a dark horse defensive rookie of the year candidate because he is in a great situation out west.
For sure. And now we got the Broncos on the clock, and they certainly need another wide receiver, especially with Emmanuel Sanders having been traded last year. We know what Cameron Sutton's turning into, the wide receiver out of SMU. It's going to look like he's going to be the next guy, but they've got to get some help out there on the edge for their young quarterback in Drew Lock. So I would expect them to take a wide receiver, but I've been saying that for the last 4 picks. So we don't know. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing: the options for Atlanta are getting rather thin in terms of where they're going to go. They might have to go defense, especially with what's going on. Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver out of Alabama. So there you go.
Yeah,
They
that
did
makes
go
a
wide
lot of
receiver.
sense. Yeah, and Sutton's a big, strong, 6'3" kind of guy, possessive type. So you want to counter him with a smooth, slender route runner like a Jerry Jeudy. It makes a lot of sense. Jeudy is a quarterback's security blanket at the wide receiver position. At a minimum with Jeudy, he's gonna win off the line and he's gonna win in the leverage game, which for a receiver, that's 2/3 of the battle. So yeah, is he going to blow by everybody and score 80-yard touchdowns? Probably not, but he's good after the catch. He's improved his physicality, willing blocker, and again, just the best route runner in the last couple of years. Some people say, as good as Amari Cooper coming out, and that's turned out pretty well in the pros.
All right. You said as good as Amari Cooper, I think, is where we cut you out. Sorry, Jonathan Taylor's comments would just not get off the board. I was trying to get rid of those. But here's our breaking point right now, and this is where most of our audience is tuned in for. It's the Atlanta Falcons here at 16, and we've seen Jeudy go off the board. We've seen Ruggs go off the board. We've seen Javon Kinlaw go off the board in the last handful of picks.
What's up with CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah, I think that's the question. Coming in here, man, they know something we don't know, right? It's like last year when I broke down the tackles, I thought Jawan Taylor was just, a can't miss guy, and he played like that this year in Jacksonville. Come to find out, he's got a lifespan on that right knee of about 7 years, is what they were saying. So that was part of the reason why he was out last year, but. Tell me a little bit about Jeudy, man. If you had a chance to see him, you had a chance to cover him, obviously. But what are your thoughts on Jeudy? I question the frame, man. I know he can make people miss, but he's going to get hit in the NFL. Is he going to be able to hold up?
Yeah, he was a real finesse guy at the high school level. Wanted to beat you within the first 10 yards of the route, and can do that at the NFL level. But he is incredibly light. I believe he's 185 pounds right now. And he doesn't play.
He's Chad Ochocinco.
He doesn't play. That's a very good comp. He doesn't play with the physicality of a Ruggs or a CeeDee Lamb for that matter. He is improved, but he is not a physical wide receiver. I think you use him in the slot. I'd use him on the same side as Courtland Sutton and let him be off of the line of scrimmage, so he has that much more space to work against a nickel defender or zone coverage. So I think it's a good fit. Drew Lock wants to push the ball down the field. He has, winning traits as a wide receiver in terms of how he can set up a route. Again, he's the best, leverage manipulator of all the receivers in the draft. But third and 6, against a good team, I don't know if he's your guy. And that's what it comes down to in the NFL.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, John, he didn't. Here he is in the middle of the slot. For such a great route runner, and you suspect him to be able to beat guys in press man-to-man coverage. But to be honest with you, he didn't see a ton of it in college. There were so many guys at the wide receiver position, including Devontae Smith, that they had to guard and they had to walk down on as far as the opposing defenders go. But every time you see him, this is every single target he had against LSU. Almost all of them are coming off ball, where guys are playing off of him. And, a lot of that could have to do with the fact that he's a top end burner, right? He didn't run such at the NFL Combine, but he's a game speed, a guy that you're worried is going to run by you. And he still has the ability. But that's what you're drafting right there. Take a look at this play. This is what you're drafting. This guy knows how to run routes. Bottom line, here he's in the slot, working on off slot corner, fakes the bang 8, right? And then gets straight out to the out route right there. That's what you're drafting. This is why I think the comp is Chad Ochocinco. The frame's identical. Judy's maybe got a pound on him. The frame is absolutely identical. Both 6'2", 185-ish pounds, and
both
lightning
South Florida
quick.
Guys too.
Yeah, both South Florida guys and lightning quick at the top end. Now, this is, he has some problems with this in college too. This ball is dropped in on the dime for a touchdown.
There's some drops, and there is
some
a
drops.
question. There's a question with contested catches. We saw in Ruggs less opportunity, but more contested catches than Jeudy. So that's the physicality that I think that people aren't accounting for with Ruggs, that people are overlooking with Judy. It's the same trait, and you watch them on the same field, and
See,
they're at different levels with that, and
here
I
he
think
is.
that's why Ruggs went higher.
Here he is and walk down man to man against Christian Fulton, the guy that we're going to see drafted in the top 60 picks in the NFL draft this year. And for as much juice and as much quickness as there's not a ton of separation right here from
Correct.
Judy on the second best corner at LSU, right? Derek Stingley.
Right.
Would you agree?
100%.
I would say Derek
100%.
Stingley.
Derek Stingley would get drafted today if he was eligible.
Yeah, I would think so too. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's some questions there. That's another drop. That one's right off of his chest on an inside slant.
And that's
So,
that lack of separation in high school is what at scout is the reason why we didn't make him a 5-star. Other people did, but he didn't get behind people like that with explosion and acceleration at the high school level. Probably a 4.7, 4.65 kind of guy. Like you said, frame was really slender. Always ran great routes. His ability to start and stop is excellent. That dead leg he'll be viral. He'll make guys fall in the NFL on those intermediate routes, the over route, the dig, the comeback, the 50-50 ball back shoulder. He's going to make a couple guys fall. But in the NFL, can he accelerate and separate without the benefit of the route? Because you got some good tech monsters at corner. So the guy who can match you tech-wise, can you beat him? That's the unknown with Jerry Jeudy. And for us, that's why we didn't pull the trigger on that 5th star back in the day. We should have, but we didn't, and that was why.
The question for me is he going to even want to play on the inside? Is he even going to want to run across the middle in the NFL? I don't think you should sit here. He's going to have to. I know.
Yeah.
But that first time, a guy like Bobby Wagner lays the wood at 6'3", 250 pounds. We're really going to find out what Jerry Jeudy's about. Now, I know he's going to be able to run routes, which is why, I don't know much about that Denver Broncos system, but I don't know their offensive coordinator's name, which means he ain't no genius by any stretch of the means at this point.
At least not yet.
Yeah, at least not yet. We might find out a little bit more down the road. But, hey, if you want to know whether or not Arthur Blank and the Atlanta Falcons are going to be taking a quarterback anytime soon, do you know what jersey he's got on right now on television?
I just peeked over.
He's got that Matty Ice jersey on, baby, and it ain't the gradient. It's one thing I wonder is why in the hell hasn't Julio Jones been in any of the offseason publicities, any of the promo images, any of the hell, the guy, his son or grandson sitting next to him is wearing Calvin Ridley's jersey.
So this means they're drafting CeeDee Lamb. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm just wondering, man, why? And to be honest with you, I don't know what top defensive tackles available right now, and that's what they really need. But here's the pick. Let's see what it is.
I think they can go pass rusher. Yeah, I'd go defense if you don't need that receiver.
AJ Terrell, they went corner and really high.
Wow, and local.
Yeah.
Local kid.
That's I Dare You. Shout out to I Dare You, my boy Glenn Ford. AJ's actually got a brother at Westlake right now that, John, I'm going to tell you, me and you going to be going and seeing very, very soon.
I can't wait to see anybody at this point.
Yeah, you damn right.
I want to go see a 5'8" kid who can't throw or run play quarterback. I'm good with it.
Boy, yo, DMs just got blown up.
I'm good with it. My Twitter is at Brooks Austin SI. Look, man, AJ, I actually saw AJ at an I Dare You workout a couple months ago. I was down in South Florida. They had an event there, and man, he is a big physical guy, but his footwork, you would think he's 5'11" with how he can break on the football. He can challenge you at the line of scrimmage. Everybody saw, the downside of that LSU game, but on the front side, when he was right, he was right. He can play. He could be a zone corner. He can contest at the point of attack. Maybe a little grabby at times, but he's a bigger corner. You're going to let that slide. In this day and age, that bigger corner is going to sit in zone all day long, break on the ball, and he has those great instincts, can make a lot of plays on the football. Had the pick 6 against Alabama in the Natty to really shift the tide there. He can help and run support. I'm a fan of AJ Terrell. I just didn't think he was going this early.
Man, I love the great thing about having friends who are actually fans, because you and I have had this conversation. I don't do fandom except for
No,
LeBron James. I never have. I just don't understand it. My
can't
favorite
wear this
thing,
logo and do fandom, right?
no, you
It's
can't. But
not.
my favorite thing to watch is guys who have very clearly never seen a dude play. I hate it. Oh my god, I hate the pick. I stayed up for this. I stuck around 16 picks, 2.5 hours for this. Dude, you don't know the guy. You've never
I mean,
seen him play. And
look.
here's the thing, John. You and I know that Atlanta runs a main. They're Seattle Seahawks base. They run cover three. Who better to
Mhm.
sit in cover three than the biggest damn corner available in the NFL draft this year?
And also, again, for the 50th time tonight, what division are you in? Who do you have to combat at wide receiver?
Yeah.
Big receivers, man. Mike Thomas, Mike Evans is a mountain. You need a big corner to combat that. Atlanta has drafted DB recently with
Mhm.
smaller guys, with True Font, guys like that, and they're good, really good at times. But when it comes to the timing and the chemistry Drew Brees and Mike Thomas have, that's a back shoulder 50-50, but you got to make a play on that. So,
Absolutely. So we told
that's
you
different.
guys we were going to be taking a break here at 16. I got to get up and walk around, move my legs, because I think they've
Quick
gone numb.
stretch.
Yeah, quick stretch. We will be back. I promise. So what I'm going to do is, you know what? Let me find the longest highlight film I could find. Audience, I don't know who you guys want to watch.
It's
Who's
gonna be
best
a
player available
quarterback.
right now? Who's best player
Best
available?
best player available for me is probably Xavier McKinney.
All right. That ain't going to be a ton long or a very long highlight film. But
Okay, my bad. Go Chase on. How about Chase on?
all right, Clavon Chase on.
He was kind of banged up though.
Yeah,
But
that ain't gonna be long either. No chance. I found a 9-minute highlight tape. Here you go, guys. Y'all
see,
are gonna be watching Xavier McKinney for just a minute
what is
while
it?
we
High
get
school tape?
settled. Okay. Nah, this is him. This is hardest hitting DB in college football.
All
So
right,
shout out
enjoy.
to Sicko Elites, I think is what that says. So we're gonna let y'all watch this, and we will be right back. And yeah, while y'all are here, I don't know where all you guys came from, but subscribe to my YouTube channel. All you got to do is search Brooks Austin over there on the YouTube, and you will find it. We'll be right back. Dang. That was brutal. What up? Your boy's back. All right, so one thing all I gotta say about the AJ Terrell pick is if you're an Atlanta Falcons fan and the very first thing you do is say how much you hate the pick, okay, you're setting up the kid for failure, right? I mean, the NFL draft is there to give you hope. I understand that. Um, but at least be hopeful. You know what I mean? Like when they draft the kid, at least hope he pans out. Don't sit there and say, terrible, hate it, can't, I mean, bust already, like day one. I mean, come on. Just give the guy some time to get in there and play in your scheme. Okay. There's some actual people with some actual knowledge that are in those positions. Now, you may believe in him or not. You may believe in Thomas Dimitroff. I don't know. That's your decision. But don't just fan to fan. Don't just be out here hating on him because you don't know who he is. Because odds are, all you heard during this drafting process is how they need Javon Kinlaw, or they need another defensive tackle, or they need to trade up and get a corner like Akuda, or trade up and get a corner like CJ Henderson. Don't just sit there and say, oh, well, they didn't get one of those guys that I heard about all throughout this process, and I don't know AJ Terrell, so I'm just going to assume he's trash. That's not the move, man. That's not what good fans do, okay? Now, I know fan is short for fanatic. It's something I've said all the time, right? It is literally a shortened version of the word fanatic. You expect them to be fanatical. You expect them to be a bit irrational. But you got to have some sense of hope about a guy turning and panning out. When I see things like, you know, let's see here. Let's see one of these comments I've seen on Twitter right here. Let's just scroll through the feed and find, I effing can't believe it. Well, you can't believe it because you didn't hear it throughout the process. No one told you, the Matt Millers of the world, the Mel Kiper Juniors of the world didn't tell you that AJ Terrell was a top 20 prospect, so you just don't believe it. Okay? So that's not the way to go about this. The way to go about this is to say, okay, we've got AJ Terrell. Let me go study up on AJ Terrell before I come out here on social media or I come out here on Facebook and just trash the kid before he's ever played a single snap for the Atlanta Falcons. One thing I do know is if I get on my Twitter timeline on Sundays when Desmond Trufant was playing corner for the Atlanta Falcons, all I could find is people trashing on that guy. So guess what? They went and took his replacement. And now everyone wants to crap on it, John Garcia. And I'm just here to say, look, give the kid a chance before you come out here and say some stuff you don't know about. These guys have never, if they have watched Clemson football, it was during the national championship game where they weren't watching AJ Terrell. They damn sure weren't watching AJ Terrell. They were watching something else that was in the screen, because odds are corners aren't in the screen until they pick the damn ball off. Okay. And that's not what that scheme at Clemson was set up to do. So tell us more, tell the Atlanta audience more about AJ Terrell so they can get off his back before he's ever played a snap.
Well, you said it earlier, Brooks, about that division and what Dan Quinn wants to do. It is that Seahawks cover three, cover one mentality, and the best way to play in that boundary is as a big corner. You guys know the big corner that Dan Quinn and company brought into Seattle in that Legion of Boom. His name was Richard Sherman. This is an attempt to move in that direction. Obviously, length, speed, size, ball skills, pedigree. The guy was best defensive back for maybe 2 or 3 years if you Don't count Isaiah Simmons because he's a hybrid. He does everything. So that alone should sell you to some degree on this pick. Also, he's local. So if you're a Georgia, a Falcons fan hating on the kid, like the kid grew up near you, like that's a hometown pick. That's about as good as it gets story wise in the NFL. Motivation wise, you would think that guy is ready to go. But really, I think the most endearing thing about AJ Terrell is that you have big physical receivers in your division. You need to vault over New Orleans. You probably need to vault over Tampa Bay. Even Carolina has some big pass catchers on the outside. So you have to play to your strengths, but you also have to play to your division. It's a passing game, the NFL. Those 5 priority positions that affect the passing game: quarterback, left tackle, defensive end, defensive back. Those are the guys that matter. So if you pick up the best available corner, which I do think Terrell was, you cannot be mad at that pick. So I'm totally on board with you. The guy's pedigree is really, really strong. Again, especially given the scheme and the division, that makes it an even better selection, in my opinion. He was the best corner available.
I just want to know what fans wanted him to do. What was available? You know what I'm saying?
They wanted a receiver. They wanted something that was easy to say, oh, CeeDee Lamb's very good. By the way, how about Dallas with that pick?
What was it, CeeDee Lamb? I didn't even see it.
Dallas grabbed CeeDee Lamb, which if you're a tight end in Dallas right now, you're like, well, that might be it for me, because
we ain't playing
receivers for days all of a sudden in Dallas. So fairly local there too as well. That was simply, hey, he fell way too much for us to pass up on. So very interesting there. So now all the safeties, again, if you're not counting Isaiah Simmons, are still available. The corner market is shrinking very, very quickly. And now that top group of offensive linemen are all off the board now. So it's going to get pretty interesting here for the Dolphins. I thought offensive tackle was a natural second pick, but maybe you go with another offensive complement at the skill position for Tua. Maybe you get him a DeAndre Swift or something.
Chill, bro.
Probably not.
Chill, bro. I'm not ready to dump the feed and get on the Tempest just yet, even though it's already prepped and ready, like all good journalists should have at this point. Yeah, man. I don't know what you do about. I think CeeDee Lamb there in Dallas. I think they had to do that, right? I mean, best player available, and I think it's a need. Honestly, I mean, you can say what you want about that receiving core. Amari Cooper needed another, helper.
No doubt. And again, what's prevented Dallas from getting over that same hump that we've been talking about for a lot of these pretty good teams is offensive production when it matters most. So you get the receiver who was literally the most productive this past season. So
I would be
hard to pass up there.
I would be shocked if this was a DeAndre Swift pick, knowing that they have 28 as well, or 26 as well. Excuse me. It's Austin Jackson out of USC. So that kind of fits the mold. And how about some J's on the boys' feet too? I like that. For a LeBron lover, I sure got a handful of J's in my collection. Go ahead. Tell me about Austin Jackson.
So, no, this is interesting. I mean, we knew if Miami somehow didn't go quarterback early, they were going to go offensive tackle. But perhaps they saw something in Jackson that made him, in their minds, the last member of that first group of offensive linemen taken. I remember Jackson from back in the day, from high school, all-star stuff, always looked and played the part. Never the twitchiest, most fluid guy, but the tech was always strong. He was a positioner, an anchorer, and a guy who could get back into his pass set. So this is not a bad selection. Positionally, I think this is right on line with what Miami wants to do. Again, if you took a quarterback whose biggest deal was, there's an injury history, well, let's get some offensive linemen thereafter. So that makes a lot of sense along that thought process. And the Dolphins might already have their left tackle too.
So we're at pick 19 with the Las Vegas Raiders again now, and we've seen 5 tackles go off the board. Is that correct? So 5 of the first 18 picks. Still got Josh Jones out there from Houston still on the board as the 7th, and Isaiah Wilson, a potential to sneak in here. 11 picks left. Possible. My math's not that good actually. 13 picks left at this point. So yeah, I think you're almost betting on it being a lock at this point, right? There's still some tackle hungry teams in that back end of the current first round, correct? mean,
Yeah, and
go ahead.
no, I was gonna say Pittsburgh's coming up. Green Bay is always in need of offensive linemen. It seems.
I mean,
So
Bakhtiari's not going to be great forever, is he? I
right now
mean,
he's
good Lord.
incredible, but yeah. I mean, you want a guy who's comfortable on the right side. And Isaiah Wilson is a right tackle all day long. So yeah, there's some teams that make a lot of sense for him at the end of round one, and Jackson going this early is a little bit of a surprise to me. I think there's been a
Oh,
bit of
hold
a
on.
domino effect.
Hold on. Never mind. I'm stupid. I was at a bathroom break. I was like, are you about to tell me Las Vegas about to walk away with Henry Ruggs and CeeDee Lamb? But he's already off the board. See, that's why you
He
don't go
is.
to the bathroom during things like this.
It's the one pick we missed
That's
live.
the one pick we missed live, and we gave you a Xavier McKinney highlight instead. And I'm thankful.
I'm
You know,
surprised he's on the board, man.
my YouTube audience over here, you guys have been strong. I mean, it's been the same 9 or 10 of you guys the whole time, but you haven't left. So that TSL, that time spent listening, or in this case TSW, that time spent watching is through the roof. And guys, I've got to, thank you for that. John as well. I'm sure
Absolutely.
he's thankful for that as well. So at this
Absolutely.
point, man, we're getting a little thin on topics, and we've been running our, mouse for a while. So if you guys want to hop in with some questions, comments, or concerns, feel free. We'll address those as we see fit. But just shout out to you guys, shout out to the audience tonight for being a part of this. I think we've had some fun, John. I mean, we're almost 3 hours in. I got a pillow on this stool that I was sitting on, and
Congratulations.
boy, that is the key.
That's why I
to this
got
back
I got
half
the
of this
love
draft.
seat, man. I got the love seat. So I was cushioned from the jump. This was built in. So I'm good.
That's why you're the verified guy in the group here. That's why you got the blue check right there. You're smart enough to put some cushion on the tush.
Yeah.
Not so much. I thought I was gonna be able to tough it out, really grit my teeth, and finish strong, but it wasn't happening, my man.
If you're the Raiders here, AFC West, Pat Mahomes, Denver's throwing it all over the yard. San Diego's not going to stop throwing it. I mean, there's some good pass rushers available. You got your chase-ons out there. You got safeties available that can help your pass defense. This Mayock needs to make sure Gruden doesn't have control of this pick.
Let's see who he went with. They're saying something. It looks like Goodell's giving some type of speech about the new stadium being built. I believe.
Reading prompter. So.
Yeah. How about the new clip that's going viral now?
Allegiant Airlines has a stadium. I'm sorry.
Did you see the clip I'm talking about with CeeDee Lamb?
Mm-mm.
Search it on Twitter. It is hysterical. Hysterical.
He just did it?
Yeah. Needless to say, the girlfriend tried to grab it. Nah, the girlfriend tried to grab his phone, and even in the midst of him being drafted, Damon Arnett out of Ohio State. So they took the other Ohio State corner out of Fort Lauderdale. Again,
that's okay. Corner run is coming. Well, Terrell went earlier than expected. So
you want to see? I mean, imagine the Atlanta Falcons seeing this name. They were like, "What? Who is this guy? I don't even know who this is." I'm sure Las Vegas is doing the same thing right now. But he's second team All Big Ten. He's trash.
Oh, CD snatched that phone.
Yeah, he did.
Smooth.
He said,
I thought Jerry Jeudy was the smoothest receiver. Like, nah, I think CD Lamb probably.
Yeah, CD
probably's got that now.
He said, "No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not my phone today." Do you know anything about Damon Hatcher? I mean, I did a top 50 search or research before, and let me tell you, he wasn't on it.
So there's a franchise called the Las Vegas Raiders who sometimes go way outside the box. Christian Fulton is not the best corner on LSU's roster, but he would have been second best on Ohio State's roster. I'm pretty surprised they didn't go Fulton if they had to go corner. Again, I thought they could address pass rusher. They could address safety. The top two safeties or all the top safeties are available. So I'm a little bit surprised about that because I'm
going to tell you what, Mel Kiper is great to listen to, but he is absolutely dynamic to listen or watch on mute. He is, I mean, he looks like he's having an aneurysm, bro. He is lighting it up on screen right now. And I can't hear him, but I can always just imagine. Todd. But
yeah, and get better, Todd, by the way.
Yeah,
Feel better, man. That was tough to hear earlier today. That's just interesting. I mean, look, you're not going to play Ohio corner at Ohio State if you're not
and not be good.
physical. Right. You're not going to play corner at Ohio State if you're not physical. If you don't understand leverage, you have to be a run supporter. They've had a run of first round corners that have all been pretty darn good in the league. And he's competitive. He's a Miami, another South Florida area guy. He has that edge to him that you look for at corner. But just overall, compared to Fulton, there's better tech, there's more length, better equipped to deal with 50-50 balls. The only thing I think where Arnett might be a little more suited for the NFL comparatively to Fulton is that he can probably play some nickel. He is extremely sufficient at the line of scrimmage. So maybe that's where he edged Fulton, and it was enough to be selected. But I rolled Fulton here. And look, it's not a secret. I don't know a ton about the guy, and I know I saw Fulton a lot more. So maybe that creates a little bit of bias. But if you're going corner, for me, it would have been Fulton. But I think you could have addressed the safety spot. I think you could have addressed pass rusher, which has been a little up and down for the Raiders. So a little bit surprised, but hey, it's the Raiders. So Mayok's a big DB guy, so we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, a lot of that Falcons pick is what you're talking about, right? This isn't an extremely deep corner class. I mean,
Yeah,
after Terrell, it's what we see right now, where we're talking second round, or should be second round picks, but because of positional value and positional need, they get bumped up into that first round. It's kind of a lot what we're seeing right now with tackles. I don't think Austin Jackson's a first round tackle. I mean, is he a top 40 pick? Yeah. Is he a top 20 pick? No. But we saw a run on him, and they went. So, I think it's hard to know everybody in this situation. But like you said, it's Las Vegas Raiders. It's Mike Mayock. And that dude loves toughness. So I'm assuming this dude's tougher than nails.
he does. He does
So
love it,
that's
and
that.
he's got that trait. He'll compete at the line of scrimmage. He can play some nickel. That's always a plus when you're talking corners. But look, if you're playing opposite Jeff Okudah, you probably should have made more plays. I saw Arnett
Yeah.
make a few this year, but definitely not as much as Terrell, definitely not as much as Christian Fulton, and definitely not as much as the safeties that were available. This LSU DBU thing is not having its best night.
No. So sorry, I'm in a group message warfare with a bunch of Atlanta Falcons fans who are just absolutely tearing down the AJ Terrell pick, and we can keep going back to it, man. They are experts, but I think it's just a matter of, again, what did you want from them? Because if they draft Kenneth Murray, all it is really, we got a Big 12 linebacker. When is the last time a Big 12 linebacker's ever been good? That guy, blah, 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 blah. I watch, like, come on, man. Like, just you don't know.
Like I said,
so don't sit there and write him
local
off.
kid, give him the benefit of the doubt.
But I don't even think they know he's a local kid. That's what I'm saying. They don't know that kid's from the west side of Atlanta. They don't know that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So unless they're tuning in right now, listening to what we're saying, they don't know that. And they're not going to go back and look. They're going to say, Clemson kid, never heard of him, probably trash. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. That's all they're going to do. And because that's what fans do. And I don't think it's just Atlanta Falcons fans. I think it's a lot of guys. I think there's Raiders fans right now saying, Who is that? I've never heard of him. Must
they got
be a
more
bad
reason
pick.
to than the Falcons fans. That's for sure.
Exactly. So
yeah,
I don't know. It
don't
is
worry
what
about
it is.
Dolphins fans. There's nothing they can do in the draft that can deter their spirit after grabbing Tua top 5 overall. I mean, they're good to go. They could draft you and me in the rest of this draft, and they'd be happy and get an A grade. So, but you're right. No, you're right about that. Give the kids a chance. Look, that division, it's just like, it's so simple. You got 2 of the biggest, most physical receivers in the world in your division. That's 4 games a year. It's like, don't let's not overthink this sometimes.
All right, the Jags' second pick in the first round is now in. Positional needs, right? I mean, there's still some pretty good wide receivers on the board, as we'll continue to say throughout this draft. No tight end will likely go in the first round. It doesn't
No.
seem like. So that's off the board. Do they go defense again? There's some pretty good linebackers, but they've got a ton of money tied up in that linebacking core out there in Jacksonville. So, it's a question as a matter of what they do here at 20.
They need playmakers on offense. That's for sure. I wouldn't be shocked if they traded down. There's the whole running back board is available. The receiver board is going to drop off a little bit. You don't have to grab one of those two positions at 20th overall.
Mhm.
If I'm Jacksonville's GM, I'm on the phone with New England and Pittsburgh and say, who wants to move up, grab a quarterback before these other quarterbacks come off the board. They addressed their big corner need immediately, which was really smart. But skill wise, it's receivers and running backs that I would think that they would look for, especially given this uncertainty with Leonard Fournette. But again, where do you value that? I'm not sure. They could have gone all O line too, but we're already in that rung of tackles that was a little surprising. So maybe they go to Jones. Maybe they go to the kid out of
Clavon
Boise.
Chason is who they ended up taking. So
That's
they
good.
pair, and this is an odd front defense now. They switched that out. So him and Josh Allen right next to each other or across the line of scrimmage from each other. They look pretty frightening. And Chason is going to be the one that's going to prefer to play in space if they have to choose between the two. Correct?
Yeah, I would think so. But both guys can. Both guys are.
Mhm.
They're really similar, actually. They're very similar to one another. Chason doesn't have a lot of snaps at the collegiate level. He got banged up. Younger guy. I just remember him at the end of his high school career. He was just sort of, for me, the beginning of my perception widening about these pass rushers that are so long and lean. If that's all you can do, how valuable can you be? And
It's a
playing on
great comment right here. Who cares? He got worked in the SEC championship game.
You knew that. Oh, I'm surprised that
Oh,
was.
that's a
Is that
good
your
one.
burner? That's your burner account, isn't it? That's your burner. That's your burner.
Yeah, as if
Look,
that was
man.
my burner.
Look,
That's funny.
and that's what I was. That's the point I was getting to. How these long speed guys, how can they be so valuable if when they do go up against a tech guy who is very good at the point that they can get washed
Mhm.
away and riddled out of a game plan? And that's exactly my question with Chason. But there's no denying the burst, the closing speed, the ability to wreck a game plan on one play is certainly there. The bend is freaky.
Yeah, the Ben's out of this world.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for someone who, when you watch him, you're like, oh, that's a 6'1", 225-pound outside linebacker. And then you look
Yeah,
at
exactly.
the roster, and it's like, oh shit, he's 6'4", 250 pounds. So yeah, I think this is I think his best football is ahead of him. Let's put it that way. He definitely got better from year 2 to year 3 at LSU. So as the ceiling or the floor is there, but he's only going to get better. Would you agree, John? I mean, there's
Yeah,
the bend right
I
there.
think
Look at
he's like
that.
the youngest guy in the draft too. I think
That's
he's
the
like 20
clip
years old.
that's the clip you're looking at if you want to figure out how to be an edge rusher in the NFL. Take a look at this. Slaps the hand down, gets up underneath it, bends the corner, Kyle Trask down in about 2.5 seconds. So
And
that's
about
the
two and a
clip.
half yards too. You shouldn't
Yeah.
be able to change direction like that at that size. That's what's special about Chase Young, and I think he's got that to a higher degree than even Chase Young. We talked about that a little bit earlier.
Some
That
thump
is,
right there.
yeah, no, he can play. He can absolutely play. He needs to add a little bit of mass again, especially you're talking, like you said, odd man front. That's a lot of stand up. That's a lot of tight ends. That's a lot of disengaging compared to pin your ears back, like he was able to do so much at LSU. They would stunt him open often, especially with that move right there. That twist, he was always the underneath guy. And they made big plays against Clemson and A&M with that. So he can move. There's no doubt about it. You can manipulate that speed. But I just wonder, setting the edge, things like that. I think he's got some work to do, and that's going to be really interesting in Jacksonville. But they do have really big needs on the defensive side, and they strengthen the strength as well. Like you said, with Allen, pairing it with Allen in that front seven, that's been good over the years despite some turnover.
All right, quick question here from Monarch. Is that 59 or Monarch's 9? Who do you think has had the best draft so far, or is it too early to tell? Probably a little too early to tell. But you know what? I love what Miami did. I love all the smokescreen stuff and then still taking Tua. Keeping somebody that loved Tua Tagovailoa out of trading with those Detroit Lions at 3, I think is really the non-move move of the draft tonight, John. I think keeping that 5 spot, holding on to those back end picks that they still have or they have in this first round. I think that's the win for tonight. And I think Justin Jefferson just got drafted by the Eagles. At least he was on the phone just now, and his buddy was going crazy in the corner. So Justin Jefferson to the Eagles. How does that sound, John?
Look at Jordan Jefferson looking old. Like that makes me feel old. Justin Jefferson's a great story, man. What a year he had. I mean, the Eagles have a lot of talent to throw to, but this is now a guy you can play inside, another really good route runner, a smooth, productive cat who is, I think, a little bit more willing to take that shot over the middle. He's a guy that'll knife you up in the intermediate routes. Good after the catch. A little high, maybe 21 overall. I think is pretty high. I love the Chenault kid from Colorado, Pittman from USC. I think there's a lot of good receivers in this draft, and you maybe could have waited on that. But if you fell in love with Justin Jefferson and maybe you didn't think he would be here, then it's certainly a good pick. But with the way receivers slid and the way CeeDee Lamb slid, I'd have preferred you traded up and grabbed him. But Justin Jefferson had a huge 12-month improvement, as productive as anybody. I think he caught 100 passes this year. He is a slot volume guy, and we know that's what Philly wants to become.
Yeah, what a NFL combine the kid had, right? To go out there and run in the 4.4s. I think that was the only question that people had about Jefferson. And to me, man, smooth is the first word I think of, right? When you watch this guy play, it's not twitchy, it's not Yankee here and there. It's smooth. It's everything. Every stride looks effortless. And there's still some breakaway speed. So if this is the selection and Roger Goodell is announcing it right now, I think it's something it's going to help out the Philadelphia Eagles. They needed, like you said, a slot presence because, Nelson Aguilar has just not been it for those guys. And they tried it with Golden Tate. It didn't work. Excuse me, Jalen Rieger. Holy smokes. Jalen Rieger, TCU.
That was definitely that? Jefferson on the phone.
It definitely was Jefferson on the phone.
This makes more sense because now you get what you thought you were getting. You thought you were getting this in Nelson Aguilar a couple of years ago. You were just talking about that. This is who Jalen Rieger is. Explosive kind of kid. Small, but can put routes together, can help your return game. Bubble screen, some things that you probably wouldn't want with Justin Jefferson. Better accelerator is what we were talking about. There's some other receivers that could contend there, and Rieger was one of the ones that was coming to mind after Chenault and Pittman. There's a lot of good ones still available, but Philly was going to go a receiver. I think that was a pretty big consensus.
I mean, Rieger's another yards after catch guy. I was a little bit surprised to see his 40 come in and what it was. I think he ran in the 4.5 range at the combine, but reports were, watch the tape. Reports were that a lot of that had to do with him bulking up and putting on a lot of water weight. A lot of these guys, they know their questions coming in, so they try to solve them by doing little things like drinking a buttload of water before they get on the scale. So the next day seemed a little sluggish in the 40, but like you said, man, the tape's electric. When you watch it, it seemed like we were going to see 4.38. We were going to see something quick like that. So maybe it just doesn't matter. And for Philadelphia, it didn't seem like it was. Back to Jefferson though, what the heck was going on with the TV feed? Does that mean Minnesota was calling him? What was happening?
I don't know. It was odd for them to focus so much on that, and they clearly have a feed in Rieger's whole living room, because they went to it when he actually was the pick. So that was a little bit odd, but it's a new thing for everybody. But that's really cool for Rieger, man. Like you said, he's hit some steps along the way that have detracted perception around him, but he still ends up as a first round guy. Just explosive, man. This is a guy who goes 0 to 60 extremely quick. You could throw him the ball behind the line of scrimmage, let him go to work.
That's a lot what TCU did.
Yeah, some luxuries that Philly didn't really have. Bigger bigger and older wide receivers didn't really amount to that. And like you said, Aguilar was not what they thought he was going to be. Not exactly what he thought he was going to be. So
And they
I think
sure as hell
Rieger
gave
looks like his replacement.
they sure as hell gave Nelson Aguilar plenty of time to prove that he was going to be the guy, and it didn't pan out, man. As a lot of these guys don't, because it's just so hard, right? I mean, to go in there and to succeed at a high enough level to keep your spot without them drafting over you within a handful of years. So. Didn't watch a lot of Jalen Rieger, at least in terms of live games, but it doesn't take long to see the juice when you take a look at it. So I would have rather seen them. If you're going to take a slot guy, I would have taken Jefferson, but that's just me. Just because he's going to win more, he's going to do more that your quarterback doesn't have to do exactly.
I
He's,
agree with that. Really
you know what
good
I'm saying?
feel, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
really smooth, reliable hands too. Maybe the best hands of those receivers. I think Chase is the most overall impressive, Jamar Chase, but I think Jefferson was a little more sticky on 3rd and 6. I mean, he's the guy that finds the hole in the zone, and right now that's what most defenses are combating these spread offensive looks with. So Justin Jefferson's going to probably end up in the first round here, and the more we talk about it, the more I'm kind of like that kind of makes sense. So happy for him, happy for Rieger too. I think there's a case to be made for both guys, but like you said, I think the compliment to Alshon Jeffrey is more Jefferson than Rieger. Rieger's more of the gadget guy, jet sweep, return game, manufacture touches for once in a while kind of guy. Um, so we'll see how that comparison pans out. But
I'm kind of out on guys I have to manufacture touches for. You know what I mean? You can only do so many jet sweeps. It's a lot like, my audience here, you've seen what Georgia's done or tried to do with James Cook over the last couple of years, where it's like, oh, we haven't played James Cook in 3 series, so let's run him out there in jet sweep motion and give him an end around, or let's give him a jet sweep. Well, you do that kind of crap enough, they're going to start firing corner blitzes. They're going to start firing slot blitzes. They're going to figure out when, you
those
have
are automatics.
you have tendencies, man. And from sitting in a booth, a guy with a laptop in front of him, I could tell you right now when James Cook was in the formation, he was either going in motion to tell everyone he was going in motion, or he was going in motion to get in the ball. And it's kind of turned me, not that specifically, but I've slowly turned myself away as the spreads become more and more prevalent in all forms of football, whether it be high school, college, or now pro. I'm kind of out on these guys that you just have to manufacture touches for. Whereas a guy like Jefferson, he can win in his own way. He can win in his own route and in his own form. So that is what I would have went with. But hey, I'm not the guy getting the checks. I'm not the one stroking them either. So they had a reason, and I'm sure it was a good one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we get another run on receivers now because of this. Like you said, it looked like Jefferson got some type of positive news based on Justin Jefferson, his older brother's reaction, and we're getting into territory where there could be some compliments. Obviously, Minnesota just lost Stephon Diggs, so naturally, wide receiver is going to come up there. Pittsburgh's looking to compliment Juju Smith-Schuster after the whole Antonio Brown thing. I mean, New England never seems like they have wide receiver one outside. Julian Edelman's there in the slot, so you could see some pass catchers coming.
One thing I've learned from tracking New England over the last couple of years, covering these drafts, whatever you think they're going to do, they're not. I mean, they're just not. I mean, N'Keal Harry last year, and then they flip around and take the back from Alabama, who I can't even remember his name, wore 34, Damian Harris. It just doesn't make any sense. 2 years in a row, spending top 35 picks on a running back. Who thought that when the NFL is slowly moving away from slowly moving towards devaluing, making up words 3 hours into the live
we can
stream.
make up words, man. It's a long
devaluing the running back position. They're out here taking them 2 years back to back in top 35 picks. So now you just have to assume Justin Jefferson's gotten selected at some point, right? And if he goes to New England, quarterback or not, watch out. I mean, they will figure that out quickly.
Yeah, that'd be a great fit. He feels like a Patriots kind of guy. What about New Orleans? How cool would that be? Obviously an in-state Louisiana State Tiger, national champion in that stadium. So that could be pretty cool as well. But it looks like he's coming off the board here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I would think so too. Um, that's a good point about Minnesota obviously needing to replace Stephon Diggs. What was your thoughts on that trade? Obviously, when a guy it seemed like he was causing issues. I don't know the full extent of it. I think a lot of that's overblown. A lot of that's GM driven. So when they do trade the guy, the whole fan base doesn't crap on him. But what was your take on Stephon as we get the selection from Roger Goodell?
I'll hold.
I'll hold, he says. You know what? Roger's done a good job in his sweater vest tonight, or in his sweater. Justin Jefferson, there it is.
There you go. There you go.
There's the selection.
That's a good pick, man. That's a good pick. Look, they just lost Diggs. You need a guy who can come in and catch 70 passes today. And I think that Jefferson could be one of those guys. You mentioned how smooth he is, comfortable in the zone, finding the holes, all of those quarterback-friendly things. You don't have the best quarterback in the world. So I think this is a good fit. This is something that Minnesota needs to get over their own hump in the NFC. And again, it's what the game's going toward. It's crazy. Wide receivers become, man, this is a wide receiver draft, even with CeeDee Lamb's fall. That's what, 6? Is that 6 receivers so far?
Yeah. I mean, we can try to count them out, but my memory is not that great, especially when I'm over here bumbling 5 hats. Any chance the Chargers take DeAndre Swift at running back right here?
No.
No? Why not?
They've
Too
got
many needs elsewhere?
I mean, you look, there's some
They don't,
potential
though.
turnover. There's some potential turnover at running back. I will agree to that. I just think you're changing everything about your entire culture. So they already got their quarterback. I think you go more offense heavy, and you try to push that thing forward. So
Let's take a look at your boy
I think
J-Jet right
the
here.
receiver run. There you go.
The receiver run's not over. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think it's over. I don't think it's over. That's great body control, catching away from his body.
Tracks it really well too. Keeps defenders away from his body and behind him by gearing down just a little bit.
Yeah, he's
right
got that
here.
subtle
See?
sort of like borderline OPI reversal about him.
But it's not really OPI because he's really he's PIing with his back basically.
Right. It's very crafty contact. It's like those NBA players that can get to the line whenever. He's got body control on his body control. It's not just when the ball's in the air. I like that about him. He's, like I said, he's got a great feel. He's got a great feel for the football, for the awareness. Sideline to sideline, when to come in the hole. That Joe Burrow play that you loved, what we talked about at the top, that was completed to Jefferson. It was 3rd and 17, and all hell was breaking loose, and they found a way to get on the same page. He's that guy. He's got that innate trait.
Yeah, for sure. I love Joe Burrow on the run, man. I absolutely love Joe Burrow on the run. Excuse me.
Boys rolling at 10:58 p.m.
Hey, man, chill out. Chill out.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I like his pick the more we dig into it, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised if you looked at me and said, I think Justin Jefferson is the best, wide receiver in the draft for XYZ reasons. I would say, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and trash on you for it. But it is what it is. Oh, do we got a trade here? Yeah, Chargers Patriots trade. Chargers get 23rd overall pick. Patriots get 2020 second round and 2020 third round. So that just happened, I guess. Which is why they're
it's not a quarterback.
No.
Man. That whole Rieger thing really shook this back half of the first round up.
Yeah,
that came out of nowhere. Well, we know this isn't quarterback.
Yeah.
LA. So I'm thinking It's not running back because they wouldn't have to trade up for him. I'm thinking defense.
Thinking defense. None of the linebackers, inside linebackers at least, have gone yet. So
Yeah, Queen's good. I love the Oklahoma kid, Murray.
Kenneth Murray,
The safeties are still there, man. Crazy.
true. Grant Delpit, Xavier McKinney's still there. Now, I love Delpit's sophomore tape, but the junior tape, I guess, turned people off with just a little bit. There's some tackling
Yeah.
questions and whatnot. John, maybe you could speak to that just a little bit.
Yeah, Delpit was never an extremely physical guy, but he has such great range. I think teams were willing to challenge him. You know, when you high low that linebacker, you're always so comfortable dumping that off in front of the safety. But Delpit's range was so good over the last couple of years that I think people wanted to challenge it and go shorter ahead of the linebacker. So if you got to Delpit, he had some space tackling questions, and he missed some big ones in pretty big games, including late in the season, Alabama, Oklahoma, Clemson.
Kenneth
And I think
Murray
that really
from
hurt.
Oklahoma.
There you go.
So there we go. An inside linebacker.
Sideline to sideline. The
Thomas,
only Oklahoma Sooner to flash on defense this year.
yeah.
Kenneth Murray. Yes.
And I believe it was Ed Orgeron that said, and Orgeron does this thing where he loves telling you how good you are before his team went out there and spanked your hiney. But he said Kenneth Murray was the best linebacker that they played against all year. And that says a lot coming from the SEC. So,
Yeah.
and I love that when he rocked that neck pad, whoo-wee,
That was
that
old
boy
school, man.
scary. That boy scary looking though. I ain't trying to. I don't want that smoke. Yeah, Kenneth
Yeah,
Murray.
he was the only guy who flashed out there. And the Chargers got some guys on defense. Their defense is not bad. Obviously, they got Bosa, they got Ingram, Perriman. Now they got Murray. That front seven is looking rock solid. In LA, I was going to say San Diego. And look, you're in the Mahomes division, man. You gotta stack up front seven, back seven, everybody defensively. So this is a guy that helps you certainly on first and second down, but has ability to play on third too.
And look, man, I love, Thomas Davis played well, I guess, for a guy that late in his career. But obviously he's now in Washington still playing football, which is absolutely incredible. But this is a need for San Diego or Los Angeles out there. So I thought their needs last year were certainly interior defensive linemen, and they still kind of are for some point or at some point. But they just didn't have any on the board right now, not worthy of the 23rd overall pick, and certainly not worthy moving up for. So
right
now
they
we kind of
up for a guy they were surprised was still there, and that's Murray
for sure. And Patrick Queen honestly kind of plays a lot like him, just a little quicker, honestly.
Yeah,
so,
I think Queen's a little better in coverage.
Mm-hmm.
But they're very similar, like you said. They're both 3-down type guys. So I like the Chargers, what they're doing, man. Herbert and Murray. It seems like Miami was always going to take Tua, and they were always going to take Herbert. So they've gotten two of their guys very clearly. So good for them. They'll need it.
Yeah, they will. It's gonna be a lot of points continued to score, continued to be scored out there in the AFC West. Who do we got left at this point, man? I mean,
we got both safeties, more of the receivers still out there. The third tier offensive linemen remain available. Of course, Jordan Love, Jake Fromm, the quarterbacks there, and all the running backs. I mean, it's weird that running back and safety has not been touched at this point, especially safety. That's I don't know what the last time that we went this deep without a safety coming off the board, but it feels like this is about as late as I've seen recently.
How many center field safeties are available in this draft outside of Xavier McKinney? I mean, seriously, like Grant Delpit's an in the box player, or preferred, excels in the box. Not to say he's not great in space and in the middle of the field.
I like Delpit's range. I think McKinney's the most versatile for sure. McKinney can walk down, play back, a little bit of nickel. Chances there if you need him. So no, I think he's the better player. But there's not that true MLB center field guy in this draft. There's that true rangy, get on his horse, come off the hash, and strike you guy either. I think McKinney's a very physical player, but I don't know if he's an enforcer. That's a different level at the safety position. There's no Brian Dawkins, Ed Reed, in this draft. So I'm a little surprised still that the safety position hasn't been addressed because those guys are nickel linebackers, as well. So um, that's really interesting to me. Like you said, Delpit's 2018 to 2019 costing him several dollars at this point already.
Yeah, unlike everyone else seemingly on that LSU roster. Everyone else made millions. Somehow Grant Delpit seems to have lost them. So
yeah, he'll be just fine though.
I'm sure you will be. So kind of just an overall review, John, since we're kind of slowing down here at the end of the night. If you had, one selection, one pick, I think, if you're really talking about getting a high-end player at a really, really high-end, position in terms of need, I would look at that seventh spot at, what the Carolina Panthers did there. So, I'm I'm running out of things to say at this point at the end of the night.
I'm going one right after
But Derek Brown right there is a money selection for a team that, didn't re-sign Gerald McCoy, didn't really have a plan there at defensive tackle once he's gone, nor did they sign any free agents this year. You could have thrown a dart at their defensive depth chart and found a spot, and they would have improved at picking a draft player or a player in the draft there. But Derek Brown at 7 for the Carolina Panthers, I think, is not only a perfect fit, but, an absolute position of need and a really, really talented football player.
Yeah, that's a top 3 talent right there. It just so happened to be that these two quarterbacks popped up and, Joe Burrow came out of nowhere, in the last year or so. So, yeah, I'm with you. Value-wise, I think him at 7, Isaiah Simmons at 8 was a steal. Getting Wirfs, trading back up to get Wirfs at 13, I thought was a really excellent selection. So I think some of these value guys are coming in here. And then you get into some questionable stuff, towards the 20s with the receiver pecking order. I think that's somewhat questionable. And then the Raiders with the Arnett selection. I'm really curious. I know how it's going to be received. I'm just curious to see how that one plays out, especially with Christian Fulton still on the board at this point.
Yeah, it's a little questionable, right? Christian Fulton still being on the board. Like you said,
he had the character thing 2 years ago, but that's pretty cut and dry. So I don't know if that's what would slow them down on Fulton. I'm not sure.
Another thing about the Saints, man, anytime you think you got a beat on what they need or where they need to go in the draft, they go elsewhere. So I don't really know what to do here. I really liked Marcus Davenport, when he got to the league, but he can't seem to stay healthy. But good Lord, them trading back up. I could have sworn that was Lamar Jackson when all that was happening. I don't know if you remember watching that draft, but I think they had like 25 or something like that, and they traded up to 21. And I was thinking, Lamar right here. What an offensive guy to go to for him. But they end up trading up for the kid from UTEP and Marcus Davenport, who's turned out, like I said, when he's on the field, he's played well. How about Sean Payton and some LeBrons? Did you see that?
I know you did. LeBron's
Sean
in
Payton,
the hoodie, man.
Sean Payton
he's got
out here,
tablets out. I mean,
Sean Payton out here flexing. That's dope.
And, man, the Saints can go in so many directions here.
Where's the need though? If you really, take a 360 view at it, where I don't even know where the need would be.
I think pass rush. Patrick Queen's available. In-state guy. Front 7. I think you always need to address those things. They just got off the screen though.
Yeah, now it says.
I didn't know if they traded.
Oh, Vikings on the clock. They already changed the demo over there to the left. Oh, they went D tackle for sure. That's a big boy. Who we got? NFL Network don't even know who it is. You know who that is, John?
I'm behind.
He's up in New Jersey.
They haven't even shown me yet.
I am Confucia. See if the bot's got on it. No, they haven't. Oh, they took Cesar Ruiz, the center out of Michigan.
Oh, yeah. IMG kid.
Yeah, you know a little bit about Caesar, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Wasn't he the
yeah, of
top? Wasn't he the
course.
top center in like 2016?
Yeah, man, just a mauler. He's another. He's in the Jedrick Wills family of alley defenders.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Cesar Ruiz is a mauler, um, physical center, can play guard as well. Pretty good footwork for his size, though, man. Broad cat. So I think this is a really good pick. And gosh, guys who already have that center experience with the mauling style are always sort of high on my list. Interesting for New Orleans, though. Much more of a
Yeah.
finesse perception. So, really interesting selection. But you see, he's really emotional on the ESPN feed, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I'm watching it right now.
That is pretty cool.
That is cool, man. I will honestly never know that feeling, obviously. I'll know the feeling of watching that feeling, and it's a good feeling to watch that kid have that feeling. Yeah, but you talk about it. He's not, I mean, he is prototypical center length and center size. He's 6'2 3/4", 305 pounds. And I hit the nail on the head. He was the number one center in 2017.
Yeah,
Um, I remember watching his high school tape and just thinking how physical he was and in the run game especially. And then he gets up there to Michigan and just, I mean, hands on, game over, right? Once he fires his hands and lands inside the chest plate, it's rep over, call it a day.
yeah. He's got the punch, man. He's got that wide, low anchor. Just what you want in a center. Athletically, is he elite? No. He can get there though. He can pull on occasion. He can do a couple of different things, get out on screens. But he's another one. I mean, it's turned into a really great O line draft. He's another one that you just assume 7 years from now is still going to be there snapping the ball. So
And
love
the
it.
the Saints took another interior offensive lineman with their first pick last year, and Eric McCoy out of Texas A&M, and I guess they'll have a battle this camp to see who can play center because their center from a year ago just retired. Did he not? Um, yeah, I'm gonna blank on
Oh,
that name.
Max Unger was it
Yeah,
Unger?
Max Unger is
Yeah.
now out of the league. So these two will kind of, if I had to choose, having I scouted McCoy a lot harder than I did Ruiz heading into this year's draft. McCoy has the size to play guard and the experience having done that. Caesar Ruiz, I wouldn't try to throw him out there against three techniques in the pass pro. Would you, John?
Not if you don't have to. Not if you don't
Yeah.
have to. He's got some early guard experience, but he's extremely comfortable at center and has that center game. That
Hmm.
position specific game. Like if he's a guard, he's not a first rounder. So um, no, if McCoy's got that guard experience, slide him and let Caesar win the job. But that's dependent on who wins it. They could both start, so that's pretty cool.
Minnesota Vikings just traded their 25th pick to the 49ers. So the 49ers obviously using that capital that they gained from their earlier drafts, moved down um, here to get back up into the back end of the first round. Who could this be? I mean, you never know with
49ers.
Lynch.
Well, their D line is again ultra solidified, so it's not that. Um, Maybe Queen. I mean, Queen's available.
They
Um,
loved. I'm telling you, man, they love their two linebackers with Quan Alexander and the fifth round, late round pick that they got last year that played exceptionally well. I'll blank on his
the
name for
kid
the
from
rest of the tournament.
Wisconsin. Is it the
Well,
Wisconsin kid?
it's I know what you're thinking. Yeah, it is the white kid. I don't think he's from Wisconsin.
Oh,
Um,
I assume all white
but
kids are from Wisconsin.
yeah, all white linebackers for sure.
It's a
Uh,
joke, people. Before you like tweet me.
nah, go ahead and tweet him. His handle is at Brooks Austin SI, like he told you earlier.
Yes, there it
Um,
is. Oh,
Yeah, so go ahead and blow that up. Um, it seems it looks like they've already made the pick because Kyle Shanahan's sitting there talking with the kids. Um, and now he's on the speaker. I love Kyle Shanahan, man. I don't know about you. I think, you know, things might get overblown a little bit about how much of an offensive genius he is, but
Sure.
it doesn't help. It doesn't hurt that he's got an extremely talented roster around him. Um, But I think their best player, and this is so on brand for me, I think their best player is Mike McGlinchey. If you've watched any of 49ers film or any of 49ers games the last couple of years, Mike McGlinchey been a
They
dog since they took him.
they've got this line of scrimmage that is just different.
Hmm.
It's just different, man. It's like when you revamp an entire program from the literal inside out. They're just different on the line of scrimmage. So yeah, they're hard to miss this past year. That's why they went to the Super Bowl with above average quarterback maybe. So I love what they've done in the trenches in general. That's why again solidifying that further today was a surprise, and now they trade back up. So why not go defense again? I'm not
Brandon
sure.
Ayuk from Arizona State, another guy cut from that
Another
Jalen Rager.
receiver.
Yeah, cut from that Jalen Rager cloth. Would you agree, John? A little bit undersized, but got some juice after the catch.
Juice after the catch. I think he's got a bigger catch radius than Rieger. I saw him play a couple times this past year, and he flashed. He actually flashed down the field in a couple games that I saw, but that was more of a football thing than a track or speed thing.
I
I
was
think
about
he's
to
just a
say,
playmaker. I think he's a football player, man.
who
I'm good with him.
who did Arizona State get in the shootout with this year? They played like a 52-50 game, didn't they, against Cal or someone like that? That Pac-12 football,
Probably.
man. Pac-12 after dark will get you every single time.
That'll hook you. Yeah, yeah, that'll hook you.
Yeah. All
Always.
right. Miami Dolphins up at 26.
So they
Is
got their
this
tackle, they got their quarterback. Now
this is the DeAndre Swift spot, you would imagine, right?
it would be a great value, man. 26. I mean,
It was
goodness
Oregon. They're showing it
gracious.
right now on ESPN. That was the downfield plays you watched for my youth this year. Uh, but yeah, man, I mean,
God, that corner's 12 yards off and still gets beat. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I know it's Oregon, but
he
gosh.
played with a freshman quarterback out there at Arizona State too, in a completely rebuilt, uh, you know, team with Herm Edwards as the head coach. And you talking about how about Herm Edwards and Mac Brown putting it on for
Dude,
ESPN?
both of those hires were laughed at
Yeah, they
by
were.
young folks in the college football and recruiting industry, and man, those guys have hit the ground running, maybe more than they even expected.
My
Especially
only
Mac on the recruiting trail. My goodness.
back to this Ayuk, and I don't think I'm pronouncing the last name correctly, but back to this pick. John, do you think there's any bit of a skill duplication with him and Debo Samuel?
Oh man, I mean, first of all, they look the same. A lot of similarities there, but they both look pretty physical for their size, man. That might just be what they want. The finesse guys that they've had on that team the last few years have sort of found their way out, man. San Fran is an old school feel to
You
me.
know what? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking Kyle Shanahan's telling himself, I'm gonna get these dudes open. They're gonna be 5 yards open. So what I want
Great
is
after the
somebody
catch,
is
though.
that is great after the catch. I want somebody that can make a play once I've already made the play for him. You know what I mean? So, and I don't
Yep.
know if he drafts with that type of confidence in his own playbook, but I certainly would if I was that good at playing, at calling plays and designing them. More importantly, the design of the plays is what's impressive to me when
Well,
I
and
watch him.
again, they're so good at running the football, and then Kittle's such a great compliment off of that.
Hmm.
These receivers, it's like we talked about with Kinlaw on the defensive line. You're not going to see any double teams, man. Take advantage.
Yeah,
You can either add to a strength, or you can almost create a new weakness for your opponent, or play into your strengths. And this is like creating another weakness because you can't deal with Debo and now this kid along with Kittle in the passing game. Matt, they can all line up on the same side. That's a lot to deal with. They can all hurt you after the catch.
for sure. So, I mean, I guess I'm honestly just hoping at this point that DeAndre Swift gets drafted or some Georgia player gets drafted, and I might have ulterior motives behind that, but it is
Here's
what it
my
is.
thing. Here's my thing, and I know you're objective when it comes to this stuff. The running back conversation we haven't really gotten to dig into because we don't
Hmm.
really expect it to all go in the first round. But give me the old line version. That scouting report pecking order because it feels like the O line. You can really make the case for Dobbins or for Taylor or some of these other guys too. So how do you view that running back group?
So I think the most important thing about being a running back in the NFL is, as an evaluator, is what I would take is, are you a three down back? Can you play first, second, and third down? Can you do something out of the backfield? I think all three of them except for maybe Dobbins. I know Dobbins can do it, but is Dobbins going to split out into the slot and beat
No,
a slot corner? No. Okay,
never.
so let's take him out of the conversation. So that leaves us with Swift and Taylor. At that point, I really think there is value in the guy who has less hits on his body. Value on the guy who I know, because the lifespan, even for the great ones at this point nowadays. I mean, look at Lev. I mean, Lev Bell's a totally different situation because he took a whole 2 years off of football. But that guy doesn't even look like he did just 2 years ago,
No,
let alone
no,
when
not
he
at
was in
all.
his rookie year. So the longer we can extend that lifespan by how many touches and what kind of touches is important too. Well, how were you getting hit? What scheme were you playing in? Taylor got handed the ball 435 times for 3 straight seasons. Okay, he was the offense at Wisconsin. So for me, I'm taking the guy that I know checks not only checks all the boxes, and granted, you could say like, hey Brooks, but Jonathan Taylor had twice the touches and half the injuries that DeAndre Swift had, and that's a safe argument and a safe counterpoint for you to make towards me too. But yeah, I think that Swift would be my guy because I watched what he did at Georgia, where as much as has was made about Georgia's offensive line, they couldn't block everybody. And what had gotten to the point where defenses were saying, okay, you want to run the ball. We know that. And you want to throw back shoulder fades. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to walk down a man-to-man coverage on both your primary outside wide receivers. We're going to let the safety play off on your number 3 wide receiver. And guess what? You play 11 personnel a whole lot. So we're just going to sit there over the tight end and we're going to put 7 or 8 guys in the box. And now it got to the point where DeAndre Swift was accounting for one guy every single time he touched the football. And more times than not, he made that guy miss. To me, that's extreme value, especially in the NFL, where presumably he's going to be playing in a lot more space than he was even in college. So there's a long, extended answer of why I would take Swift 1, Taylor 2, Dobbins 3. And then after that, I think there's a pretty significant drop off, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'd put Cam Akers like sort of like 3B. I think he got a bit of a bad rap here over the last year or two, given his O line circumstances. But I'm with you, man. If all things are even with that top group, the guy who is the most, hey, I can put you in the slot if I have to, and you can be the third guy.
Mm-hmm.
That guy gets the nod, and that is DeAndre Swift. That's the most electric after the catch, probably the best accelerator between the three, certainly the best in open space. And look, you just drafted Tua. So
Mm-hmm.
guess what? He's 6 foot and a half on his best day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, he's not going to be under center very much, Mr. Austin. So
No, he's not.
pair him with a guy who can really hurt you. And as soon as we say that, the Dolphins trade the pick to the Packers.
Jesus.
Packers now on the clock. Could they be coming up for a position not yet addressed, like safety? Or, oh, here we go. They're showing Jordan Love. This
Oh
could be the
man,
this could be the quarterback little mini run here at the end of the round.
Aaron Rodgers about to be sick.
Aaron Rodgers ain't worried about Jordan Love.
This goes back to our conversation earlier, man. I don't understand why you draft the heir apparent when your current quarterback is probably going to still play for 3 or 4 more years. So we're
Yeah,
really
yeah,
we're really only capitalizing on that rookie deal. What 2 years at best, but really it's at worst because one of the best quarterbacks to ever live has now presumably moved on or retired. Like what are we doing? What value are we really adding to the roster? Is my question. If this is the decision.
yeah. I'm with you. There's definitely no 2020 value, especially when you talk about a potentially condensed off season. Like all of
Mm-hmm.
these quarterbacks coming in, like if you're expecting them all to be the guy day one, probably not the case. Now that said, Jordan Love's not a guy for day one. He's a guy for year 3 or 2. But like you said, Aaron Rodgers feels like he's not that close to wrapping things up. But it's a new coaching staff at the same time. So how much does that influence the future? Every coach, they say every coach wants their guy, right? Like their quarterback.
Yeah.
But gosh, do you start that when you have Aaron Rodgers? That's a head scratcher for me. And Aaron's been pretty durable too. It's not like he missed a whole year or had a Big Ben thing or or anything like that where he's been sort of in and out. He's toughed it out when he's had to, and this is a little surprising.
They did. They did it. They took Jordan Love at 26 overall, which means I've got to go check my buddies in Green Bay, see how they're doing, because I know there's positional needs out there
Traded
at
up
Green
for him
Bay.
too.
Yeah, sacrificing some second round draft capital to go get a guy that you know is a project while you've got a quarterback that you hope, at least you would think you're hoping is going to play for quite some time. I just it's the head scratcher is the perfect definition or a perfect word for what just happened. I don't get it.
How long did Rodgers sit behind Favre?
I think
It
4
was at least 2
years.
years. Oh,
No,
4.
I think it was a while. I mean, let's go look. I'll look it up.
Yeah. My point was gonna be, ain't nobody doing that
No,
now.
not
Nobody's
anymore.
nobody's sitting now for
Mm-mm.
2 years, much less double that. That was gonna be my point either way. So
So
you don't make this move if you're sitting him for 4 years, is what I'm saying.
Rodgers was the 24th overall selection in 2005, and he didn't start his first game until 2008. So he sat for 3 straight seasons.
Okay.
And at this point, he is 36 years old. He'll turn 37 at the end of this year, towards the end of the regular season. So I don't get that, man. In a day and age where professional quarterbacks, especially good ones and elite ones, they're playing until their late 30s. They're playing until they're, hell, Tom Brady might play till he's 45. I know he's a total outlier in these situations, but I mean, Phillip Rivers is going to turn 40 this year, is
Philip
he
Rivers
not?
is gonna keep rolling, man. At least 2 more years. It's crazy.
So I don't get that one at all. He'll be on the
You
trade
don't.
block.
Is this the guy who brought in LaFleur? Was he in Chicago?
No, LaFleur.
Oh no, he was in Cincinnati.
Yeah, he was in, but isn't he also? He's also a pretty boy protege, isn't he? Wasn't he connected to McVay out there in LA? Wasn't he their
Yeah,
quarterbacks? Wasn't he
yeah.
their
I think it was
quarterbacks guy?
there to Cincy to Green Bay, if I remember correctly.
Let me take a
Either
look
way, I
up.
was just trying to see if this guy had stood on the table for quarterback in the past early, but it doesn't seem like that is.
So he was the OC in Los Angeles in 17, the OC in Tennessee in 18, got the head coaching job last year in Green Bay. So he's all quarterbacks his whole entire career. Quarterback in North Michigan, quarterback in Ashland, quarterback at Houston Texans, Washington, Notre Dame, back to the NFL with the Falcons, Rams, Titans, Packers. So he considers himself a quarterback guru. And man,
Okay, we're about to find out
let's go
because
search it on Twitter.
when
It's always
when do
fun to do.
you pull the trigger on something like that? When is the time to
I
make that?
guess I
Because
guess you
it's
never
not four
really
years.
know,
It's not
but
4 years.
no, but here's the deal. I would when it comes to trying to push out your franchise quarterback and one that's that good, I'm waiting to be late. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather be caught with my pants down, kind of like the New England Patriots are right now, than having, if they did a similar thing with Garoppolo, but that was a second round pick. This isn't, hey, we're trading
It
draft
wasn't the
capital
same.
when no,
Yeah,
it's not the same. They're trading draft capital when he needs weapons. He needs, guys to help him out. I I don't get it, man. I think if I'm giving immediate grades, I think this has to be the most questionable draft pick of tonight. Even
I'm
take
with
into
you, man.
consideration what Las Vegas did at 20 with their corner. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
I don't get this at all.
it's this. This is the most questionable because at least the Raiders didn't have a questionable day. At least they got Ruggs early and whatever. But this is whew, that is a lot. That is really interesting. Um, Good for Jordan Love though. First round pick, Utah State Utes.
I guess good for Jordan Love, but if you're him, wouldn't you rather have gone somewhere you're not going to have to sit? I'll tell you the first thing he's going to do with his first round money, he'll fix them teeth.
It's getting late for you, huh?
It is getting late. I told you I'm running out of things to talk about, man. It is almost midnight. I got work tomorrow, and we're for almost 4 hours in this broadcast. And the people that have been staying with us, they ain't left. They didn't leave through an
Salute.
accidental F bomb. So I don't think they're
Salute.
leaving anytime soon. One thing I do love about Jordan Love is the fact that he lost 9 starters on his offensive side of the football this year, lost an offensive coordinator, threw a buttload of interceptions. And from everything we heard coming out of the NFL Combine, every single team that had him in for a meeting did the interception reel. They played all 17 interceptions. And from what we've been told, not a single time did he say, oh, that's on that guy, or that's on that guy, or that's on every single time. It was, I shouldn't have done that. I thought I could force that ball in. I couldn't. I missed her at the backside, whatever it was.
He definitely trusts his arm.
Yeah, he trusts his arm a little bit too much, but I would too if I was playing on a team, and I did play on a team that was, we were even worse than Utah State. So I understand especially when you're that talented. I've never been that talented. This dude, he's got first round skills. Let's not get that twisted.
Sure.
Again, we didn't understand the fit. That's what we're questioning. We just didn't get why. Especially knowing what I think. John, if Aaron Rodgers played 5 more years, would you be stunned?
No. Why? Drew Brees.
So if
these guys are old, man.
That's what I'm saying. If Aaron Rodgers' career outlived Jordan Love's rookie contract, the whole purpose of the draft pick is mute. It's a mute point. You just wasted a 26th overall pick for a guy. And again, look, that's wicked arm talent. That's Aaron Rodgers-esque arm talent. The only problem is you're going to have to push out one of the best to do it to even get to him.
It's just odd, man. There's really no other way to put this one. It's odd.
We'll just have to stop bagging on it, I guess, and move on to whatever's next. If you needed some quarterback depth, find it in round 2. Don't piss the goat off. You say he's not mad. You say he's not worried about Jordan Love. I'll tell you what he is worried about. He's worried about not having a weapon that he thought he needed. And I'm sure he will vocalize that. He'll be telling people that he's not too happy.
Yeah, this is I'm struggling here. It's just why?
Getting late for you, huh, John?
No, it's just I'm struggling. How do you sell this to Green Bay, the most publicly beloved program? Like, how do you sell this to the fans? This is one of those where the GM is extremely happy that this isn't a normal draft where the press is there and this is a whole back and forth. They may do something like that down the line or maybe have a controlled one, but this is one of those where the virtual helps to deal with all this. But look, Jordan Love's got a huge arm, and he's athletic, and he's grown a ton. Like, he's still trying to figure this thing out. Like you said, he takes responsibility. He wins the interview, but again, you have a potential GOAT today. You don't know what you have in Love, no matter how good he becomes one day. So navigating that will obviously define that new coaching style.
Aaron Rodgers still a top 5 quarterback in the league?
Yes.
You had a redraft today. Aaron Rodgers would be one of the top 5 picks.
Well, are we doing for 1 year? How long we,
let's go next 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no way to justify this period. And I'm glad, honestly, that the next pick's up, because I don't want to keep crapping on Jordan Love, but it is what it is. You can smirk all you want. It is getting late, man. Jordan Brooks right here, inside linebacker out of Texas Tech. And this is right on mold with the 3 guys that we had available this year in the NFL draft at inside linebacker. They're all sideline to sideline guys. They're all quick twitch and thin bodied, right? None of them, I don't think any of them press over 235 weight wise, do they, John? All of them are around that 230, range.
Yeah, that's just this day and age.
It's the mold nowadays.
2-pounder anymore. Brooks is a little more downhill. He's a little more downhill than certainly Queen and Murray. But he can get on his horse a little bit. How about the Big 12? Linebackers picked before the SEC. Linebackers picked before the Pac-12. I mean, it's not a surprise. Linebackers picked before the Big Ten. Am I right on that one?
A boy thumping.
Yeah, he's a little more downhill for sure.
Yeah, he's not similar to the rest of them. Yeah, this is a frontwards and backwards football player right here in Jordan Brooks. Hey, got a good name too, right? That was nice and easy.
So here's a quote from Aaron Rodgers today on the Pat McAfee show. Shout out to Pat. Quote, "We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years. So that would be kind of cool." End quote. And the reporter went on to say, Rodgers says whoever the pick is, he'll track down his phone number and welcome him to the team tonight if the Packers don't trade up. So theoretically, Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love are now talking about the fact that they once again did not go grab a wide receiver or running back or tight end in the first round, but instead another quarterback.
Man, just get your butt ready for some passive aggressive post-game and pre-game conferences, man. This dude is not having it. I'm telling you, man. You may say, he ain't, like we said, he ain't worried about him. He ain't taking his job unless he wants it to have it. But I would not be surprised if Aaron Rodgers was like, all right, y'all want that dude to be your starting quarterback? Trade me.
Who's he calling? You know who they're calling, right?
Belichick, probably.
Belichick.
Man, if they go from Tom Brady to finishing out Aaron Rodgers' career, I'm not even a fan, but I'd quit NFL. I wouldn't even watch it. I'd be so mad for the rest of NFL. There are teams that go decades without a top 5, top 10 caliber NFL quarterback. And, New England's had one for 2 decades. So
incredible.
I'm sure he is. I mean, that's no joke. I'm sure because there's no rules against that, is there?
I've seen it on Twitter already.
There are no rules against interminglings like that, correct? Where Aaron Rodgers, if he's got Bill Belichick's phone number, he can call that dude up anytime he wants, right?
I mean, I think if he initiates, it's sort of like a recruiting deal. If he initiates it, I think he technically can. But one, I'm not 100% sure. And two, that would never get out.
No, it would. You would never know. They probably when they exchanged phone numbers, they probably exchanged the burners. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Pro athletes, don't they change their numbers like every 6 months, basically?
Something like that. If they're smart. It just depends. It depends on marital status, location, habits.
You could have stopped at marital status.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
There.
All right, man. So Baltimore at 28 here, and I would be lying if I didn't say I was looking forward to seeing 32 come up on this draft board. This is long, John. I don't know if you've ever done anything like this. I have never done a live stream.
No. I mean, we've had a couple of podcasts run 2 hours. Certainly, when we used to do the Alabama podcast, after like a national championship or signing day, they could get pretty long, but not threatening 4. I'd be lying to you at that point. And of course, we started at like 8:20, so it wasn't even the draft wasn't even like ready to go. And even though Cincinnati had already sent like personalized stitched Joe Burrow jerseys to his entire family, we still couldn't get that done at 8:05.
Hey, TSL, baby. Time sent listening. Gotta get it in. They gotta get it in.
People are going to watch this regardless.
I don't blame ESPN and the NFL Network to drag this out as long as if they drag this thing into Monday, I don't blame them. I mean, hell, a week ago, John, we were televising horse competitions between Dwayne Wade and a WNBA player. So, and that's a shot at both of them. And the WNBA player beat Chris Paul. So, goes to show you. I was obviously watching it. Just kidding. I got the highlights on Twitter like everybody else. I've been running out of things to say. What are we doing here at 28 with Baltimore? They need linebackers, don't they?
They need linebackers. They need a safety. I think Eric Weddle retired, right? So that could be. We still have Delpit and McKinney on the board. We all know Ozzie Newsome is the GM there in Baltimore, so never surprised to see them take an Alabama guy. So I would think McKinney here. Um, but again, there's a lot of love for Delpit. He's a good player. Antoine Winfield Jr., good player. Everybody remembers him from this past year in that Minnesota run. So I think he's got some Baltimore in him too. Big turnover guy. So I think you could go safety here.
Heard a comparison for Winfield the other day, and let me see how you think about it. How about Tyrann Mathieu?
Oh, I'm fine with that, and I love both players. Yeah, Winfield's always around the football. He can line up over nickel. He can rush the passer. He can certainly play center field. He can support the run. I'm a big fan. I was a big fan of his dad. His dad
Yeah,
was awesome. His dad was one of the best cover two press corners I'd ever seen. He came up in that Rondé Barber era where the little guys could do it pretty darn well. I was a
it
huge fan
looks
of his
like it's going
grandfather.
to be Patrick Queen. We just saw a three shot with Delpit, Winfield, and McQueen, or Queen, excuse me. And Queen's the only one with the Bose headphones that they sent out to all these players. So, um, looks like he just got a phone call from somebody. I don't know who it was. I would assume it's Baltimore here at 28. So they get their, it took a year to get them, but they get their replacement. Calais Campbell is now in Baltimore. That is news to me, and that is
Yep.
frightening. Shows you how much I've
Baltimore,
been paying
they're
attention to
they're
NFL free
loading up.
agency.
Baltimore's loading up right now. They're loading up for today. So and Patrick Queen, as you know, Brooks, three down guy, can absolutely cover a running back out of the backfield or a tight end, wall off a slot. He can do all those things, and he really can run. He can really run.
He's not C.J. Mosley. In fact, he's the complete opposite of C.J. Mosley. C.J. Mosley to me is the best stay in the box linebacker in the NFL. Queen's not going to stay in the box. He's going to
No.
run hash to hash, sideline to sideline. So, but he's not going to add what C.J. Mosley does inside the tackles in the run game. But at this point, with the way Baltimore's built up their depth at defensive tackle, I don't think it's going to matter. They are so big, 7-7. So it is
Well,
Patrick Queen.
they're going to play with the ball and the lead. So
Yeah.
usually, so we would
So
think.
they're going to get thrown against, or at least attempted to be thrown against. So,
Correct.
we saw two inside linebackers go in the top 28 picks. So how about that? Uh-oh. That's not
Don't
good.
do it.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good, man. The good news is if I'm ever, on TV and not just doing live streams for people, I won't be on there for 4 straight hours unless we're doing some
No.
type of telethon. So that's
Or
the good
some
news.
very bad news went down. So let's hope never.
Can I get some
Never that.
Isaiah Wilson at 29, sir? How about that? What do you think?
Tennessee is very, very conservative and conventional on offense, so you can make that case. You can
I
make
think
that case
he's,
pretty easily.
they just lost Conklin to free agency to the Cleveland
Yep, and
Browns, I
they want to
believe.
run a ball.
So, how about that?
Yeah, I'm not against that. Tennessee's, they should feel like they're only a couple pieces away. I think they need more explosion on offense in general, and you can do that through the trenches, or you can do that with the skill guys. I don't know if there's a game-breaking receiver still available in terms of pure speed and playmaking ability, especially with Riegers of the world off the board. Maybe KJ Hamler, I could see that if they did want to go in that direction. But I think offensive line makes a lot of sense. So again, strength and the strength. Derrick Henry downhill, all that.
Yeah, and I think, if you're drafting Isaiah Wilson to drop back in a pass set 40 times a game in the NFL, I think you're doing him a disservice. But if you're going to ask him in the playoffs to, our quarterback's going to throw the ball 14 times and 7 of them are going to be play action, that's a perfect system for a guy like Isaiah Wilson. So, and really all the tackles are gone and they certainly need one. So I'm prepping the article. If that tells you anything, we'll see.
Yes, everybody's learning the inner workings there.
I mean, ain't no secrets with me, Johnny. You
No, we
know
keep it
that.
transparent. We keep it
Yeah.
transparent. We're just
I
hanging
think
out
that's I
4 hours
think
into a
that's
live stream.
I think that's the only way to do this business. If you're out here lying to your readers and your audience, I think you're doing it wrong. And there's a lot of people doing it wrong. But that's my viewpoint. And I think, if we're getting a little in the weeds here, I think that's why people respond to what we got going on. So
Mhm.
that's me.
Man,
We'll leave it
I'm
at
just
that.
looking at some earlier picks. Man, I love Tampa getting Tristan Wirfs. The more I think
Hmm.
about this thing, talk about, helping your team immediately. This is not a Jordan Love kind of play, or even a Justin Herbert kind of play. This is or a Becton. This is just right now. Boom, roll right in, help us win immediately with a quarterback that's probably as old as his father is. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Jason Light, man, you shouted him out earlier. He's rolling right now.
He's getting it done, man, for sure. I'm
I'll tell you what, at a minimum, 30 minutes from here at Raymond James, that thing will be sold out at a minimum. So, provided
yeah.
we could, of course, do that.
They're gonna be all right this year. I mean, you would think, right? Um, we'll just it's all wait and see. That's why I bash so hard on some of these people that are out here trashing some of these picks. It's just like, hey, dude, give it a second before you come out here and just crap on somebody. Just let it breathe, bro. And I'm in the take. What the heck is that dude wearing behind Mike Vrabel?
I missed it.
That's why I'm in the take business, and it just because something happens don't mean you have to have a take immediately.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
no. It's getting late for him, too.
yeah, for sure.
Derrick Henry,
Look at all these
the
running clips they're showing, bro.
anti-projection projection. Man, you would have
What does that
loved
even mean?
you would have loved those debates when he was coming out. Oh man, just it was war zone level with
Was
Derrick
it
Henry.
was it not enough burst, not enough speed? Was it that kind
Oh
of thing?
man, it was everything. Too high, too upright, but it didn't detract from that final star, but it almost did. That was, he played small school ball. He never really showed the ability to, go run a route. He played as tall as he was. There was
Yo,
so many reasons to
this
push
man's
back
got a
on him.
mullet to his right and a morphe suit to his left, and his screen just froze. That's terrific right there.
That Vrabel quarantine house is
That's getting weird.
it's probably
I mean,
been weird.
that's no shocker there. I mean,
Pro
Vrabel's a
Bowl Pro
weird
Bowl
cat,
jersey and a mullet there already. That's fantastic.
and a red mullet at that. Man, that was dope.
Oh man. So
We
we
are
got what,
seeing the light.
Tennessee?
I was about to say we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel right here, brother.
So Tennessee, Miami, Minnesota, KC, right? That's going to take us home
And
uh,
I bet money KC trades out. What do you want to bet?
unless somebody's going to trade up for that. I agree. I would agree 100%. Could be your Patriots. Patriots have acquired Aaron Rodgers and also the 32nd pick of the NFL draft.
Breaking news: Patriots have fleeced the Green Bay Packers.
Yep. Yep. That would be something. Michael Pittman's still available. Good player.
Yeah. Let's see
Physical.
what they do here. The Tennessee Titans have selected.
They're surely taking their time.
It's Isaiah Wilson. Told you, brother. I mocked that for weeks. I love watching this happen, man. That's the highest pair of offensive linemen to be drafted from the University of Georgia ever.
I believe that.
Why is my
Man,
site not loading?
what a great sort of self belief, man. We talk about Derrick Henry in a big debate.
Yeah,
Isaiah Wilson from
this
Brooklyn.
this kid entering the draft was a big shock to some fans. And they see why now. Like they see why now.
Yeah. Always energy, smile, upbeat in high school, just and a mountain, literal
Yeah.
mountain. What an O line draft this has become. Shout out to the trenches, man. That's
To the trenches.
yeah, absolutely.
And now we post all
That's
over
at
social media.
stories up at bulldogmaven.com for those
Yeah,
of you
you
who
guys
don't
can
know.
check that out over there at bulldogmaven.com. Not that you guys aren't already. Um, man, what a football player this guy is, and what a scheme fit. And it's exactly, if you go back to my very first mock draft, I actually had I didn't do a total mock draft. What I did was a mock draft for Georgia players only. And if you go back and look, I had him going 61 overall to the Tennessee Titans in my very first one for the exact reasons we've already talked about tonight. The scheme fit is, I mean, the word perfect doesn't even do it justice. It is ideal for a guy who wants to play. And here you see him getting emotional, man. That's again, man, that's what it's all about right here. Seeing this clip right here with Isaiah Wilson and his family going nuts up there. I'm assuming he's in New Jersey. So,
Yeah, I
or up in
mean,
Brooklyn, excuse me.
not a lot of NFL players getting drafted out of there 3 years after leaving for college.
Is he the only
Shout,
five star?
shout
When's the
out to
last time?
Brooklyn, man.
Yeah, when was the last time Brooklyn had a 5 star?
Curtis Samuel.
That long ago?
Curtis Samuel, probably 3 or 4 years prior. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I'm thinking a different. I was for
No,
some reason.
Ohio State, Carolina Panthers, Curtis Samuel.
For some reason, I was out here thinking Curtis Martin. It is
Oh
late.
no,
It is late.
yeah, it is late. Very different players. Both pretty good though. Yeah, he was a Brooklyn kid too. I can't even remember another Brooklyn kid beyond that. Uh,
Yeah,
good,
always got a
good to know.
smile on his face, man. The only time I didn't see, I'll tell a brief story here since there's only like, a handful of people in here. I was in the locker room after the SEC championship game, right? And it's the only time they let you into the locker room with cameras. So after the bowl game, you can get in there, but you can't have a camera. You can only have audio recording and stuff like that. So I'm in there and I'm going around, and one of the last guys I go to is Isaiah Wilson. And I don't think there was a single player on that football team that wore that loss more on his face than Isaiah Wilson. I mean, was just absolutely not having anything to do with people asking him questions about that loss. And I go to ask the question, man, tell me how you feel about this loss. And he looks me dead in my eyes, and bro, I dropped the camera. Like I was like, all right, bro, I'm gonna leave you alone because you do not want to talk about this, and I am not causing no problems with you. And that's probably me being a bad journalist, but to me, it's also me recognizing the environment that I'm in. I don't want to put that kid on film in one of the lowest moments of his career, which seemed like mentally it looked like it was.
Well,
So
especially now in hindsight, that was he was thinking that was the last time he was gonna
yeah,
play in that building and for that team in that capacity. So
for sure. And there was some other things that obviously went into his decision to go into the NFL, not just his NFL draft stock, which we obviously seen has gone through the roof. A lot of it has to do, I don't fault any of these kids for going early. Never. Never, ever, ever. I don't care. When Solomon McKinley is a fourth round draft selection this year, he made the right decision. And there will be people in the NFL, in the Georgia drafting community or the Georgia fan base community that will say he made a bad decision. He should have come back for his senior year because his draft stock would have improved. And you know what? For that matter, when Jake Fromm doesn't go in the first round tonight, people will say, "Oh, stupid decision." Or when he goes 60th overall, people say, "Oh, stupid decision." I don't care where you're from, what your background is. Sacrificing your last year of college football to accomplish and verify a lifetime dream is never a bad decision. Not in my opinion. Even for that matter, Evander Holyfield, you could say that was a bad decision because he was undrafted and didn't get a shot to play in the NFL and should have come back for his senior year. For what? For what? To be the third or fourth guy in that backfield behind DeAndre Swift, Brian Herrien, and Zamir White, because he probably would have been. For what? My biggest pet peeve, if you've learned tonight, two things. One, don't sit here and bash on a kid. A, you've never seen it. B, you know nothing about. C, especially if you don't know he's a local kid, like John told you. If you know nothing about the guy, at least learn something before you trash him, because you saw him one game against one of the best wide receivers in the country as a sophomore. Don't do that. Other thing, don't ever sit there and question a kid's decision to go to the NFL draft if that was his decision. You don't know what goes into that, other than what you see in the tangible evidence of the draft position. So that's my rant for tonight, and I'll get off my high horse. John, thoughts on Isaiah Wilson while I prep this DeAndre Swift 30th overall to the Miami Dolphins piece?
Did that just happen?
No, I'm just prepping it.
Oh, I was going to say 32 to KC sounds appropriate as well. Look, you mentioned it. Great fit. They're a big, strong downhill. I mean, you saw their coach. He's dipping on TV, got the guy in the Power Rangers outfit, the mullet guy. I mean, this is a down south, all downhill kind of guy. And that's what Tennessee literally nearly went to the dang Super Bowl doing. So let's strengthen a strength. You know, you could find a fit, you can strengthen a strength, or shoot for the moon with a ceiling guy. And that's what we've seen tonight. And they strengthen the strength, and they're gonna come downhill, bigger, literally bigger and faster and stronger than they did last year. So why not? What an instant physical fit and a great story. One of the top 5 stories in this draft.
Shefty's back on screen. I can't hear the audio. That means trading again, correct? Shefty don't come on screen for nothing other than a trade, right?
Yeah,
we got a Swift family photo shot.
Looks like it.
Come on, baby. Give it to me.
Yeah, it should be Swift here in the next couple picks.
We also got a Jonathan Taylor family shot, so there goes that theory.
DeAndre does not look.
He never looks happy, John. Never have I. You know, he smiles on field, but other than that, you won't see him smiling. Never.
Jonathan Taylor looks like he's investigating something. Same for J.K. Dobbins.
I think this is back for sure. I don't know if it's Swift, but this is running back for sure. They have to take one, dude. Ryan Fitzpatrick led their team in rushing yards last year. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. That's why I laughed.
That is a verified stat. He had like 245 yards rushing, led the team. Garbage. Come on, Dolphins.
Come on, Miami. Let's throw some shock value in this thing.
Give me 3 dogs in what? 30 picks? Give me. I think we're gonna have to wait until after the commercial break, knowing that shot from ESPN tonight. So that's okay. Like we said, they're milking this thing. That's all right. Only I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. Not these guys. They're fine.
I mean, I could scroll over to Twitter for a minute.
Is Twitter breaking it tonight? Is that what's going on?
I haven't had to check, really.
I haven't either. I figured, typically how that stuff works is somebody's got the drop on the card. But if Roger Goodell's got the card in his basement, how is someone getting the drop on the card? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, Barry Jackson. Let's see who he is.
Here we go.
Barry Jackson says it's going to be Noah Igbenogany out of Auburn.
The corner. It is.
That would be something.
He broke that trash. Man, that is
wow.
That is questionable, especially when you consider how much money they've dumped into their quarterback room. I mean, they just signed Byron Jones. They also have the second highest paid corner on the other end. They just spent a first-round pick. Look, John, this is you want to talk about the prime example of the NFL changing. This is a first-round draft pick being taken on a guy that they know day 1 and day 81 is going to play in the slot. He's going to be a nickel corner the rest of his career, most likely. That's crazy.
It's a starting. I mean, look, you need three corners, right?
I
You
mean,
need three
I
corners.
guess.
Look, I know this kid really well. I was actually there the day he switched from receiver to
Why I was
DB
about
in
to say
high
wide
school.
receiver in high school, wasn't
Yeah. I mean, I was the day I went to go see him play, and he switched over. I called Chad Simmons at that point. We were doing the rankings in the South, and I was like, "Look, man, we got to bump up this Igbenogany kid. He is big, strong, fast, can play receiver or DB at the next level. He's Power Five, maybe Sunday guy once he figures it out at DB. Now, I would be lying to you if on that phone call I said he was going to be a top 30 first round draft pick. But that's credit to
he?
him. But again, when you talk about defensive backs, bigger kid, 5'11", close to 200 pounds, physical, and can really, really, really run.
Yeah.
And
That's what his NFL ceiling's based off of. It's the
he can
running, right?
really run. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he can compete at the line of scrimmage, but he's got a long way to go in the tech department, in the leverage department, in the fluidity department. He's just look. He's a former receiver who flipped over and made some big things happen and tested through the roof. Track guy. He's
I
a
love
junior
how you
Olympian,
call it.
long jumper.
I love how you call it the tech department instead of the technical aspect of the game. I'm going to start using that. I'm stealing that. I'm going to put it in my bag of,
Do it. Do it. You
sayings
can have it.
to use.
You can have it. He just
Mm.
he needs to polish up in a big way, but maybe the Dolphins have a plan to play him at a little safety.
Oh, excuse me.
Wow,
Yeah, that just happened.
that did just happen.
Can you give me one more shot on the last name, man? Noah Igbenogany?
Igbenogany.
Igbenogany. Yeah, I shot it again. Igbenogany. No.
Just imagine being in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, and in the same year you hear about Igbenogany and Tagovailoa. It
No,
was
I
funny.
got Tagovailoa.
No,
Tagovailoa is
I'm
the
just saying
easy. Yeah,
when
yeah,
they were
yeah. When
coming
it
out,
first happened, it was
they
like,
were just like Tua and Noah.
yeah, it was Noah and that Tua kid, right?
Yep, yep. Yeah, so pretty cool. State of Alabama, not including Tua, of course. I believe has now had three players drafted, so not bad.
So I had to do a Sports Illustrated hit on the over under, or who was going to have basically more first round draft picks, Auburn or Georgia, and the bottom line was based off what we thought was whether or not Swift or Ibignogny was going to go, and now they're at a push with Swift still on the board. So, and it
Kansas
ain't
City,
he ain't going to Minnesota.
nope.
If you read Albert Breer's last mock draft, it led me to believe this, Kansas City, no matter how lucky, how filled up they are, Andy Reid just doesn't draft tailbacks. I mean, not that high. I think the highest draft pick he's ever had at the tailback position is like a second rounder. It just doesn't happen. But does that mean he's not going to now? Because there's just no room. There's nowhere. I mean, they're a Super Bowl champion for a reason. Where do they have a need? Honestly, take a look at their roster. If you really look at, I mean, you could say they got needs on the
Running
defensive
back.
line. You could say all that. Yeah, the primary need is at the running back position, and they definitely don't have capital to invest in one. They can't go out and purchase one in the free agency market, nor is there one in the free agent market. So I think that's the move. But again, it would be unprecedented for a guy like Andy Reid to make it happen. But that doesn't mean it's not going to. So the Minnesota Vikings, they had to get a DB. You know, they lost 3 of them this season to free agency, and they just took a kid out of TCU. Man, that cornerbacks room now it's thin on appearance. That doesn't mean one of these guys like Gladney isn't going to be great, or Jeff Gladney isn't going to be really, really good in the future. But it was thin this year, wasn't it, Jeff or John?
It really was. I mean, where they were 2 years ago, getting into last year was a really big drop off. They had Pro Bowlers and All Pros all over the field with Harrison Smith and Xavier Rhodes and those guys, and then all of a sudden it dried up pretty quick, and all of a sudden the Lions are converting against you. So yeah, they needed to address the secondary at some point. Don't know a ton about Gladney, but now, I mean, how about cornerback, offensive line? really dominating the first round of the draft, much more so than the quarterback position. So that may be a surprise to
You
some.
knew Andy Reid had the Hawaiian on. You just knew it.
He
You knew he'd have the Hawaiian shirt on. He said, "I'm getting TV shine
said, "Why
tonight."
not?" He said, "Why
Yeah,
not? Check
Hawaiian
this
knot,
ring out.
right? Doo-doo.
It's getting real late."
We're making dad jokes out here.
I
Oh
mean, Kansas
man,
City should just make it swift. I mean, at this point, right?
just make it easy, right? Make it easy on me. Just let me hit publish right quick, and so we can go to night night.
Man, 5,000 passing yards. That's ridiculous.
Isn't that nuts? You know who else had 5,000 last year?
Who's that?
Jameis Winston.
Yeah. Still available.
Still available. I think, I mean, you know this as well as I do. I think a lot of that has to do with all this stuff going on right now. Can't get guys in for physicals. Can't get guys in for physicals. Which, let me ask you this. Conspiracy theory time, since we got 4.5 minutes before Andy Reid gets off his butt. Do you think a team like the Dolphins secretly sent their doctor up to Tuscaloosa or wherever Tua was and got a good look at him? I mean, dude, we're talking about multi-billion-dollar corporations, man.
Right, if you were a top, if this was going to,
this
was gonna pick that changed your life one way or the other.
I would.
Kept you unemployed versus otherwise. Yeah. I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't, especially with other good quarterbacks available.
Because it was the only one and the most important medical that we had to have, right? We had to know
he was the one.
What was going on with it. He was almost the only one. The rest of the guys are pretty much clean in terms of, I mean, not necessarily clean, but they're not that dirty when it comes to his medical history.
Right.
So
not that high in the draft. All those stars aligning. No way. No way. He was the one guy that needed it. So I'm happy for him.
I'm telling you, man, Mel Kiper on mute. You guys need to try this. Mel Kiper on mute is nuts. This is awesome. You can't even hear him, so he's just
I just realized that his background is all digital.
I didn't notice that either.
That's pretty good.
I was too busy over here shaking my head. Booger looking clean.
I don't know why this pick is taking so long.
I'm telling you, man. They got to drag this out. They say, hey, baby, every minute we own here, every minute we drag this out, another meal.
Maybe.
Another meal.
I mean, this is already guaranteed to be the most watched
draft ever.
Man.
Steven Roxford, we hear you, baby. We hear you. You done told us this Swift 3 times. We're here. I'm reading your comments. Don't worry. You are getting some attention. I'm watching you. But we're trying to see what's going on with this. If you got any answers why this is taking full 5 minutes, love you too. That's why you're up in here. That's why you're up in here bugging me. So thank you, brother. We appreciate the support this late at night. Man, me and Johnny been grinding up in here. The pick is finally in.
What else could this pick be, though? That's my thing.
If they're taking it, I don't know.
Trade out or running back. Like you said, there's no immediate holy crap.
They're taking it. It says the pick is in, and it's not a trade. So
Andy Reid's gonna get the kid from Philly. It is written. Come on. It lines up. Pull the trigger. Oh.
What?
I looked at Twitter.
Is it?
It's another running back. And it's not the other one you think. Think of the coach and what he wants to do with running backs.
Man, I don't know. You're throwing code words out here at this point. Is it J.K. Dobbins?
Looks like Edwards-Helaire.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's according to Albert Breer. Of course.
That's SI.
Yes.
He is probably right. So you guys heard it here first on the live stream.
There you go.
Via Albert Breer.
I don't know if I wasn't supposed to spoil anything, but
I mean, Albert Breer put it out there. Yeah. If we're doing it, we're doing it.
Wow.
Andy just flipped around and said, let me turn this TV on and see what they're saying about my guy.
That is incredibly interesting.
It is RB4 going RB1.
Well, and it's you just
I
go get
guess
your
it makes
guys,
sense.
man.
Yeah.
If that's who if he's the best receiving back, which he probably is, there you go. You know they ain't handing it off a ton in KC with that guy at the helm.
Boy, I bet Swift is hot right now.
Yeah, I think so.
He gonna make his bread. He gonna be okay.
Yeah, he'll be just fine. That's a lot of LSU in round one.
For sure.
Hey, why not?
For sure. Win a chip. Yep. All right. Let's delete this.
Has Goodell been just dropping these jerseys all night?
Nah, that was the first time I've seen him pull up a jersey.
Yeah, it's been a long night for him too.
All right, Johnny. Are you I'm done if you're done, man. And I'm not promising anything on night 2, man. Good Lord. I ain't doing this
Don't
another 4.5 hours.
promise anything. Really appreciate
Yeah.
everybody, anybody who's hanging out still at this point. 4 hours, 20 minutes, nonstop ball, high school, college, and NFL, all sprinkled in with my guy Brooks. Appreciate you for setting this all up. Let's do it again sometime soon, but not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you, breaking news. John and Brooks will not be doing a 4.5 hour live stream tomorrow.
We can do some Q&A or something tomorrow, but not.
Yeah, man. We did this for y'all.
My light died. I mean, it's like I'm using room lights. It's like no.
Your light died. My ambition died about pick 20. Once we came back from that break and I realized how good it was to stand up and actually take a breath without saying some nonsense. You know what? We'll end with this comment right here. Steven Roxford, Tyler Simmons was on sides. Thank you. And, before I let you go, the 5 of 10 of you that are listening or are watching right now, man, just do us a favor. Not only follow John on Twitter. John, tell them how they can find you. I'll go ahead and tell them. It's at John Garcia _Jr. John handles recruiting for SI and does it better. And I'll say this because I don't mind saying it. Does it better than anybody in the business, man, especially this Southeast area over here, especially the state of Alabama. John Garcia owns the state of Alabama. If you don't believe me, go check out Twitter. And you guys know where you can find me. I'm right here, Brooks Austin SI. We appreciate you guys. The other thing I got to ask you to do as we get more people coming in, that's just atypical of how these things work. Follow us on the YouTube channel, man. Just go over to YouTube and search Brooks Austin. I'll pop up. I promise as the draft starts to end, I'll be doing some more film breakdowns over there, man. We've been swamped with actual sporting news coverage, so I appreciate that. I'm very, very
a little bit of drama.
Yeah, I'm very, very thankful for that. So, man, we will see you guys at some point. It's not going to be tomorrow, not in a form like this, because good Lord, I'm gonna have to ice my bunions. All right, brother. John Garcia, thank you very much, my man. We will see you very, very soon. No doubt. All right, and to the rest of you guys that stuck around this long, man, I appreciate you guys. You know how thankful I am for the small following that I have, or that we have over on the Bulldog Maven. I do have to ask you guys to go support things over there. John, I think I got some energy for some Call of Duty tonight. Maybe not. We'll talk about that off air. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. God bless you. Stay safe. Wash your hands, you nasties. Get some hand sanitizer if you can't find it. A quick one for you. Walmart, delivering hand sanitizer to your personal address. Limited 2 bottles per purchase. Go holler at that. I will see you guys another time. See you guys, man. Appreciate it.